Where did I take you? Oh, look at me go. There we are.
Oh, hooker.
Is this the right one though?
um, Vallow's attorney. Let's see. Yep. No.
No, this is a different one.
Yeah,
This is
that's the one. Now this is in her appeal. Okay, so she's kind of on to it already, Lauren.
oh, this is the one of the attorney
Hmm.
sent
When
to the
McConkey reached out. Because
yeah. Okay.
she was deemed incompetent. She went to an old like the LDS church used to own the actual mental institution she went to. Okay, so that's interesting. And then, uh, um, she was assigned homework to this is around October 5th, 2021. I say that, and I know that date, not because 'cause I'm crazy, but because that's the first time I ever streamed any of the hearings live. That was the first time I went live. And it just so happened to be that date. And so Lori claims that she was able to watch Chad Daybell's hearing via Zoom, or not Zoom, but she watched like we do,
Right.
and that she watched it with her mental health, what do they call him, technician, I guess. I don't know, whoever was
For
assigned to
therapists.
her, I don't know. And she claims that the mental health uh, technician assigned her homework, okay, to maybe find a different lawyer. And so just so happens, I mean, just a coinky dink, okay? So coincidence theory, that Lori called, I believe, the LDS helpline and got Daniel McConkey. She got Daniel McConkey, the lawyer for, like one of the lawyers at Curtin McConkey. And this is the same law firm that the church uses for their civil, basically these, uh, all this abuse stuff that ends
Yep.
up having NDAs on it and they settle out of court, you know, so we
It's
never
the
hear about
largest
it.
law firm in the state of Utah.
Mhm.
Breaking Chains. If you want to join us, you can too. I gotta go in. It's getting windy out here.
It's windy here too.
I'm looking
We had
for
a
that
cool front come through.
letter, but I keep stumbling across more and more stuff. I swear, every time you go looking for one thing, you find 13 other things.
Yes.
Wait,
Yes. It's a whole I swear it's a conspiracy. I swear.
it feels
I
like
know. I'll go digging for something and I find 15 other things and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." Oh yeah.
oh, we're merged. You're set up and going. I can see him coming
Mhm.
in now too. Do you want to tell him
Yeah.
what we're doing? You want to say hi to
We're
your
doing what I normally do, except this time I think we're gonna get somewhere. Okay, I'm not in an echo chamber of my own head, So, yeah, collabing with Nonsense. We came over from, which was I wanna say my second time seeing her. Um, Granny's watching her channel, and so she
yeah, Grant?
created this to where everything would come, what do they call that? Redirect to
Correct.
here, and then she, Nonsense threw me a link, and, I mean, I feel like I know you, I do. I just feel
I
like I
do too.
already do. And so this is our first time really being able to talk, and
Oh,
anyway, so we're just gonna dig into what we have just kinda put together. I think that's a good way to the hidden motives, if you will,
we're just talking about
of
all of
of
the backside of things that go on here. If you guys have questions too, you guys can ask. Um,
yeah.
okay, let me see. I'm still looking for this letter. Why did they take it? You said Fox?
Yeah, Fox 13 News, and it'll be,
Yeah, got it.
okay,
I think this is it.
good, better than me accessing a memory. Okay.
Oh, it's gonna give me all these little pop-ups.
I hate that, especially with ADHD.
Yeah, that okay.
Yeah. Yep.
August 12th, 2020. Members of the church. Yep, it's Adam. Why
Obstruction of justice is what I was trying to think of earlier. Obstruction of justice.
Adam seems to be one of the top reporters out of Utah with most of these cases too.
Yeah, he's reported on Tim Ballard,
Didn't
and David
Ballard walk out?
Hamblin. Huh?
This the one? Isn't Adam the one that Ballard got mad at and stormed out of the interview?
Yeah, and I think they called him, actually Janet, I'm sorry, what's her name? Janet Russin.
Yeah.
She appeared on, Troy Abel's channel, that guy, The Last
That's the
Dispensation,
sensation.
poor
Yep.
dude. Poor dude. He's just a pawn in their game. But anyways, um, he, like she was talking about him she went on there on his show or whatever, and she was talking about him, and he was too, the guy Troy, the host or whatever, and she's she said something that was really interesting to me. What's his face? Troy was calling him a wormy worm. Okay, he said that she dug in his that Adam Herbert's dug in her trash or something like that when he actually just knocked on her door to, get other sides of the story, right? And so he called him a wormy worm, but then she said she called him a raccoon or a coon, or I forget what the term was, so I don't want to just say what it was, but it was something that made me think of Tylee and how I think that's a racial slur. Let me answer my phone. Jason's calling me.
You're okay. You're good. You do whatever you need to. This is the channel we are talking about. He's been one of the only people to even allow Ballard back on. I've used content from him before. If you go back to my Ballard or the Sound of Freedom coverage or the Utah controversies, this guy started being one of the channels that would actually allow Ballard and those guys on there. This is the guy that did the live stream of, well, one of them of Ballard recently crashing out too. It's pretty interesting. But back to this. This is how this works though. And I'm sorry if it feels very sporadic. We did not plan this out before. So we are just going off of like discussion here. We are just discussing. So I'm not all prepped and have everything laid out, but I do have some stuff pulled up and I'll pull as we go. But this is the article, which, I shared the wrong one. Here you go. Fox 13 investigates LDS Church urges leaders to not participate in any type of court case. Okay, leaders. That's interesting. And again, this is from August 12th, 2020. Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are questioning a letter that was sent to leaders last week, reminding them of a policy that prevents them from getting involved in any type of court case without speaking first to the church. The letter dated that right. Okay. I know she's not a leader, but do you think she had to have permission? Do you think Nate Eaton had to have permission to cover this?
What about Rob Wood? Rob Wood was a bishop.
Oh, that's right.
But I'm just supposed to be quiet and grateful and just, hey, no corruption or possible potential for corruption. Everybody has this potential to corrupt and or to be compromised. So I'm not delusional is what I call it.
Hello to all the difficult research people too, because you want to talk about smart people over there. Crush's people like to research. That's one thing I said right off the bat when I saw Lauren trying to use Crush's name. I said, well, the one thing I was a little concerned because I'm like, oh no, she's going to pull something and use Crusha and Kay again. And I knew it was coming. But I said to one of my closest friends, I said, if there's anything, Crusha researches and we'll get to the bottom of exactly what's going on, and she will not be able to use her. And sure enough.
Like an old friend used to pick on me about my name. He'd say Crusha the Crusha. So here I am, girl. Like I can see it. I've been seeing it in her, but nobody else was seeing it in my area, in my orbit, in my family. So it's just like, what do? The channel got so big to where it's like, okay, well now I got to look at it as if it's, like I said, an extension of social media. Like you use it to network to, not burn your bridges, so to speak, so that if you need to, you can use, or I say use, but reach out to this platform or that platform and kind of do what you need to do.
I invited Breaking Chains to join us.
Okay,
I don't know if you know that or not.
Yes, I do.
She's incredible and knows a lot of like the details around this stuff. So she's going to join us too. Breaking Chains, you can also, I think you can stream it to yours too. I don't do whatever, however we can get the word out there and talk about this stuff, I'm good with. So
we're creating a movement.
Oh no, they're going to say.
They're going to shut us down.
Oh, but I just find that part really interesting though, because that's about leadership, but it trickles down. So the leaders are supposed to then inform their people. And when it's such high profile cases that bring so much attention to the church, I would assume, well, I know for a fact that the bishops of all of the members know what they're doing. They know what their jobs are. They know what they're involved in. And especially when they're on such public facing media, doing interviews on all this stuff, they know. So again, I think there's more connections there. It says the letter dated August 4th, 2020 was addressed to leaders in the United States and Canada. You notice that none of the other places were addressed. It was signed by members.
It was just a reminder.
We remind leaders and members of a longstanding policy that the church leaders should not involve themselves in civil or criminal cases regarding members in their units, quorums, or organizations without first consulting with the church legal counsel, the letter reads. However, well-intentioned church leaders sharing information in legal proceedings can sometimes be misinterpreted and even damaging. Following the church's policy also keeps the church from being inappropriately implicated in legal matters. When Fox 13 reached out to the church for clarification on the letter, a spokesperson indicated the policy exists to dissuade leaders from being involved in legal matters. The church would encourage them to not get involved, said Sam Penrod, a media relations manager for the church. That's the whole point, is that a local leader should not get involved in any type of court case. Fox 13 asked if leaders of the church would still be discouraged from responding to a subpoena if they have information related to a case. I can't speak to that, Penrod responded. They just don't want the church involved. That right there. They just don't want the church involved. No, what they don't want is reputational harm to one of the biggest billion-dollar organizations in the world. Let's be honest.
They're the wealthiest in the United States.
Absolutely.
And with they claim 17 million members. So just think about that per capita, especially like when comparing it to the old Catholic Church. So, which is worldwide, but so is the Mormon Church.
And I think a couple years ago, I'd have to go find the source of this, but a couple years ago, they were the second biggest landowner in the United States.
In Florida, too. They bought a lot of property in Florida. Yeah, so they've been doing their real estate portfolio lately. And so they get all these tithing dollars. And I mean, it's just, and they have even made claims to be saving all this money that it's amassed for the second coming, which is intriguing because that plays exactly into what Lori told my uncle. Do you see what I'm saying here? Just going to tell you that right there. We'll leave a pin in it. And you'll notice the theme.
Hey, Lynn. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Hi, Kresha.
Hey, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. We've never been on a panel together, but I have been following your family.
I think I followed your channel, and I remember, if it's the same person, I want to say maybe you changed your name a little bit.
Yeah. So when I first started covering the case, it was trauma and true crime.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, and I did a number of videos about it, but I don't expect you to remember any of them. I'm sure it was.
I do though.
Oh, okay. Because one of the videos, I went really deep, especially on how Lori was manipulating the police, and I have to tell you that the thing that crushed me the most was what she did to Charles, because that opened up what she did to everybody else, right?
Yep.
Because if the police, if she wasn't able to snow the police in that situation, then all the other stuff, it's possible. All the other stuff possibly could have happened, but it's possible that it could have stopped right there, if they would have listened to Charles. And
it also goes into being like in like LDS saturated areas, especially up the Mormodor, we call it. I call it the Mormodor. Some people call it something different, but it's like a Bible Belt. Okay. But Arizona or Mexico, Arizona, all the way up to Idaho, Canada, all the way to Hawaii. Okay. Hawaii is just a destination location. And if people were more educated on the LDS speak, because it's also a manipulation tactic and a way that they use to communicate with one another.
Yes.
Like if I were to say secret combinations in here, to someone who's a nevermo who doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, to them, it's like saying satanic ritual abuse or ritual abuse. It's
Right.
devil worshiping. It's the satanic panic, you know. And Melanie Gibb actually mentioned secret combinations that Chad and Lori were practicing, you know, not her though.
Right.
But anyways, she said that in one of her interviews with the Arizona police. But
Well,
just
if you
it's so manipulative and it's so laced with coded. And I mean, Rob Wood even says this to Summer Shiflett. He says LDS speak is what he
yeah.
called it.
Well, when you watch some of the longer interrogation and interview videos with the members of the church, well, all of them are, who are being interrogated, you hear it. It's just flowing out of them. And you don't know everything that you don't know the key to the code to everything that they're saying, but you know that it is coded speak.
And secret combinations is just that. It's a combination,
right.
Code and things. Yeah, it's the elite. It's the elite, y'all.
And I want to say that, so there's what you guys were just talking about on this article. So there's a difference between controlling public speak and controlling legal action. Okay.
Or obstructing justice, right?
Exactly.
Policy and obstructing justice.
And I'm coming from a person who used to be, you would have seen me as somebody who was trying to control public speak from a corporate perspective, because I was the PR person at the tech company who said, oh no, you can't say that, you can say that, blah, 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 right?
Say it this way. That's
right.
Exactly Lauren's position. She prides herself on her PR skills, which I'm like, well, I mean, they're broken.
Well, right, I'm about to produce a video telling her that everything she just did was a really bad idea. And I'm a 25-year PR veteran. Okay. So point being that, awesome. But it's different. What really, really bothers me about LDS and many organized religions is that they try to handle everything internally. And that's what makes it so corrupt. Right.
They like to skew the lines also between religion and theocracy, right? Exactly. The theocratic or the one world, the whole universal thing. Yeah.
Exactly. And so they try to handle everything within their own ranks. And then they, Catholicism does this too. So a priest gets reported, and so they just transfer the priest. They don't do anything.
Same things. They change the ward lines, which is the same as a parish. They change the ward, the districting. They swap out the stake president. Whatever they have to do to remedy the situation and keep it down low. Yeah.
And it's mostly money and people motivated, right? And they put it all under the cloak of priesthood or godliness. Or
yes,
the words in the LDS, and in Catholicism, it's a different word, and then in a whatever other cult, it's a different word, right?
Yeah, Scientology or
right.
Jehovah's Witness. It's the same thing, different term.
Exactly. So that was why I was so deeply, deeply interested in this case, is because it hits all of those corners. And when I was listening when you guys were talking about Rico, and I heard Granny getting very confused, because at first I was like, wait, you want to sue Lauren for Rico? No, I understood what you were saying.
It depends. It depends on where she ends up.
Yeah, exactly.
It depends on where this goes. I don't know. But I mean, she wasn't till she exposed herself. I mean, I'm not saying I'm about to sue her. I'm just don't get any ideas if you're watching, or anybody, here on her behalf. But
that's what incensed me, for instance, about Diddy and the verdict there. I was like, I personally, I'm pretty good about predicting outcomes in legal cases, in civil legal cases especially, and I badly predicted the outcome. I thought that he was going to get the trafficking verdict, guilty, and they didn't. And I'm just floored about that.
Yes, I think there's a lot of us that are that. I mean, I watched it because it helped me to kind of dissect what was going on with Tim Ballard, because
exactly.
I'm just going to say this right here for anybody who doesn't know how I think about this. Like Tim Ballard, Chad Daybell, Julie Rowe, Judith Hildebrandt, Ruby Frankie, Lori Vallow, all these people, okay? All these, I must just say bad Mormons or bad actors, okay? That have been, in the headlines and all that, just bringing attention to the church. Well, I look at Tim Ballard. It's like one movement. This all those people I just named, plus like David Hamblin. There's probably some people I'm naming that y'all don't know, but David Hamblin. There's another case that was. It's called the Bountiful. It's a sex abuse ring, alleged sex abuse ring, and anyways, it's all these. It's the same thing over and over and over again. I mean, it involves a cult that exists within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that they call themselves the Church of Satan, but they pretend to be good Latter-day Saints. Okay, so it's like this infiltration. And so whenever I saw a headline around the time that Tim Ballard stuff came out, I also saw a headline from Fox 13 News that said something about child SA involving cannibalism. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like that to me, because the kids had just been found and I was, or, within recent past. And I was like, and with the way Tylee was found, it just to me was like, well, they're from Utah, like I'm sitting here trying to put these pieces together and there's just some things that are clicking off for me. And I'm like, this is not normal. Okay. Like cannibalism, that really was like, whoa, what the hell, it caught my attention. And I mean, I wasn't able to like just dive straight into it because I was dealing with just learning about what was happening in our case, like, what is this?
Well,
and all the documents were dropping. Go ahead.
Do we know what was going on in terms of and I don't want to get too far into, I don't want to, please tell me if I'm encroaching too far into a line that we don't want to talk about.
I will.
Okay, but I've always wondered, why was Tylee found that way? Like what was going, like what were they doing those kinds of sacrifices?
I believe this is exactly what it is. And this
God,
is how they continue to cover this kind of shit up. This is them. And this happened, I believe, whenever I was able to look at the Delphi case, I was like, oh my God. Yeah. That's that. And I mean, there's so many more of these cases that go undetected, not exposed because this element doesn't really get brought out in court, but there are cases out there that do exist with, this ritualistic element.
Right.
And it's generational too. So like what we see with Lori, with what I believe Melanie Boudreaux was reported by her dad and his Steve Cope is his name. So Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski's dad had some kind of court declaration or some kind of court proceeding or document that he so Lori's sister Stacy, she died, okay, and actually Lori used to tell Tylee that she was that she was a reincarnation of Stacy.
Right.
Okay, I know. Goes right into their belief system and the very documents we found in the FOIA files. So with all that 7 gatherers and all this weird shit, that I'm just like, what? It's all redacted. You don't know who's who. And I'm like, I need all the pieces so I can put this shit together. Right. But so Stacy died because of complications with, I want to say like an eating disorder. And
it was basically complications from anorexia.
And from having diabetes type 1. Okay. So she wasn't taking care of, she was like 76 pounds, I want to say, whenever she died. And so I'm just saying that because, this is why Steve was worried, like one day he was at work and Janice went and picked up Stacy and Melanie while he was at work. And so anyways, by the time Stacy and Melanie go back home to, with Steve, Melanie is talking different. She's talking, with a baby voice. She was 6 years old at the time. And he said that she was having like a baby voice. She would wear this ball cap. she would say her name was Alex or Bobby,
She
or
had
AJ.
regressed a great deal. Yeah.
Yeah, and she was exhibiting some alarming now, I didn't know all this stuff, and I mean, these are things that I've learned along the way, just these, "Hey, your kid is trying to tell you something happened, and
Right.
I don't know what that is," everybody has their own thought process on that, but I have
And
my suspicions, and it sounds very reminiscent of the same thing I'm seeing in the David Hamblin case where, I mean, he's a psychologist, or he was. He's not practicing anymore because of the abuse allegations waged against him, that they can never take him to court to get it to court to even get justice. Okay. This happened 40 years ago. And so what he was doing was using peyote in his healing ceremonies. He was also a bishop for the church, friends with, yeah, let me not get into the connections. Let me just get to the basics of it. There's so many rabbit holes, or so much to uncover.
Also, at that time, Melanie, as a little girl, was spending a lot of time with Alex Cox.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, this goes back to what I was just, saying, is like David Hamblin. What's happening is, whenever a child experiences some kind of abuse, like sexual abuse, they don't know what to do. You're just kind of frozen, and it causes the brain to split.
Yes.
It's like it causes it to break up, not
It
literally,
it
but
compartmentalizes.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so what happens is, like, this continues to happen. You get more and more compartments. And so then what was happening, or what David Hamblin's daughters allege, is that it creates a dissociative identity disorder, which used to be called multiple personality disorder, which you
Yes.
do see a lot in a lot of victims who claim that, ritualistic abuse or just sex abuse, just this area. And so they do this on purpose to create these parts, and then they can trigger them, MK Ultra type stuff, okay, where you're kind of like using hypnosis, or some form, some kind of drug of sorts, to trigger out, like she said, he would call forth Tabitha. And so and so they allege that their parents, David Hamlin and his wife, Roselle Stevenson, were prostituting them to other elites. Okay. There's just no easy way to say it. I'm like, "Ugh." And so they would call out Tabitha. He'd call out Tabitha or whatever, trigger Tabitha, the personality of Tabitha, to come out, and she would be more sexy, or dance sexy, or whatever. I don't know. It's wild, but it makes the possibilities open up of what is going on here, because there is so secretive. But that's the premise of it, is just to shatter the mind, to more easily control the victim. Then you get them offending on others, and then you create what I believe is like Jodi Hildebrandt. I think Jodi Hildebrandt would be a perfect example of this, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think that the whole idea of you guys doing this stream was sort of sparked by somebody saying MK Ultra. Is that right?
I did. Yeah. I didn't know Becky was like into that. I mean, I just started learning about it, and you don't know something exists until you know that it exists. So you start researching, and then you're like, "Oh," and it's just not many people go there because it's been deemed, I believe, conspiratorial, and it works, but
Well,
it's declassified stuff.
how much do you all know about it?
I don't
mean,
know.
I'm no pro. I'm no
Yeah.
pro. I just know.
I'm new to those rabbit holes, so take us there, Lynn.
Well,
Oh, good. Oh, good.
I only know so much, so please don't depend on me
Together,
for being. But what I do know is it was a government sanctioned experiment in like the 1950s, and it was to break down the mind and it is very, very similar to it is very similar to what happens to the child who is very, very
Vulnerable.
no, who is extremely intensely abused as a child.
Okay.
So but the thing is like a lot of people use the word MK Ultra to describe many different things. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
because there's different missions or ops or whatever the hell they call
Right,
it.
but the general idea is to try to control the brain, to for the government or anybody really to have mind control over people, and the way to do it is to use various
Influences.
various influences, psychedelic drugs, probes on the brain. And there are several documented instances of people killing themselves after this, or being murdered.
Alex Cox type stuff is how I look at it.
Right, or being murdered after coming out.
Yeah.
Here's a little blurb from the Capstone Project. This is Department of History and Government from Cedarville University for 2016. It says from 1953 to 1964, the CIA engaged in various clandestine operations to manipulate the human mind. With the relatively new discovery of LSD, scientists around the world became interested in its ability to be used for both defensive and offensive measures in the interest of national security. Minimal documentation was kept on the extent of the research conducted on the manipulation of the human mind. The intelligence agents, physicians, researchers, and others involved in the MK Ultra experiments were in direct violation of ethical codes previously set in place prior to the program, including the Hippocratic Oath, U.S. Constitution, Nuremberg Code, and the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. There's just a little blurb, and then
Yeah, that helps. That oath thing, that reminds me of President Nelson and his Hippocratic Oath too. He took a lot of oaths, it seems, with his background, finding out that he was a Skull and Bone member. So was President M. Russell Ballard. And it's a very prestigious or whatever secret society. And then the Temple Oath, just all the oaths. He was a doctor or a surgeon or whatever, who
So
put in the first pig valve or whatever transplant.
that might be really interesting.
You might remember that there was a Netflix documentary a few years ago called Wormwood, and that was about that told the story of the guy who killed himself after being put into that mind experiment.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they try to say that they don't do it anymore. Okay, that's the
right.
But I believe that is false.
I don't believe the government anymore about anything. I'm sorry. I'm just so I'm so jaded at this
Call
point.
me what you will. I'm a realist. I question everything.
And by the way, just to warn both of you, this is the exact type of topic that demonetizes a video.
Right?
That's okay.
We'll have the little blue thing. I know.
Yeah.
If not, I got the zapper taking them away. I mean, I'm used to this stuff, right?
One thing I will ask though is whether I forget that I went into your live. I dropped Breaking Chains link in both streams. I unintentionally did it in Crushes. I was over here laughing and I'm like, oh shit, that's not my stream. I have a mod wrench over there. So I'm like, oh, whoops. But I dropped Lynn's link in both. And then if you're on Crushes, please hit the thumbs up and get this out, because these are things that she's been talking about for years. Again, how she got here was going back to figure out the belief system that ended up
the shared belief system, because that's what brought them together. Lori and Chad would have never met each other.
Right.
They were both, different sides of the United States, but their faith brought them together, and also is tearing them apart.
Right. And it's so far out beyond just that specific case.
Yeah.
There was a recent missing child. I can draw off that, Blaise Thibodeau. out of
Yep.
Arizona that went missing 2023. I covered it. I think it was end of
Mhm.
2023-ish. Don't quote me on the dates on that. But same thing. They thought he would be the Davidic servant, and they took off with him. They had gotten
Allegedly.
very, huh?
I say allegedly because it just something about this case really stinks, and I've kinda questioned the
Uh-huh.
dad. He
Oh,
was using all the buzzwords. Julie Rowe, he mentioned visions of glory, just these keywords that, you're like, you
yeah.
just know all the right things to say. I don't know, and I did. It wasn't popular, but I questioned the dad. And I mean, who covered him? Didn't Lauren cover him?
Did she? I
Didn't
don't
she have
remember.
an interview with the dad? Now that I mean, I could be wrong. I know Nate Eaton did. That's just something to think about anyways, but it was the same ward as Lori and Melanie and all the people in our case, and I
Same.
find it fascinating because it's like, what's going on there? I mean, that's a legitimate question that, I've been shamed. People have shamed me for asking.
You know,
Well,
sorry, go ahead, nonsense.
no, you're good. One really quick thing back to just to back off what Crusha said, and then I'll shut up. Um, when Crusha was talking about the stuff in Bountiful with the alleged sex ring, um, what's interesting is this article is from July 16th, and what you'll notice here is right here. This is not the first time this home has been part of a major criminal investigation. In October
Yeah.
2021, agents were seen at the same residence for an investigation connected to Michael Ricks.
I
Ricks was
might have
later,
looked at this.
I bet you did, later convicted of operating a sex trafficking ring. He remains in prison. But the same house, same type of things over and over again, which is something we see quite often. Okay,
Yep.
go ahead, Lynn.
I was just about to say, this specifically your family's case, Crusha, sent me down
Mhm.
such a deep, deep, deep LDS rabbit hole
Mhm.
that I was looking into, LDS. I was even looking into blood. What's it called? Blood
Blood
vengeance?
atonement.
Blood atonement. Oh my God.
Mhm. Because it's so eerily similar to sacrificial type stuff. And
Yes.
so, what if Lori and Chad took part in the second anointing? I'm just gonna
Yes.
talk normal, like y'all know what I'm talking about. What if Lori and Chad took part in the second anointing, and it exalted them from that? I know even though the doctrine or whatever says that it's just the two things you can't do is uh, murder or blaspheme the Holy Spirit or something like that. I remember though something coming out way before early on in the case, and it ended up being from Melanie Gibb, basically. And it was the same template that Nate Eaton used to interview her that first time.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and it was emailed to my mom. He just kind of gave her a heads up of what was, about he was about to drop an interview, right? To kind of brace yourself a little bit because I mean, we hadn't heard nothing. And this was like April of 2020. The kids were found in June.
Yes.
So that came out and it turns out it's like the same template, basically everything that was on that email that was posted on Reddit. We call it the infamous Reddit email. Everything on that a lot of people have surmised that everything on that email has turned out to be really, really relevant,
Well,
and
what tripped me out is that what was the name of Chad's specific group, his church or whatever, his priest?
well, and I have something for that. The Church of the Firstborn is actually prophesied in LDS doctrine to, basically they're saying that the church now, here and now, is going to become corrupt. And listen to Tim Ballard, what he's touting lately, that the LDS church is corrupt and they're hiding satanic ritual abuse. And I'm like, yeah, and you're one of them, allegedly, like,
Okay,
you're in that system. But
for Church of the Firstborn was the name of the sect that did a famous bloody massacre.
yeah, you're talking about Ervil LeBaron.
Yes.
Church of the Firstborn of the God of Lamb or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These offshoots, they're still friends. Is all I'm. That's what I've found. I think they're still friends. I think they still, it's like a public thing. I really do.
Well, so what I'm trying to put together for the audience is that for the LDS, for people in the, especially people like Chad, you read into Chad Daybell, the weirdness that he is, right?
Cringe. Yeah.
Everything is
What are you talking about? Yeah.
everything is symbolic. Symbolic.
Mhm.
Everything has meaning. Everything ties back to something.
Well, they talked about this too. The FBI said that they talked about the color green being significant. The fact
Yes.
that he used Raphael, there's 7, there's like different things that, I mean, I could find it, but I don't know how to
Right.
explain it.
So he names his church the same as the guy who
No, he didn't. They did. They named his church. He just said the Church of the Firstborn in
okay.
like prayers and stuff, but that's what that means. If you're exalted, you're in the elite, and I
Okay.
can let me kind of try and say
Sorry.
what well no, because we're going there, it's like if I kind of just say what I believe it to be,
Go for
I
it.
think it'll save us a lot of time, but then maybe I won't be able to draw people there, like I do want to take little tiny steps too, because it's gonna go to the NWO agenda.
Sure.
So I just want people to know that's where it's going. Um, the Church of the Firstborn is actually what I believe this club of the elites, okay? And it only is 2 by 2. It's only uh no children, if you will. Okay. Anybody that follows our family's case, then we learned that the password that Alex Cox chose to set up for Lori was uh oh shit. It was too many kids was the password, and anti-Lamanite was, I want to say, the Wi-Fi network, whatever. I mean, don't everybody do that?
Wait, what?
And I mean, mhm,
I didn't know that.
mhm.
Yep.
And let me pull that. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. If you need the documents like the FOIA docs, I can throw that Dropbox at you too. I have all that.
Wow.
Because I try to pull things up. Like I pulled the Adam Herbert's comment made by Janet Russin and how she talked about Chad Daybell and how they were demonizing Jordan and McKay, Lauren, Dr. John DeLynn, I'm sorry. And yeah, they called them out and saying that we're trying to connect these things together. And I'm just like, oh, F yourself. I see through y'all. It's crazy. But everybody has, I mean, from reporters to, I'm not going to get anywhere with reporters. I mean, they'd have to really be true investigative journalists that are not scared to be canceled, really, because that's what it is. And that's why I've been canceled, basically. I've been marked, if you will. And Lauren, I want to say this, my theory on that is just whenever all this stuff happened with her, I don't know, because already, Nate Eaton is a Mormon on. Look, let me just preface this too. Okay. If you are like if you're gonna die or flip out because I mentioned Nate Eaton and who owns his station, and all that stuff, then this probably isn't gonna be for you, because you got to follow the money. When you follow the money and then you reveal the money, people flip out. And everybody's like cognitive dissonance overload, and they cannot part with someone that they've admired and da da da. And I'm not saying he is. I didn't say anything like that. I never do. But it's just I tell my story, and mine involves the fact that Nate Eaton has claimed publicly to want to interview everybody, the family, members and such, but has never ever. I've met him, he was nice, whatever. But anyways, just know that. And
Question.
then Lauren has also never asked me anything, never interviewed me, has interviewed even Rex, okay, Lori's uncle. And I'm just like, okay, It's just I've been very muted, very overshadowed. And there's even I learned yesterday or day before, whenever Sunday, I learned from Sunday with Awen Reese, that there was this other Facebook group and they were trying to control me. They were trying to keep me within bounds. So I'm really feeling like this was controlled opposition, similar to what I'm seeing in Charlie Kirk's case.
Well, you have
And
every right to feel that
go
way.
ahead.
You have
Mhm.
every right to feel that way because, I mean, you have Frank Vandersloot, who is a big money man, a part of,
Behind TPUSA,
yep,
even
and then the connection to East Idaho News. Nate Eaton is LDS. Why would, out of, they want to
that's where
interview
it happened.
everybody, but you're a
Yeah.
problem because you want to go into, how did we get here? Like, and people keep missing that. They have, if you go
It's
back,
just money, power, sex. That's what Nate says. It has nothing to do with religion. Well, yeah, it does. Rob Wood said it did. And when he said that it did, I kicked the damn door down.
yeah, it absolutely, I mean, how can you not?
Yeah.
It's there.
It's the driver. It's what they used to manipulate. It's just like what Diddy, in my opinion, did allegedly um, to create victims, okay? To manipulate, to exploit. He used hip hop. It just, whatever it is, they're going to use that vehicle to do whatever. So that's what that is.
Mm-hmm. Well, they couldn't control you, hence the narrative of,
Yeah, I'm one of those, like Tylee. I'm not, no, let me back up. I'm not comparing myself to Tylee. I'm not doing what Lauren did. I'm just saying she was the problem child, and you kind of get marked. You kind of get got. It just really sucks to watch it play out in this. It's heartbreaking because it's like, wow, there's so many forces working against people like me. And no wonder we are the way we are in society. No wonder. I mean, we are so backwards and inverted. It's crazy.
I
I'm not
agree.
too proud. I have learned things. I'm like, oh my God, I do that. I do that. I think that. I believe that. And I'm just, you got to do a lot of introspection and know that it's because you were taught. It's like you can't pick on anybody for being in a cult. It's not constructive to do so. It's not constructive to say you're in a cult, ha ha ha. It's not. Like, what is that going to do besides turn them against you? Now we need to plant seeds, I believe. And you're not going to make anybody do anything. That's
No.
the control freaks out there. Okay. And all you can do, all I have the power to do is to respond. And it depends on how I respond irrationally. Is it going to help anything? I try to really sit on things for a while and think about it and then either respond or not, but that's the only reason, that's the only control we have, period. It's like a false security, like even with politics. And this is just my opinion, politics is just kind of to divide people. And it's like a false facade, it's just, I don't know, because I see them as all elite and they are going to get their mission accomplished however they have to, and so when they divide people and get us fighting and arguing, and I mean, I've seen it over and over and over again in just different arenas, um, Team Lauren, I mean, this is what happens: divide, 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 and then they get us fighting, and then we're not paying attention to what's really going on.
Absolutely.
But these kind of stories tell what's going on. Like in this story, there's so much revealing stuff just from the research, I mean, it blows my mind. It literally, I think it shattered mine. I do. I'm like, oh my God. I feel like it's bursting and I'm stuttering right now, like it's aggravating because it all just wants to, I wish I could just look. And then with today's technology, I'm like, oh, I better stop wishing that, when I say something, all of a sudden, they're advertising for it. Just saying.
The ads that hear you on your phone. Oh,
Yes.
there it is. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. The most random thing. And you're like, oh, wow, that is so crazy.
It'll be like, oh, well,
Influence, y'all. Influence. And I learned about this from my mama, my grandma, which I called her mama. They owned a convenience store, and it was like an old mom and pop store that they had in total. They had it for like 50 years. And I mean, she was just a hard worker, her and my grandfather. And I say I had to do time there. Okay. That's a joke, but we all worked there at some point in time in our lives. And, I was taught how to, at first I'd go bag ice and dust the shelves and stuff. And then I'd go crash out on a pallet behind the counter. And, well, anyways, I remember my mom teaching me about, the placement of the candy bars, like we put them right here because when, the parents are checking out the kids, they're going to see the candy. And I'm like, oh, okay. But then you start thinking about it in the bigger picture, about end caps or like when you're checking out at Walmart and there's the last minute stuff that you never need. None of it. You don't need it. Okay. But you're spontaneously buying and you're going to do just last minute things. I've done it. I've played right into the trap. Or you see a commercial on TV and about whatever food restaurant, and then you're like, oh my God, next thing you know, you're going to Taco Bell. Okay. I mean, there's all kinds of these kind of things just going on before I even kind of looked into the bigger things and like in our TV shows and the symbolisms and just I'm like, whoa. I don't know how we know our ass is from a hole in a wall, really.
That's how the algorithm designed, but it is
Mhm.
designed now, but it is personalized to each and every single individual.
Tailored to us. And we
Yes.
get that thrown in our faces too. They're like, "Oh, it's just because you're looking for that type of stuff." And I'm just like,
No,
Is it really
it's
that?"
for you. It's actually that's how it's changed around. It is actually literally looking for you. It knows how long you hovered over an ad before you didn't click on it. It knows the color of that ad. It knows what the words in that ad. It has different samples of that ads that it will show you to get you to click on it or not.
Just like slot machines. Just
Exactly.
like our phones. Yeah. I mean, it's wild when you start kinda getting into that. It can be a little scary. I'm not gonna lie, a little intimidating,
Um,
because it's just like, how far does this go?
Well, you should be intimidated because it is scary, and
Mhm.
this has been part of the world that I've been involved in. Yeah.
I got a
Yeah.
question for you, Lynn, but I want to also, okay, now I'm more confused. What does Nate have to do with this? Mad Donut. So simple explanation here. Nate
Nothing. Could
is
be.
one
I
of,
don't know.
yeah. I mean, and this is just some simple connections. Nate Eaton is LDS. He runs, well, he's the news director for
He
East.
actually owns stock or, he bought a percentage of East Idaho News. East Idaho News, well, if you know, that Nate was first in Hawaii to get, that footage of Lori. And also these true crime cases, there's a lot of similar things all across the board in other cases, just choose a different character or a different person to do such and such. But anyways, Frank Vandersloot is the wealthiest man in Idaho, and he's actually he's a billionaire. He's and he happens to live in Idaho Falls, Idaho, which is right there by Rexburg. And actually, the Lauren's friend who put on the memorial for the children during Chad's trial, I was starting to learn about all these kind of things. Following the money. And the theater where the event was held, that was offered to my mom, and Larry, on a venue. We could either have it outside or we could have it indoors. And so since the trial was going on and everything overweight in Boise, we still had to travel to Rexburg and everything, uh, just for that, uh, memorial service. And so we're in the theater and I'm just like, I know at that point, I'm thinking in my mind, like, okay, I know that I've learned about how the last name Carr, Carr, a lot of these ritual abuse survivors and all these cases that I've been kind of looking at, in the background, um, they tend to be, or these elite type people, these generationalists, I guess. I don't know. But they tend to like revolve around art, music, dance, acting, these type of arts, I guess you could say, these type of jobs or careers. I don't know. And so whenever okay, so before you got to the theater, they had set up a thing where we could go, and like JJ's jacket was there with the Eminem, the Eminem jacket, and pictures of Tylee and JJ. Just it was beautiful. It really was. I mean, I'm really thankful for Lauren's friend for doing that. And whomever helped put that together. However, there were my mom had came over, and she was like, "Well, we're thinking about doing a memorial, you know." And I was like, "During Judge trial?" And she was like, "Yep, we're going to be up there, so we just want to get it done." And I was like, "Hmm." And so I was like, two things, like I was just trying to, I don't know, make a statement, I guess. I was like, "Can we not have any Mormon blessings, please? Because that's kind of how we got here in the first place." And she was like, "I didn't even think about that." Like, whoa. I mean, that's pretty profound when you think about it. And so there were none. We had
That's good.
I don't even know where he came from, the guy that came and talked. But yeah, so that wasn't there. And I also was like, can I stream it? Can we not have all the news agencies, And again, I think this is kind of where they just kind of just show up and just they're prepared, I'm not. So they have all the things, and they got their team, and I don't have a team. I just have, my wonderful moderators. But anyways, it's just so, and it ended up being streamed to East Idaho News and Hidden True Crime, I want to say, but it also was streamed to my channel too, but anyway, so as I'm walking through that area where they have all the mementos and everything of the kids and all that, and then so I went outside to smoke a cigarette, and I looked at the front of the building, and it said Lockheed Martin, like they had I can't put my thoughts together again today. Damn, it's 3 days in a row. um Whoever revamped the shopping mall that the theater was part of, it was donated by or sponsored by Lockheed Martin. And then, so when after I got home, I went and looked on the website, and I found, where East Idaho News backed up the museum and the theater that it was held at, and so you start kind of following the money. You start seeing in the background who's sponsoring what, who's doing what, where, and it just becomes this whole new world of, oh my God, this interconnectedness, and their hands are in everything, and just a little bit more about Frank. Okay. Who actually bought East Idaho News. It was one of 4 or 5 stations that he bought back in the day, from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Frank Vandersloot is Mormon. He was also, I mean, he's going to tie into Governor Cox, okay, and Cox Communications and all that stuff. He's everywhere, turns out. And he's also the Secret Santa that Nate Eaton does, every year, which is the most beautiful stories, right?
Just make sure I understand this correctly, okay? So, Frank Vandersloot owns East Idaho News. Okay,
Part of it.
Part of it.
Well, yeah, but Nate does too now. Yeah.
And okay, so Nate co-owns East Idaho News with Frank Vandersloot. Frank Vandersloot is also tied into the Cox family, which owns the large Cox Communications. Wow.
And he was a big campaign chair or whatever for Mitt Romney. I mean, I've seen articles on East Idaho News over the past few years that I'm just like, why? That's weird, I don't know. It just struck me. So I took screenshots, of like Eric Trump or Trump Jr., whatever the hell. I don't know everybody's names and stuff, y'all. But he would go, and they had private meetings. And then like the state representative from my state, Mike Johnson, I think his name is, the House Speaker of the House or whatever, House Speaker for Trump. he's going and speaking at Malaluka, which is owned also by Frank Vandersloot.
And
Actually, Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, Ian Pulowski, her now husband, he worked for Malaluka. And I also had heard a rumor, and I don't know how to substantiate this besides somebody coming forward and validating it, but that Chad and Ian knew each other apparently because they allegedly were sacrificing a cat in the church. So,
oh my
I mean, Chad Daybell had a calling at the church. He was in there with the bishop, like he was a ward clerk. But nobody tells you that because it's a little bit hidden.
Now, how are Frank Vandersloot and the Cox family connected, if you know?
So, my understanding is that Frank married his first wife, and now I feel a little like I'm doubting myself here. I just uncovered this the other day or a few streams ago. I'm trying to think of where I saw it. Well, anyway, like his brother-in-law, I want to say, I don't want to misspeak. So let me try and find that because I'm looking at his stuff right now. So let's just kind of pass on that one for right now. We'll go back to it
Okay.
until I can find the
This whole
accurate.
conversation is reminding me that Lauren's channel is called Hidden True Crime, and I've always wondered why she came up with the name Hidden.
A cult, right? Hidden is a cult. A cult is hidden. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're not dumb. You're not dumb. But and some people I saw comments before, like on when we were on Granny's watching or whatever, where they're like, thank you. I couldn't pinpoint what it was, but I believe this is what it is. Plus she's from there,
Right. Yeah, some people in the chat were asking, so how does this tie into Lauren and John? So that
I
was
don't know. I don't know. This is kind of a new development, right? I saw for myself, where they were in these Facebook groups being, like promoting themselves, like basically trying to get the attention of my mom and dad. I think that's what it looked like to me. And then they did. And then here we are. Okay. There's a lot of division. There's a lot of, obviously, Awen said that, there was this Facebook group that were trying to keep me controlled, to literally keep me quiet, keep me from asking questions, keep me from causing a big stir, right? That's what it looks like to me now. And then if they're close to my parents, then they can just say, oh, no, that has nothing to do with the church. That has nothing to do. No, it's more this. I think it's this. Here, well, let me show up on some documentaries. Oh, let me represent, and let me present myself as, there was this video that Lauren did in the very beginning of everything, when they were kind of entering the scene, I guess, with the podcast. And she did a video where she was so upset about her faith, her religion, her church, right? And it pissed me off so bad because I was just like, how are you going to sit here and cry over your beliefs, but it's okay for every Friday night, everybody's just, sending super chats and, building up your brand, girl. And then, you're going to sit here and say and act persecuted. Like you're just so persecuted. Just
So-
like I've seen the church do.
So she was
even.
upset over the church being persecuted?
She was upset because people are asking questions about Mormon or saying stuff about Mormonism or learning the facts of the case and how it does tie to Mormonism and the belief system, in my opinion. I don't care how much they try to distance it.
Right.
It looks that way. So if Lauren is being one way in front of her audience and then being another way on other platforms, why? I think it's important to ask. And then finding out that the church is actually contacting influencers. They have a whole strengthening church committee that does this, just like the CIA. They have people that go and watch. They're watching us. Hello,
Absolutely. Yeah,
to
no
see
question.
how we're in. That's why all the bigger platforms like Candace Owens, like Joe Rogan, like all these, they're controlled opposition. They're getting all these they can talk about these weird things and make TikToks and all the things, they're okay. They got sponsors. They are paid.
And just
Well-
to be clear, because somebody mentioned it in the chat, the Cox Communications family is not the same as the Lori Cox's family.
No.
It's not Lori
I mean,
Vallow.
as far as right now, no.
Yeah, not
I
as far as
haven't done that. I haven't found that. Nope. Now, but it has to do with like, I mean, look at, I don't know, it just is gross. It's really just a lot of connections, a lot of people, a lot of money, a lot of narrative control,
right,
a lot of suppression,
right.
a lot of things that the church has been doing over the years too. Where even with Chad Daybell in his speech that the day that he met Lori, okay, so this was October 26, 2018 in St. George, Utah at a Preparing a People conference. Lauren had a source that gave her the speech for that day. She shares it on her channel. She's the only one that has it because, her content is hers. Nobody else can have it. Not those kind of things. Like everybody else has, like Denise Rainey, like she was the first to publish this weird podcast between Jason Mount, Melanie Gibb, and Lori, and how all the ones that had published those podcasts, the Mormon podcast, the like Preparing a people, and how they'll private things, and so we've not been able to access those things. So it was a collective effort at first, because everybody we were finding things everywhere, and they would publish them, and so I was noticing so many things were disappearing, and I don't know, I have like this visceral reaction where I'm like, oh my God, I have to get it on screen record. I pay a lot of money for all my 5 storage accounts, because I was so paranoid because I was like, oh my God, it's going to disappear, and so I would actually have to capture these things, and because they do disappear, people.
Oh, I remember that back in the day when all of this started breaking and people were learning that Lori and Melanie Gibb and the Preparing a People were doing all these podcasts, and people were trying to capture it and they were disappearing.
Yeah, I call it the 404B. Scrubbing bubbles were coming out strong and hard.
Yeah.
They are out on the town right now, and so people who care about their image is what I've come to the point of knowing or believing. When they care so much about the image, they delete things. They're the dirty deleters, the ones that keep only the, like I would say Ruby Frankie's sister, Bonnie, she'll go and delete all the negative comments. And I'm like, oh my God.
Right. Like they delete what they can, what the content that they have control over, they'll scrub off the internet. And then if the content they don't have control over, they will flood the zone with their own content so that it pushes all the other content out.
Or yes, perfect. Or they show up in our comments.
Yes.
And troll.
Right.
Because they can't stand it.
Right.
Cannot stand it. That's one way to tell. That's a good one. But it's just like I said, it's disappointing because you think it's just the missing kids in this case of just these 2 loons, right? That's how they would like us to believe. Okay. But that's not the case at all. There's, I believe, more people involved, more people that were kept safe, controlled, like let's control this narrative.
Yeah. And going back to Nate Eaton, and he was the person to be on the ground in Hawaii to get Lori on camera. You have to wonder, how was he tipped off?
He shares it somewhere, but I forget where. I'm
sorry, what?
He does share, that he was tipped off, and even in his interview with Lori, she confronted him about it. Actually, now that I say that, hey, I'm gonna look for that. I'm gonna look for that because
I remember that she was like, Nate. She was so confrontational.
Stay on the boat. Stay on the boat, Nate.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God.
Get in the boat, boy.
Oh my God, she's such a piece of work. Jesus.
I've always wondered that, who tipped him off, because how did he get there and know that? I mean, that was so strange. And then For anybody, yes, it is like East Idaho News is basically locally owned with multiple people. He's the news director.
But he's
I
not like Nate Eden. I mean, he's not like a lot of people are like they praise him, but they don't understand that it's not like where Justin Lum works.
right, it's not
Where
like
a
station.
beat reporter. Yeah.
But so having worked with the media half my life, I know it's not, it's totally like standard operating procedure for the police to tip off a reporter that they trust that
Yeah.
something is going down. That's how we get a lot of news,
Breaking
news, right? But this new knowledge that I have about the ownership of East Idaho News is just interesting to me. That's all. That's why it starts.
Me too. I'm. It's okay to ask questions.
Yeah.
It's okay. Like people trip out. When people start asking questions, maybe because it's uncomfortable for them. Even like it's just uncomfortable. And I understand, but we have to I'm going to say this quote, we have to get comfortable talking about uncomfortable things if we want change, like real change. If we keep doing the same thing over and over again, I mean, we're just that's insanity. So
exactly. The motto on my channel is we repeat what we don't repair.
Yeah. So how do we know what the root of the problem is if we don't ever find it, and identify it and then acknowledge it and then address it, like all these things have to kind of go in order, like this is how this works, I think. Yeah. Grunge says, doing a positive story on someone can win them an election. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I remember whenever Rona was happening and I was like, why are they wanting us to go and get that, something that would prevent us from dying. Okay. That's a pretty big, reason, to go get it. In my mind, but then they're offering like, if you do go do this, then they incentivize it, always incentivized with like, you get a chance to win $1 million. And I was like, what is this? Is this some kind of circus shit right here? And I mean, don't get me wrong, I did go get it because I thought they would keep me from flying up to Rexburg. And I did. I was like, they're not going to tell me this shit, And so I played myself, but just saying it still bothered me. And people were shaming other people. I mean, I listened. This is when I was like, y'all are like my mom. And she's like, we're going to go here. And not immediately in the thick of it or anything, but I'm like, that's why y'all keep getting it. I ain't never got it, Like, I'm just saying, like, I have social distance for sure. And then I found out that was like, I was born to do that. I didn't know.
The chat wants to know where you found the information that CrimeCon was owned by Mormons.
From a lady that I watch. Her name is oh shit, I shared it at the end of my live stream yesterday. Starts with S. Starkey Farms or something.
CrimeCon is owned by Fox now, just so everybody knows. Pink Seat, but if you go into
yeah, hey,
there, here I can pull. Give me a second. Let me pull something up. It's actually used to be Pink Seat that they own CrimeCon and the Crime Cruise, and they were just bought out by a Fox. Let me pull it up.
Affiliate. Thank you, Katie Grace. Yeah, she said Starkey. Where to go? Starkey Farmstead. Thank you, Katie Grace. Yeah, I found her, and I mean, again, I just kind of listen. I pay attention when I hear something. My ears perk.
Why do I keep wanting to call them everything but their name? It's Red Seat, not Pink Seat. I'm just renaming.
It's like the Pink Pony's sister.
Yeah.
You just like pink, so you want to call it pink.
I actually can't stand the color.
Is it related to the red shoes? Is it related to red shoes? Just asking for a friend.
Possibly. Here is this. Let me pull it up so you guys can see. And then you can go into people connected with these organizations. February 2025, Fox announced the acquisition of Red Seat Ventures, a leading business in the creator economy that powers talent across a range of genres. as they build their direct-to-consumer media businesses. Red Seat Ventures will operate as a standalone entity within Fox's Tubi Media Group. And then you can go on from there, and then you can take it further. We're not going to, I mean, if we need to, we can go into it, but you can break down like who these people are and then their backgrounds.
Yeah, it's very telling, y'all. I'm telling you, it's like orchestrated, allegedly. Well, I did pull up the interview for Nate, and I have it shared. I don't know if you want to share it.
I can do that right here.
Just let me know when you do, and I'll
Okay.
push play.
Give me 1 second.
No,
I gotta take mine off.
just kidding. I'm jealous because you're outside,
I'm
and
sorry.
I hear the wind kicking out here. I want to go out there so bad,
I need to.
but I also want to talk about this too.
Here's the Nate and Lori interview. Sorry, we are kind of all over the place we're trying to answer questions and still like have an open discussion. So if it feels really disjointed or disconnected, just bear with us. We'll wrap it all around. If we need to go further, and I can go into the names of the people with the pink seat, red seat, and all of that, we can do that too. And then just, yeah, here is your interview.
And I'm just know, like, I don't believe we're not accusing anybody of or anything. We're just trying to put things together, maybe, and just kind of, sift it out. That's how I do all information. I just kind of sift through it, and then it is what it is. I just kind of collectively hold it in my mind, and then something triggers something, and I'm like, oh, well, what about this?
So what I'm taking away from it is really that that in the LDS church, on the leadership level, especially, there is a culture of controlling information and the narrative. And that filters all throughout. It's almost like you are expected as a member of the church to speak in a certain way, especially
at a certain time, when somebody is questioning the church. Yes, that's
what I'm getting from it. And there's various levels of that. So you get to the Lori level, and it's well, I'm going to kill you, So
I think, then you have the bloodline thing at the very core of it.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. Welcome to my world. All right, ready? And get ready to be triggered.
Your expert's going to say, like, what do you mean they paid him?
Oh, come on now. She done froze it. Her face is froze, and now she's froze. Hold on. I don't know what's doing that.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, it's been buffering a lot lately.
Do you want me to take it down and then try to reload it? Oh, there it goes. Maybe.
Is it? I'll re-hit it. Hopefully that's where it was.
Sometimes
I don't know.
Does
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Let me remove it and see if we can redo it. Oh, well, why isn't it removing it on my side? Oh, I removed Kresha.
Girl, I know. I'm figuring it.
I don't know what I'm doing over here. There you go.
I'm gonna stop figuring and then
try again.
Yeah, it's even saying if playback doesn't begin shortly, try restarting your device. I might have to. I'll be back.
That's weird. How it does.
I'm just gonna restart it because it told me that earlier too. So I'll be back.
Okay, restart your device. Do you want me to drop you still got your link?
Yeah.
Oh, you're still go. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna be back.
Okay. We're figuring it out. She'll bring that back up here. I think it's hard, Lynn. Here's a question for you. Well, Crush has gone. And since you've worked in marketing in this world, is it typical for, well, I guess I can't ask that.
Ask whatever you want.
Is this shocking to you that a church would have so many people in places for what looks like narrative control or here's my theory. Let me just explain this. So when the internet, social media became a thing, because one thing in the LDS belief system is they don't like people, their own members, to be able to question or gain information. They do not think information is power. It's actually backhanded for them. So with the invitation, the social media really exploded, and they could not get ahead of what people were learning, their own members, and attempting to recruit. I believe that they developed a new strategy instead of, they can't control what people are going to see. So if we curate our own type of media to them, then we can kind of control the narrative still. Is that pretty typical with media companies?
Yes, exactly. That is precisely what happens. That is bang on. Just like how we learned that Annie owned her own snark pages on.
Oh my gosh, I'm still struggling with that. Nobody else is. So I'm like, why am I struggling with this and nobody else is? I find that to be so disingenuous. And it's a business move. You're trying to silence your critics or people having an area. So you go buy what?
I don't know I don't know how snark pages work. So I don't know if you buy them or not, but
True.
So I've worked with organizations, and I've never been a fan of this. Okay. But I have worked with organizations who had people who would go into comment, and this is way back before there was social media. Okay. This was more when there were blogs or, just comment sections and things like that. And they would go in with, anonymous accounts and make comments that were positive for that company or whatever. And, and they would be, that was shisty to be like, actually that company representative, but going in and saying great things, pretending to be a Joe Public. Right. So, they would do everything from that to, starting to, a lot of companies started to do was basically start their own publishing business in-house. Like, Microsoft did that. All kinds of companies did that, where they would just start publishing their own propaganda. And, I'm not trying to imply that they're lying about their companies, but they're definitely going to publish information that's a lot more positive and a lot more, marketing focused, because they can't control what the media ultimately is going to publish about them when they do when they're working with, like Fox News or CBS or a newspaper or something like that. So yes, that is I'm absolutely sure that's what they did.
Well, and that's why I think we see, again, going back to this, just in case people don't, I read this the other day. Oh, where'd it go? The Mormon Church has absolutely been paying influencers to kind of curtail their image on social media. And they are in my opinion, in every genre, every sector, everything you can imagine. And they're saying, oh, it's only $300-400 a post. That's a lot of flipping money.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money to keep the image of a church. But again, multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Yep. And that's why, that's why a lot of people don't really get the grasp of how vast, money creates power, because this is the type of thing that it can do. It can have such a hidden influence on what you are seeing every single day come across your screen.
Yeah. It's really curated.
Yes.
You back?
I'm back, allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm in the portal.
Have to change your name to a.
Are you in the potty portal?
Always in the damn potty portal. Portal people. Right. Anyways, if you're old like me, then you're like, hoop, there it is. Anyways. All right. Now that I shared my age ish.
No, you don't.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so yeah, what were y'all talking about? Y'all were talking about the influence, how they're trying to get influencers to
basically buying off influence, paying influence per post or
there. And you know who was over that in the church was M. Russell Ballard. And so, like, when Tim Ballard wrote the American Covenant, he, we found out that M. Russell Ballard changed and like removed all of the LDS terminology and made it more appealing to a wider Christian audience. Okay. And then the church started removing Moroni. Did I just flicker or something? Am I here? Am I here?
You're here. I just put up the infamous whiteboard backroom meeting slide really quick. I like to throw that in there anytime I get a chance.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's it's basically the whiteboard prophecy is what I call it, because this is the same movement that this is my family, this is it.
This is all connected. And that's not M. Russell Ballard that was up on top of that whiteboard. That's Tim Ballard. But Tim Ballard, just for anybody, a side note too, the first $1 million Tim Ballard was given was by Glenn Beck from Blaze
and Paul Hutchinson.
And Paul Hutchinson. Yep. They were the first big donors to what Tim Ballard eventually ended up doing. And then there's so much crossover with that whole thing. And you think of Blaze Media and how much they control.
Yep.
Too, like it.
Think about Frank Vandersloot, and I'm gonna pull up a story. I mean, again, I wish I could do so many things while I'm talking, but so Adam Steed was somebody on Lauren's channel. Like, they interviewed him. She also interviewed him the day that Jody Hildebrandt, the day that Jody and Ruby were sentenced. He grabbed the mic from another reporter and just started talking on the courtroom steps. And I was so glad, because he is the whistleblower for the Boy Scouts of America abuse scandal, and he's from Pocatello too. I want to say Lauren's from around there as well. Pocatello is not far from Rexburg and not far from Frank Vandersloot. So on his Mormon Stories podcast that he did during the Jody and Ruby stuff, that has been taken down since, but there are still links to get to it. He claimed, and you had to really be paying attention, I think, but he said that whenever his mom and dad, because mainly they were iced out, by everybody. They were shunned. His dad worked for the church, no longer did. He was married to this girl. And then they did just like all these other cases that have been in the news where the church recommends and even pays sometimes for couples or Mormons to go see these therapists, and then things go they go crazy and there's abuse. David Hamblin is one of those who the church recommended. Jody Hildebrandt's another one of those. I mean, there's other ones that have been accused and even convicted of these kind of things, and that the church has paid for. So he started talking about how his mom and dad, they're behind the change in legislation in Idaho for what's it called, the statutes of limitations, to widen that so that you can be a little older whenever, before they say, oh, no, technicality, you can't, you can't accuse anyone. And it's sometimes later in life when people start remembering their abuse. Okay. That's by design, I believe. And so the day that they were doing the award, presenting him and his parents with an award, he said this, and I was like, holy crap. And then I started digging into it, and you'll understand. Frank Vandersloot had paid, he said, this is how he said it. He said like $10,000 to $100,000 for these like mobile advertising things. Basically going against what Adam Seed was getting an award for, for the legislation change. It was a big old to do. And so at the same time of all this, and then so I actually have an interview of Nate Eaton from another from another news station in Idaho, really young, got lots of hair, right? Where he's interviewing Frank Vandersloot. And Frank Vandersloot tells us in his own words why he bought these stations from Bonneville Communications, from the church. He didn't say all that, and it turned it into Riverbend Communications, and what owns East Idaho News Today, what would be covering my family's own digesting. Like, it's a journal basically covering it in grave detail, and I believe, and I have found that it's a little whitewashed. Okay. And I will die on that hill. And I'm not the only one that has,
It
come
is.
to this conclusion. But then when you factor in all the other things, like not ever even extending an interview with, not that I'm not important. So I don't want people to be like, oh, well, like coming at me with that. No, I'm just, so, Trina K mentioned in opening statements, I want to say that sometimes the evidence is the lack of, and this is what I'm pointing out, that it just so happened that, like, even Lori Hellis claims that her book was given out by Lauren, who got it from Nate. These are just things that I didn't really know. I'm like, why would Nate even really have Lauren's email address? Like, that's just interesting. I didn't know that from, face value. So it just kind of makes you wonder what's going on behind the scenes. It does me. And again, my family was, 3 members of my family were murdered, and my mom was marked to be, I believe. Okay. So there was more evidence of that being so than not, is what I'm saying. So it's like, I just kind of look into these things, and it's really, I've gotten more answers from my research than anything. It's a collective, like, I can't for sure say, oh, well, this is why, but I get a lot closer of the possibilities, that confirm and or not. I don't know. It's crazy.
Well,
Was your mom? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lynn. Go ahead.
Was your mom ever put down on one of those lists?
What list?
On one of
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
dark ones? She was.
Yeah, they even gave her a zombie name of Rhonda.
Oh my God.
That came out at trial.
And
Brandon was
my brain is not good for details, but wow.
right.
Wow.
I feel you. Yeah. It's cray. And so when you go study and research into the Ervil LeBaron cult, that was one of the first cults I came across, and I remember finding it odd, and good but odd, that whenever those women and children were killed at the border, from the
Yes.
recently, where their reservation was. Yeah, I found it interesting that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints had written a public apology to that sect. And I was like, well, right? That's what you expect. And then you say, well, that's what you expect, right? And I mean that with a little anger behind it. Like, why didn't they do that for actual members of their effing church? How are they extending the olive branch to somebody they excommunicated allegedly 40, 50 years ago, but they're not addressing actual children that were murdered? But they know about it because they're saying, hey, we're reminding you of a policy to not participate in investigations and or whatever, because you might implicate the church. And then they're saying,
were they apologizing for not, I didn't see that. Were they apologizing for not protecting them down there or something?
No, they were just saying, sorry, we heard about the whatever,
it was like the
tragedy.
General, oh, sorry to hear about it. Oh,
publicly. That's all I expected from the church.
Yeah.
It's just, it doesn't mean you're, admitting involvement. It just means that's the Christian thing to do, right? That's my first thing. All these people were acting so godly and so religious, and maybe that's just it. Maybe they're just religious. Okay. And because that's the undertone here, is this judgy, shameful, just a lot of manipulation. Okay. Denial, deflection, projection, just a lot of this kind of stuff. They won't, anyways, it's toxic. It's very toxic. Be one way to your face and then, backstabbing you, waging war on you like they did Charles, Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, and likely Joe. I do believe Joe was the first victim. Or
I do too. I'm with you on that.
I think that if we leave Lauren unchecked, okay, if she doesn't realize what she's doing, I see a lot of Lori behavior like-minded behavior is what I call it, in her. And it's very reminiscent of, I'm not comparing it, but it's just kind of reminiscent of what happened with Charles, Lori, him trying to get her help, her, saying, it's like what I was saying earlier, how if you tell somebody they're in a cult, they're like, oh my God, you're blocked. They're not very respondent to that. So what's a better way to try and get somebody to snap out of it before they burn their, what did she say, false kingdom down? Just saying. This is just a copy repeat. So what happened with Lauren? Where did she get, it looks, and this is just me, okay? I'm just being open. This is what I do. I say things that people are like, "Oh my God," but did she get MK'd, It's very
Well,
weird, and it's also a common denominator in all of this is Thom Harrison. He was in her ward. She also told me in a text message a long time ago that, because I was telling her about the sex abuse, alleged sex abuse ring in Bountiful, and about David Hamblin. She never would cover these things, by the way. And she says she was in the same ward as Dick and Brenda Miles, Brenda Miles is Nelson, Russell Nelson's daughter. And it just seemed, and there are kind of allegations out there that he kept the heat off, allegedly, of all that from it going anywhere. Because lawsuits were had and everything. So go ahead.
I've wondered a lot recently about, could Lauren, and this is just, again, I'm thinking out loud, so take it for what it is, everybody that's hearing us talk, could Lauren be having pressure applied to her because of XYZ? And this is some of what we are seeing with her behavior too. Like, because we know within the patriarchy, I mean, she don't really have a voice, if we're being honest. Within the LDS church, women are to be seen and not heard. Sorry.
And John's not a member. So,
Right.
you kind of take these factors in, but she came and she made a big dent. People really go to her and look to her for their information about this case.
Yeah.
So when you start seeing these authoritative talking heads, basically, that have, I mean, like, if anybody's going to dig in, I thought Lauren was going to be that one. And she did, to an extent, just like they dug in with the trials, but after it all ends, you're like, well, okay, well, it's a lot of information. It's information overload. And then you're just kind of, once you figure out where all the information goes, then you're like, okay, well, I have so many questions around Tylee's murder. Like, I have questions a lot about the kids and the affiliations, and like, why was Operation Underground Railroad sponsored by Chad's freaking company? I thought he only made $2,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't add up.
Right.
And yeah, it's crazy.
There's a lot of things that don't add up. And to this comment, y'all read too much into this. We're not reading into anything. These connections exist. You just have to, again, we're not being conspiracy theorists or anything. Yes, some of these things are
There's
opinions.
receipts. I just can't produce them on tap, and I'd like to see somebody else try.
But everything, like,
crazy.
these people connect, these backgrounds connect. The things that we're speaking on are not formed in these wild conspiracies. These are actual connections. When you dig back into seeing, okay,
when you follow the money.
Yeah, you felt, well, not only that, just the belief system of how we got here, that these horrific crimes are being committed, and the connecting factors. It's wild. You can't unsee it. There is nothing you can do to unsee it.
And I'm always going to be digging into this. I'm always going to be reading into this. This is what, I mean, obviously this is the route I took. So, I mean, my family members were murdered. So this is why I do what I do. I figured that buys me a lifetime platform.
You also, I think the reason why Lauren did cover some of the more in-depth places is because you forced that hand. If you think about it, you were really digging in and figuring out, okay, now who's connected to who and who's doing what. They didn't have a way of really covering that up. So somebody had to kind of go, but she didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't
So
go
if we can keep Larry and Kay kind of love bombed, invite them to Crime Con and just do all these things, that's why I think a lot of these family members are in the dark. They don't really realize what's going on behind the scenes.
Well, they can't. It's chaos too.
They're
It's
love bombed. They're bombarded with grief and dealing with things. And then on top of that, you got like what we're seeing play out right now, the drama. And I don't want a part of it. Mom, we don't want a part. Nobody wants a part of the drama, I don't think. Not in the family members, in my opinion, that I've seen.
no,
You
just
know,
wanna heal.
huh?
You want to heal.
I mean, just we want to process, but then when it becomes like I don't know a comparison because this is the way this case played out. But when I found out, it was going public and realized what that meant, it's a blessing and a curse because, oh my God, this is my family. I'm protective. I just want to be protective. I
Mhm.
just want to, save the memory. Like, I don't want people to, exploit, even though I didn't know all this terminology, right? I wasn't able to apply these kind of things to real life, but I've had so much time to think about this stuff. And like just them being on Dateline, I was like, well, how do I share our story? Okay. How do I share it and just document it without infringing on somebody's copyright? Then I'm like, well, how do they get to just like own it? Like kind of what happened with the strike. Like how do you strike somebody when I'm playing your content of my family, which is the original content? I don't know. I mean, I understand, but it's like it's so insidious. It's so weird. It's just out there. Like,
Krisha, I'd like to give you a little bit of the like public perspective, but
okay.
from a perspective of somebody who has been on, also creating on YouTube all for this amount of time as well. Because I've seen families that get involved in the drama right away. I've seen
Mhm.
families that never, ever, ever get involved in the drama. And then I've seen the in between. And what I saw happen with your family was that you had the potential to get involved in the drama and you didn't because there were several of you who were starting YouTube channels to tell your, to
An
start.
outlet, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, you needed to vent, you needed to create an outlet to share what you knew. You were trying to put together your own pieces. There were so many of you. You came from so many different sides, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then also there were people like Lauren and there were all these news people who were getting in touch with you and you were sharing information back and forth. But
Made you feel safe, made
yeah,
you feel protected under a guise of I got you.
exactly. But it never came to whether there was like drama happening behind the scenes between all of you. That never came to surface, at least for me.
Nobody would know. Yeah.
Right.
No.
And I think that's the way to handle it.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for any of the drama that might have happened behind the scenes. That was totally unnecessary, because I personally don't feel like it's okay to too deeply to get too close to a family member when you're a content creator. I just don't feel good about that, but so that's why it was so fucking disappointing to see what happened with Lauren, to see that she did so much.
It is. And then I saw through a lot of things. Like I said, 2021, I've been sitting on it for like 4 years
Yeah.
and some change, and I've had to like swallow it and get over it.
And also I could actually kind of tell that was happening as well. You know what I mean? And that's what I kind of admired your family, because I could tell that it's inevitable for drama to happen in these situations, especially when you're talking to YouTubers and when you have your own channels, because it's inevitable for there to be a little bit of competition because you're sharing subscribers and there's different sides of the story or different facts coming out and that stuff.
Or to kind of be marked as like off limits too. I've kind of felt that too.
Yeah. Well, and then I didn't see that part of it, but now I'm hearing more of that formulate into, well, there's like the people who are LDS and the people who aren't LDS, or people who are no more mo or whatever.
Never knows.
Yeah, never mo, and then there's no more anymore or whatever. But
Exmo, you got all the different camps. Yeah. I
Yeah.
never ran into such a labelistic
I
situation till this happened. And I was like, I don't know the difference between orthodox. What are you saying? I don't even know what that means. You know, like I don't label things.
People thought you guys were Mormon too. A lot of people assume.
Hell no.
I know. And I'm like, wait, how did people assume that your family was Mormon? That was never like,
I know.
people still ask that today. Crush
And ask who Dr. John is. I'm like, no, does he don't even have that look. There's a look. I'm sorry, there's a look.
There is 100%.
I'm not the first one to talk about it.
There's also a smell, and I'm not being mean. I'm not
I've
saying
heard you talk about it. Oh my God.
but there is absolutely like a standard perfume within the Utah Mormon Church for the men and the
I'm
women.
sure it's an essential oil.
Oh, likely. Young women.
Nonsense. Do you think they smelled that way when they came to Beej's door?
Possibly.
Whose door?
Inside joke. Don't worry.
My God.
It's a total sidebar. Don't worry about it.
It's a fun one though. It's a wild one.
Well, I mean, I know what I kind of understand what you're saying. It's like when I'd go to catechism, there was a certain smell, you know?
Yeah. And I'm
saying,
not being rude or anything. There's certain colognes that they use. There are certain perfumes that they use. There are essential oils that they use. And there is a specific look, especially in Utah, Southern Idaho. There is. I'm sorry. It's just after living in Utah for 5 years, right in West Valley, and going to, like, we went to church all the time at the ward. I'm not Mormon, never been Mormon, but I was
crazy.
vested. We went to general conference and everything. I did my legwork there because I couldn't understand, like, everything in Utah is controlled by the church, and people say that and you're like, no, it's not. Like, that's not.
It is.
It is.
Idaho too. I was worried because it was 97, 98%, saturated Mormonism. I mean, you have BYUI there, and
right.
Chad had connections to BYU. He'd go right there,
Hopefully this won't take us too far off topic. I don't think. But do you guys know who Brian Johnson is? He's the
name sounds familiar.
He was in a Netflix documentary.
Oh yeah, yes,
called "Don't Die."
Yep,
the man who wants to live forever.
Goes into transhumanism.
Yes, he was my client. He was my client, you guys.
Oh Lord!
And
wow!
Oh my God! He smelled that way.
I can see it. I can see it. I mean, just so tell everybody why, what he was doing. What is he doing?
Oh my gosh. He wants to find the hack that will allow humans to live forever. That's what he's
doing what?
Too much. It's
isn't he using like his children's blood or something?
It's really, honestly, it's kind of
that goes into this though. That is at the core of this. And I mean, I can't say it because it's very controversial, very conspiratorial. And
there is, yes, he did transfuse his child's blood into his.
That's what's happening.
Yes, but he also has a very, very strict regiment that he does every day with his food and his exercise and his sleep, and he goes into a chamber every day, like I don't know how, and he's fabulously rich because he sold Venmo to PayPal.
That sounds like Peter Thiel then, right there.
Kind of like, he's not as rich as Peter Thiel, but almost. So he's very hyper focused on that. I have to tell you guys, I seriously have never met a nicer, more genuinely authentic, wonderful human being. He was one of my favorite clients I've ever worked with. I enjoyed every moment of it. But at the same time, I was absolutely horrified to see what he looked like in that Netflix documentary from the person that I worked with 10 years ago.
That's interesting. I'm glad you shared that.
Yeah.
I mean, it just gives a little bit of insight into him, versus what we've seen put in public. That's what I like. That
and he tells
it's
his origin story, and he comes from LDS, and he went on his mission and in Ecuador, and he came back and had a complete crisis. And he came back, he got married, he had 5 children, and he had a crisis, and everything changed. And but part of that was becoming rich by founding a company and then eventually selling it to PayPal and becoming very rich. And that was when I met him, was right after he sold his company to PayPal.
Wow.
Tell me when you're ready for me to put that up, Crusha.
I'm done.
Well, I pulled the Spring Thibodeau up because it was in my 2 years, memories. So I was like, wow, interesting.
Oh, wow.
You can pull it up if you want to. I mean, it's just it's like a memory thing that it puts together on Google Photos.
Yep, that's Blaze's mom.
Yeah, this is Spring. Oh crap! I keep pushing pause. Damn it! And then okay. I hope it halts, even though it looks like it's still going. It does. Oh my god! It's like a runaway train. Okay, stop. Well, we'll just look at the damn thing. Okay, I turned the music off, but this is like Blaze right here. A typical teenager. They said his name was Isaiah. I mean, I don't know. This is the uncle, kind of like Alex Cox vibes, right?
Uncle,
Ish.
that's what it was. Yes, the uncle.
Yeah, her brother, and he wrote like a letter, kind of giving his things away. They were intercepted in Alaska.
Yes, yep. Alaska is where they were
Went into
found.
Canada, and they actually cited Lori Vallow trial, like case, to their case, and it was cited, in Blaze Thibodeau's case. So it's like, wow, it's setting a precedent,
Well, and the police here really reacted. That's my local police, because of your family's tragedy.
That's so fascinating too, because it impacts more than just Lori and Chad, in our family. Like it's just as fascinating because it's so out there, it's so bizarre. And you don't have to be drama. Like this is how I'm like, you don't can't make it any more salacious than it already is.
Yeah.
Like it's got enough drama. I hate drama.
Do you want to try pulling that interview? I'll remove this, and then do you want to try pulling that interview with Nate Eaton and Lori back up?
Yep, I have
If it works
it.
this time.
Let me see. I have
Thank
like
you, everybody
5.
coming in. We're seeing you guys. We're dual streaming, so we're just having an open conversation. Lynn, Crusha, and I are just we started on Granny's. Crusha mentioned MK Ultra. Granny said bye. No,
I hope she's listening. Hey, girl.
she had something to do, so she's like, sounds like this would be perfect for you guys to carry on elsewhere. No.
Yep, you gotta go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah. So
Which is good, because I was soliciting you in the comments yesterday during my live. I didn't know if you heard me or not. I was like, we need to have a conversation.
We do. Yeah. These rabbit holes get deep, and sometimes you feel like you're crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like,
I've asked Jason, my fiance, I'm like, dude, am I crazy? I'm serious. I've asked him. I'm like, I'm not crazy. Am I? Because it is crazy town. It's like an inverted world, or like Alice in Wonderland, or I don't know. It's weird. I wonder, I'm going to share this link with you, and maybe you can play it, because it's starting to act up again. It didn't. As soon as I jumped off with y'all, it was fine. It started playing, but of course now it's acting like an ass. So
sorry.
I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay. And my cat is beeping because it's plugged in, and the cat chewed on the cord. So it shorts out until it just finds its spot, and then it's okay. So
if that happens to anybody else, just know that you can actually put take alcohol on a cotton, like a Q-tip, and you clean all the prongs, like on the charger, even the little charger box, and just all the things, and it'll start making good contact again. That's aside from the cat chewing on it.
Look at that face.
Speaking of faces and Botox
Yeah.
falling.
I had this idea. I wish I was better at making AI videos, because I had this idea of, having a person sitting next to a mirror, and they're sitting there fighting, saying, you know, you you're a gaslighter, you're a liar, you harassed me, you stalked me, you blah blah blah, you blah blah blah, and then they
Mhm.
look in the mirror, and and it's like, no, actually, you're the person who's doing all that. I don't know, there's some way to do that, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah. I'd say it's holding up a mirror to the to the
yeah,
person, because it's exactly what the hell I have watched over and over and over again
yes,
in these cases. Except the one with Dr. John and Lauren, doubling down basically, um, when he was comparing them to Brad Pitt and
yes,
Brangelina. Okay, I was like, I got scared because what
wow.
I'm seeing, it was so bizarre. It actually kind of scared. I was like, it makes me so uncomfortable. What's happening here?
It just gives you a view of the world they're in their own mind.
And they're sitting, like Dr. John is well respected in this space, has been.
Yeah,
And so again, I don't think that credentials, especially when that is your brand, I don't think that's off the damn table. I don't care who you are. You're not
no,
exalted,
I
is what I've
completely
said over
agree.
and over and over again. Hmm?
I completely agree.
Yeah. Like that's your brand.
Can I
So
address
I
this?
think,
It's not my place, but can I address this? I'm so sick of
yeah, I'm not
people
ready.
diminishing this. Like, Crusha is now speaking out against Lauren because Lauren struck her. No, Lauren has done a lot of
I s
things over years.
And I mean, it was a live I did about her. That was the
Yeah.
first time I ever talked, and my mom talked, and Awen talked. Yeah.
I mean,
And another misconception I've read is that, that Lauren did it because I did accidentally share a screenshot that I had. It just was, I'm like, of all times to happen, this is when it happened. And I mean, because I share my screen all the time. I look at my Google Photos, and I was just flipping through them, and bam, there it was. And so everybody's like, "Oh, well, it's because of that." It was a screenshot of her number or whatever, and so I was like, "No." When I looked on the actual copyright, whatever the strike thing from YouTube, it was 18 minutes. So it wasn't just a screenshot or
wait,
something that I could have blurred out because that's what they would have done.
she claimed 18 minutes of your video.
Yeah. And I just have to,
Bullshit.
I
Sorry.
was looking at, because I have it recorded in StreamYard, and it's also on Facebook. She didn't take it down from Facebook. And so it's available there. And then Queen Bee has it too.
It's still on your Facebook. Did you realize that?
Yeah, that's what I just
Okay.
said.
Okay.
Are you
Well,
hearing me?
sorry. No.
I'm like, you don't hear me? Okay.
I cut out on that part. That was my fault. Yes, it's available on your Facebook. I was trying to drop that in your comment section yesterday so they can go to your Facebook and watch it too. No, Ellabella, you're fine. It's just
Yeah.
that's been a narrative ongoing that Crusha is now speaking out because of the strike, but that's what she was doing when she got struck, was speaking out and telling her story about Lauren. So a lot of that's been going around a lot, is the backwards narrative on that.
Yeah. Trying to find reasons of why I'm poking at her.
Right.
Yeah. I also got that I'm jealous. I'm like, oh my God, my head is about to spin. Like we're not even in the same bucket, like it's you can't pair, it's apples and oranges. That's how I look at it.
I
I'm
don't
not a
know.
content creator. I'm here and I have to create content. You know what I'm saying? Like I found a way I had to brand murder, which is disgusting, but that's how this platform works. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been thinking about all these things along the way, and I'm like, this is gross. It's weird.
Saying someone else is jealous is a form of low-key gaslighting, because you're basically saying your experience is not your experience. You are just so crazy that
Hmm.
so crazy with jealousy that you would come out and say things that you don't mean.
Because that makes sense, right? It doesn't make sense. People don't stop. They stop thinking at a certain point, and then they don't go any further with that.
Yeah.
you know And I mean, I'm this way too. We're blind to a lot of things, just by our own biases, and our cognitive dissonance. It kicks in and we're like, whoa. But anyways, let's let this broad talk right here. This other broad on the screen with us.
To anybody coming in, you have we're dual streaming right now. We're on Crush's and mine, and Lynn's up here with us. So if you're getting confused of where you're at, you guys, a lot of you are in Crush's live, some of you are in my live, and we are combined, and then Lynn is here with us.
We're starting a movement. I'm just figuring.
Can we pick a name?
Yes, you go ahead, because I have too many ideas.
Okay, I'll come back to
Not the damn seven gatherers, okay? That's all the damn
Definitely not.
No mo low. No mo
No.
low.
Oh no. Okay.
Cancel culture. I don't know.
There's so much stuff going on that, I know that you are LDS as well as I am, right? And you're well aware that the 3 Nephites in 3 Nephi
As well as I
28
am.
were given the death penalty 7 times. They were arrested after Jesus personally translated them, okay? They were arrested,
Might as well be celebrities.
convicted, and given the death penalty 7 times. And where are they today?
I don't know.
They're still wandering the earth.
Yeah.
They didn't get executed.
So
They
is-
didn't get the death penalty. And there's 220 people in this country who have been on death row and have been exonerated and gone home.
Do you think it'll be soon then?
I think it'll be in the Lord's time. I know that it will be in the Lord's time. And when you say the word soon, if you've ever watched The Chosen or dealt with Jesus at all, you know that soon is a relative term because 1,000 years are a day to him.
So does it bother you though that in Chad's trial he blamed it on you and Alex?
So now that I know the judicial system and now that I have been my own attorney and how things work, and I've said this before in an interview, it's so different what goes on behind the scenes in a high profile case. Okay? There's strategies going on, there's defenses going on, there's all these things going on that you wish, like, why can't we just go in and tell our side of the story? The attorneys are like, you can't do that. We have to come up with the defense, and we have to do this, and we have to do this, and like, why don't we just go? Why isn't it? You thought, like, if you've never been in the judicial system, which I hadn't before, you thought they get to tell their side of the story, what they think happened. You get to go in and tell your side of the story of what happened, and then the jury gets to decide. And that's not what happens. That's not what happens at all. And it's so sad and disappointing that that's.
So you
The
think
way
Chad,
that it
they had to
goes.
come up with a defense just to have one in court? You don't think he really believed or blamed all of this on you and Alex?
Absolutely. And I know that for a fact because John Pryor came and told me that prior to trial.
He did. He said, this is going to be our defense.
Wow, the delusions. You guys want to?
Speaking of delusions, I'm reading Carolina Hurtado. I just responded to it. She said, Megan Connor said that we are all feeling a hole because of her cousin's trial. Loaded accusation, in my honest opinion. And I'm like, oh my God, that's hurtful and totally incorrect. You're not getting it. Like, I don't know. And I'm trying to be empathetic, compassionate. I'm trying, but it's like, come on, like we got to sharpen the critical thinking skills
Yeah.
big time and not just by Lauren at what you might have experienced it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't orchestrated and she got you to do it.
Well, and she did make a short. I did watch it because I've been debating whether I was going to review some of her streams. But what I'm realizing very quickly is there is some sort of battle that she is herself seems to be going through with trying to. I don't know what she's looking at these things, she's watching these things, but somehow, some way, there's always a twist that, well, no, this is why this was done. There's excuses being given, and I'm like, but that's not like that doesn't make sense. That doesn't match the proof and the facts that we're seeing.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying it must be because she also went to CrimeCon. This is what I'm thinking. And Joe, I'm hoping, and I hate to say that because I don't want this to be true either, but I hope that they were just used as pawns and not actually in on it. Okay, because I mean that would be horrible. you know.
I'm sorry, but the accusation is that people like Kresha are using this situation to fill in the gaps after all the trials are over.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
play it short so you guys can hear the actual verbiage?
Yeah, I was looking for the one I had, but yeah, go ahead.
Let me grab it.
Kresha didn't start this. Lauren started it.
Yeah, this was something else, and then I was like, "Here's the opportunity," because it pissed me off too. I was duped too. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell y'all? Like,
Yeah.
I was in there, saw her in distress. I was like, "This is a serious title. This is serious. What is this?" You know, I was trying to put bygones, let bygones be bygones, right? Because nobody believes me, anyways. I had to continuously do that, and I mean, oh my god, I'm thinking about other times this has happened to other people about not being believed and not, you know. And then anyways, like it was so much so that my mom apologized to me, you know, and I was like, whoa, this is so intense, because she started out like that, you know. She was like, I'm so sorry for not believing you all those years ago. You were right. I was like, I don't want to be right, Mom. And that's what I do. Like, I don't want to be right about this, but this is where it brings me, you know.
Yeah.
One,
Unfortunately, let's learn from other people's pain so we don't have to do it, you know?
right. And she's attempting to almost invalidate and make excuses.
She has been.
That's
She has
it's
been.
shocking to me. It's absolutely shocking to me because I'm like,
Well, I mean, I know some behind the scene things too that happened after that, but and I mean, I don't want to say it, you know, because it's not mine to say. But I know that she's not taking accountability for it. And so you have people who now this is another thing too. Commenters who are following, you know, anybody's channel, and they go to another channel and then they say whatever. Well, some people either don't know, they're not aware that, you know, um, what they're saying and how they're saying it, you know, is that really what the content creator said? Is that really how it was construed? Was it, you know, so it kind of seems like flying monkeys going to and fro. So trolls type comments and just there's some, like, there was one the other day that said that Megan said that it was all my fault, and I was like, it hurt, it pissed me off, and I was on somebody else's, you know, in somebody else's chat, and I mean, I don't know, I didn't actually hear her say that, so I haven't gone to look either, you know. I've been obviously investigating other things things other than the one I already, you know, did my critical thinking skills, and the realization that I was duped too, and that she was really covering up this, you know, suppressing text messages where she shit talked my family. She can go fuck herself. Okay, that's where I'm at. So she's just trying to spin this for whatever reason. I think it's a whole psyop myself. I think it's totally fabricated by her in her delusion. And that she's just trying to do this to cover her own ass and keep her little image. Okay. Because it's all about the image, and she was in PR. So whatever. I know about diversions, deflections, things to take your attention away. And that way she can also discredit when those text messages do fully come out. You know, I did see one screenshot and I'm like, wow, it's so vanilla. You know, I would have just apologized like a
right.
human, you know, and just be like, I'm so sorry. There's going to be some shit come out and I'm so sorry. That would have, I mean, that would have saved so much. But instead, we'd go this whole other dramatic controversy that really exposed her. She exposed herself. Like, that's how, hold her accountable.
Yeah. Yeah.
What if we didn't hold Lori and Chad accountable? Ruby and Jody.
Exactly.
What if we didn't hold these people accountable? Then where would we be? And then if I'm supposed to do like what the church does and teaches and shames everybody into doing, is to accepting these predators back in, you know, once they do these things to these innocent people, they just change things around. Like you said, you know, they change the ward, they change the bishop, they change, you forgive and forget, like Neil Maxwell said.
They
You
expect
forgive and forget.
They expect everything around them to change, not the actual bad
Not
actor
them.
or the bad act, right?
And yes, that's good. That's a good way to put it. And they blame Satan.
Yes.
I've heard people say this, even Ruby Frankie, you know, she blamed, they were deceived by Satan. I'm like, no, you were a rotten, miserable person. So they're always scapegoating it. Somebody else, something else, the devil made me do it, whatever. They never take responsibility. I see this a lot in this area. Okay. I'm not blanketing everybody, but everybody I look at, they do.
When these beefs are really active online, there are a lot of trolls who, even if they're not directly connected to the
Or-
situation on either side, they'll come in and they'll lie to you to get you to think that something's really happening when it's not.
Mhm. Yeah, it could be unintentional too. Just somebody who
Right.
just doesn't know that filter, you know, and they just repeat what they heard, you know, and so it can cause a lot of drama. I try not to read too much into it until I actually hear it with my own ears, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think she's intentionally trying to be hurtful, and I don't think she's saying it directly to me, but when you say that kind of comment, if it's true, then it is like, so it is me trying to find something to feel Lori's, you know, the trials are over, whatever, you know. I'm just saying it's ridiculous, but that's what I take it as too. Like, I'm not ridiculous. And I mean, if I were, I'm looking, that's open. Like, it's fluid, you know, like I don't ever just set myself in concrete, you know, like, oh, this is it. No, I'll be all, you know.
No,
It just really sucks to watch that happen with her. You know, I want to be compassionate, but I also like don't sit there and like say it just really. I mean, like, come on. I mean, does it matter? Does it matter in her life, in Megan's life? Does it make a difference whether Lauren's right or not? You know, does it make a difference to me? It just.
Here,
I mean, I guess it does.
I'll play it so you can hear what she says, because I think you
Oh,
have
okay.
something to say about it. Oh, I got you covered up by a comment too. One, Liam said, I think to this comment on the screen, I have to wonder if Mormon Stories podcast, where she discussed being assaulted, may have really brought a lot of unchecked trauma to the surface, add a little to no sleep, working constantly. Okay, interesting side note. I have a video that I'm working on with another later this evening or this afternoon. I'm going to do a video. She did a tea time after CrimeCon, and she actually mentions in that there were things that she kind of was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said on the Mormon Stories podcast, that got brought up. And the reason for it is because her father called her.
Mm.
And one of his friends, Lauren's dad, called her about it. And then it was through one of their friends, and she makes the statement that, well, my family doesn't usually watch any of my stuff on social media in any way, shape, or form. So here, I didn't think that they would, and I'm paraphrasing, I'll play the actual video later. But she goes on to say, you know, they usually don't watch my coverage online anyway, so I didn't expect them to watch that. But she did get contacted by her father. So that could be another piece of it. She did share a lot, but the fact that she is promoting that in that 9 hours, like heavily pinned it, everything, go watch this. It's really odd to me. I don't know. There's something I'm missing still in this whole thing, but here is it Megan or Megan? Is it Megan?
It's Megan.
Okay, that's what I thought. Here we go. And this is from yesterday. Oh, it doesn't. I guess audio would help.
I cautioned everybody when my dumb cousin's trial ended. I cautioned everybody, all of us who had been following the trial since the very beginning, since 2019, that there would be a hole in our nervous system where impending justice lived. And I said that we all needed to find something positive to replace it with. Because when we don't do that, we seek out what is comfortable. And what had been comfortable to us for 6 years was to feel hurt and betrayed and to have a common enemy to fight. And unfortunately, I think what's happened is that people didn't find something to replace that with. And now some people have turned their former friends into enemies because they needed another common enemy to fight.
I'm sorry. Mm-mm.
She's so sad lately. Like it's I can see it's hurting her, but it's like, oh my God. Look past your nose, you know?
But is it hurting her? Or is she just gaslighting the shit out of everybody too at this point? Because
I don't know.
again, the facts. This is the part that bothers me so bad. Is a lot of these people claim that they're true crime followers. They facts and the proof matter, and that is what they look for. And especially after 6 years of her going through this, and then looking at
Well, she didn't at first though. That's one of the things, you know, I'm realizing is that she was what do you call that? She was leaving the church. Okay. What do you call that?
deconstructing.
Yeah, she was deconstructing and she said she didn't look at none of this stuff.
Oh,
So I'm like, well, how much does she know? How far has she gone back? Has she gone back? You know, like,
scared to because of her own upbringing potentially.
right. I've even shared with her before that I don't care for Lauren, you know, and I don't know if I'm ever listened to. Okay. You know, like, I don't know if they just think it's like, just, I don't like her hair color. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just like, I really am, the woman triggers me, you know, and I've just kind of had to battle back and forth with my own feelings about her. And I mean, I can also compartmentalize that and appreciate what she has provided, you know, same with Nate, same with anybody, the detectives, just all the things. I'm appreciative, but I'm also try not to be delusional. I don't want to be delusional and think that people are just everybody's so good. And you'll hear that a lot in this religion. You'll hear them just talking so good. I mean, down to the obituaries, they're super different. Okay. You know, they're just super different. It's like they're doing a testimony or something. Everything's good. Everybody's good. Nothing to see here. Just forgive and forget. You know,
That's a lot,
nobody can ever just have fault,
right?
and everything has to be perfect.
Mm, mm.
Yeah, I like that trauma. That's exactly
Well,
what
and
the
it
hell
is. This is the behind the scenes. Like people get so offended. I'm sorry, but every single victim, every single family that has came to social media asking for help or to get their stories out, this is done too. This isn't something new. So while she sits here and says, you know, I think there's just a common enemy. No, I'm sorry, but bad deeds, her bad deeds, Lauren's bad behavior, unfortunately has ripple effects and it affects other people, such as the families and the victims.
The very case she's covering and claiming to have integrity and to be advocating for the victim families, you know, name dropping. I mean, it reeks. I've seen it so many times.
She built her channel on your family's case.
Yeah, on
Yeah.
the tragedy.
Yeah.
And I mean, okay, on her work, right, and on John's work, I get it that's what they brought, but they intertwined that in this case, and I mean,
but a lot of that was also, I understand the, you know, a lot of that was the content and the, you know, her reporting and his, you know, expertise, right? I get that.
Yeah.
But a lot of it also was the connection to your family.
Yes.
And so they traded on that. And so for them to then say, then Lauren does a 9-hour live, you know, saying that everybody out there is a meanie, and for anybody else to say, well, the family can't come out and have something to say about that, is absolutely 1,000% hypocritical and bullshit.
Yeah, especially when they're always dropping. When she compared herself with Charles and Tylee.
Yeah.
Again, she can go fuck herself, okay? Because that's off limits.
Yeah.
That shit they're doing where they intertwine and pimp the tragedy. You know, they pimp the victim.
Yeah.
And they use that to make you feel sorry for them.
What
You know, if I bring up the murdered victim's name, you know, and then compare and use it as an analogy in my story, where I'm talking about an alleged stalker, then, then that's why you need to feel sorry,
And it would be
Compare-
one thing if a person compared themselves to your family if they hadn't been connecting with your family and then used your mom as if she put a rubber stamp on that comparison almost. You know what
Mhm.
I mean?
She was
So
pissed.
that's what's so utterly disgusting about it.
But then we're not supposed to have a say,
Yeah,
right?
but
Because
then you're
just
not
let
supposed
them
to,
continue on
yeah.
and nothing to see here. Just let her bad behavior continue. Let her continue to go on to do this to other families, as long as it's not hurting them, I guess. God forbid Lauren be accountable for her own shit. I mean, that's why Lori did what the F she did, because she went unchecked, untethered, and the
Yeah.
bitch went on. Okay. And there's all these, we always, and we talk on my channel, we talk about the Cox family and how they enabled and even promoted. I mean, they celebrated and called Alex a hero when
Yeah.
Charles was murdered. So what do I need to do here? Like, what do we do here, y'all? Like, what's the right way?
Keep talking. You keep talking. You take your power back and keep talking because you're doing great. Exposing these were your family members. You're doing them justice by honoring them, by continuing to talk. Don't let these people invalidate what you feel or what you know. Nope. The gaslighting here, like, I'm sorry. I know we're dual streaming, so I'm trying to keep my mouth a
Go
little
ahead.
bit.
No, I'm a
How I
F bomber.
So I don't want to get anybody over there mad at Crusha because of my mouth, but what the fuck? I'm sorry. That short right there was blowing smoke up everybody's asses, trying to diminish the pain of people that she has. It's not just been some shitty messages. Look at how she's acted since. She gaslit everybody. She emotionally manipulated everybody. And if you want to fall for that, I mean, not you guys, but
Right.
this,
If anybody wants to fall for it,
yeah,
yeah.
do
Do what
that.
you do, boo.
But again,
But don't sit here and talk out against. I mean, has she even listened to what I said? Is she even, and I mean, I have a inkling of an idea. It just makes me feel like it's kind of like the church where you just shut it off. That's not an authoritative source. They don't agree with me, so I'm just going to stay over here.
right. And it's like, she can have her thoughts and her opinions and things of that nature. Nobody's going to take that from her. But we have a real issue here when victims,
Don't shame people. Period.
Right.
I mean, that's her viewers. She's telling her viewers, if you're going to basically go, if you're doing that, and I mean, Megan did talk about this, how we're going to be trying to fill a void. And I mean, right. I thought it, but this is not it. I promise. I've got better things to do. I mean, I was getting out and exercising and trying to take my life back, and I mean, this has been my work though, too. This has, it's opened up an opportunity for this research to be heard, for these conversations to happen. I mean, it opened up an opportunity. It's opened up many opportunities to do this, and I'm going to use it.
Well,
And
I'm shocked she's not pissed. I'll be honest. I'm stunned that she's not pissed by the fact that she could have easily. I want to remind people this too. Crusha, Kay, many people over there. Lauren could have instantly, if it was about this phone number, like they want to claim, which we already know that's not the truth because there was 18 minutes claimed. Let's say that the video was, she could have messaged one of them and said, hey, there was an accident here. I just heard of it. Can you take that down and remove it? That would have been honored. She has connections to these people that she could have reached out and got a message right away if that was the issue. But instead, she waited and then struck it, then copyright claimed it, and then tries to make the excuses of, oh, look at everybody else. But here's the thing. One thing I didn't hear Megan say was, you don't get to silence the victims. Like everybody, but it should be pissed about the fact that she thinks in some way, shape, or form, your family's trauma is just hers to hit. Like you said, you were playing a video of that she did of your family.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
what? Megan should have been like, yeah, Lauren, that was effed. That was
Or just say nothing.
right.
Say nothing. That take no sides. Like I was kind of like that too at first. I was like, oh Lord, like, But then I started to go back over it, analyze it again, because I don't just I don't hear things all the way the first time. I have comprehension problems. I have since I was a kid, and so I just kind of I pick things up each and every time. If I even go back to listen to a Melanie Gibb interview that I've heard a bazillion times, I hear new stuff all the time. And I mean, that's what happened. I went to another creator, Burnt Toast, was covering it. I've never heard of this person. Okay.
She's great.
Came across my algorithm, popped my algorithm cherry, with this stuff. And so she knows nobody from the case, from the community here, none of the victims, nobody. She knew nobody. And so she was just breaking it down. And I mean, we weren't even like maybe a quarter into the video. And I was like, oh, I was like, Lauren is trying to suppress these damn text messages. Oh shit. Like I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Like I didn't register it when I heard, when I was live. She was live. Lauren was live, for that 9-hour soiree. And again, I will say it again that we've covered Chad and Lori, right? And never, not even a day of trial, has ever been 9 hours. There's been documentaries, movie series.
Yeah.
I mean,
You read my
nothing
mind because I love how you said that the other night. Yeah.
Just saying.
I want to make a mention to this too. A couple commenters have corrected me in one of her live videos. She must have said that she didn't agree with what Lauren did. But seriously, to come back around after doing all those series and then gaslight and blow smoke directly up everybody's asses. Again, to me, it just shows, even though you leave the cult, sometimes the indoctrination is still there. I'm sorry. I'm just sick of seeing everybody.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And I see it. Again, I think the fact that, and this is just my theory, what if Lauren manipulated Megan into being there? You know what I'm saying? Like they'll get you to do, like, I believe somebody like Lauren, somebody toxic like Lauren, she'll get people, and we see that she'll get people to be her front, to do her bidding for her, so to speak. And it looks like maybe, I don't know. I hope to think, I hate to think if Megan is if she has knowledge about it, I would just be devastated if that's the case. But I'm like thinking along the lines that they knew minimal, kind of like they say Lori and Chad did their thing,
I've learned that people, kind of like with you and your mom, right? People have to learn at their own pace. They have to see it themselves. And then when they do, they can't unsee it. But you can rarely force people to see it.
And it's comfortable. You get comfortable and you get into your stride, and you don't want, I don't want to believe people that I trusted either are capable of doing horrible things. And that goes for Lori. She was my aunt. Okay. And then, so what if Lauren and your friend, she always was friends with Lauren and she always plugged Lauren. And I'm like, what am I, chop suey? Like always chop suey over here. And I'm like, I don't ever hear Lauren, promoting your channel.
I did the exact wrong thing a few years ago. I found out that my little cousin was a neo-Nazi on TV. Okay. I was watching TV and there he was on the news as a neo-Nazi.
Oh
and
my God.
I texted my aunt. I was like, oh my God. I did the exact wrong thing. And I was like, ah! And she blocked me because I was like, trying to convert him immediately. Right. And then just like last year, she came around and said, he's doing great. He realized that he was being, he realized that he was indoctrinated, and he ended up getting arrested because he punched out a reporter at a rally. And
it's like these people saying, I'm sorry for saying all the things I said when I was in a cult. Right.
Yeah. And that's what ended up happening. And he, so he's fine now, but but that's what I'm saying is that if I would have I would have found out sooner that he's doing okay, but I got isolated because I approached it like a, like a maniac. I wasn't being neutral. You know what I mean? I wasn't being allowing. I was trying to force my, change on him, right? So all I'm saying is sometimes you have to meet them where they are, not coddle them, not say, oh yeah, you're doing everything right, but
Oh
not
no, that's
also try
toxic
not
too.
to, yeah.
Okay, so take that, like what you're saying, you're doing everything right. Like it's to surround yourself in an echo chamber and never see any kind of, I don't know how to say this, but I mean, this is something that I believe the church causes too, is this public perception, this public image of everything's good. We're good, wholesome, clean people who love Jesus, right? And that's attractive. It's attractive. It works for them sometimes, on a selling point, to convert people. And I mean, that's the image they want to put out there. We're perfect. Everything's good. We do, look, we go to church all days a week. We do family night. They're always busy doing something, keeping them busy and to where they're not going to have downtime to even think, plus all their kids, and then the different roles of the men and the women. And it's just a lot of toxicity. Because if you're always around people who are like, oh no, honey, your hair looks fine. And they're, just they're skin deep.
Yeah.
That's as far as they go. And it sucks because they really are well-intentioned people. But I think that this environment is just toxic. A lot of, I have somebody in here. It's just Robbie, I mean, I'm sorry. I always kind of share his a little bit, but I mean, he grew up in Utah, and his mom, I want to say, she was a preacher or whatever for a different, religion. And he was very mistreated and bullied by the other Mormon kids, because, and it just is sad. And I've seen this. They're like, so they're just those judgmental, we have the truth, you don't. In order to get the truth, in order to go to heaven, because we are the one true church, we have the one true gospel, although it was not translated correctly, the Bible, because that's not a narcissistic thing to think, right? You're just going to come in at 14, 15 years old, find some damn alleged plates, and then you're going to change the Bible because whatever. And then anyways, turns out Joseph Smith grows up, and then we find out all these years later, which I wouldn't have cared about at all unless this happened to my family. I'm like, and we find out that Joseph Smith was actually a master mason, and that a lot of the same, what am I saying? The temple ceremony resembles a lot of, he lifted it off of the Freemason, whatever, I forget the name of it, ceremonies, I guess. A lot of the same.
Yeah. Rituals. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's a master mason. Then you find out, like, following the Diddy case, I learned a lot about, the billionaire club. Basically, if you're a billionaire, you done busted some, what, and that's nasty, right? I'm like, I don't ever want to be rich, ever, 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 ever. I'm just saying, like, it's like this certain level that you get to that this happens, and then not to mention, but I have a friend, Heidi Love, and she's digging deep into Joseph Smith's past and the family's past, and it does go back to the Salem witch trials. Okay, it goes straight there, but that has all been covered up. He was practicing black magic, and he was the lower keys of Solomon. Okay, that's some dark shit, and I believe that is exactly what Chad was doing. I've found evidence of this. I have receipts that, I mean, I can only have so many things, but I'm like, that's what was going on. These are sigils. This is what's going on. I've had to look at so many things, y'all. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's witchcraft. And that's kind of what's going on. And don't come at me with, I'm a good witch, blah, 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 blah. Okay. If you're not doing what they're doing, then you know that's not what you practice. Okay, that's kind of where I'm saying people kind of intertwine themselves and get offended. Okay, like you know who you are, you know what you do, and you know what you believe. So if you're believing, if I'm making a comparison, no, it's not talking about you. I'm not trying to say that. There's no easy way to talk about this.
No.
You're
There's
you're
none.
way more gracious about it than I am, because I'm like, listen here,
Mhm.
look, you assholes, this is what it is. No, it's just, but even on a true, this part, I think with Megan's response there frustrates me. Just on a true crime perspective, this woman reports on true crime. I don't know how anybody doesn't have a problem with this side of it either. She tells you that she's about the facts and proof and justice. That is what
Right.
her stick is. And then she can look at facts, proof, body cam footage and come to this completely random off topic that this woman is still stalking. Excuse me, what?
And I mean, it was gradual too, right? A lot of us I want to believe the victim. I want to believe somebody who's sharing that they've been victimized, right? I'm going to believe them first
Right.
until they give me a reason not to. And that's what happened. And so how can she not see that people are continuously and steadily like, oh crap, oh yeah. And then they're like, that's not, I mean, it's not like, I wonder how many people are still like believing this shit.
Let's think about it this way. If somebody else, another creator, had done that 9-hour live, how would she report on it? She would be looking for the evidence and the facts, right?
Yeah.
Because we know her, and this is why, I covered live on a different channel the entire Chad trial, and I would stream her lunch lives. And what I liked about her lunch lives is that she had taken copious notes during the trial, and she would say what was going on in the courtroom.
Lauren or Megan?
Lauren. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm talking about Lauren
Okay.
right now. Okay. Were you guys talking about Megan and true crime coverage?
No, I was
I mean,
just
she did. Yeah, I covered it too, but I mean,
saying, as a true crime, she should expect more out of people who claim they are ethical true crime creators. Megan and Lauren should be more ethical about her coverage. And I mean, she's weaponizing our court system again to take from victims, but you're good. You're on track.
Did it on the copyright law too. If you think about it, that
Absolutely.
shows pattern.
But you're spot on, Lynn. Go ahead with the
line. Yeah.
Like, let's say, Lauren had just watched a 9-hour live of Lori saying those things. Let's not make her Lori, but you know what I'm saying.
I get it. Yeah.
A 9-hour live of another creator doing that thing and taking copious notes. And, well, let's see. She said that she's being stalked, but we didn't actually see evidence of stalking, real evidence of stalking.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what really blew me away is, we're all a bunch of true crimers here going, okay, where's the facts? Where's the evidence? And
not some big conspiracy to, knock her down.
And the evidence you're showing, I don't think that would be admissible. And I guess that's why you took it out of court,
Right. And because somebody says, oh my God, that reminds me of the church, right? How they say it's wrong to criticize the church, even if the criticism is true.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same concept. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And we're not
sad though. It's sad because this happens to people all the time. And that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like this division, and we're like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. And we're like, oh, you're, all the things start getting slurred around and thrown at one another. And when really it's going to take us pulling together to get through these times coming,
I've been saying over and over again lately, it is insanity versus humanity at this point. Like,
oh yeah,
it is not even the division thing. The instant campaigns of I stand with Lauren were shocking.
Oh God. I know.
I was like, what? But
okay,
that's how these communities work though. And it's that push to keep the division going. And I recognize that, but it's just like, I stand with Lauren. Lauren had some shitty behavior that she got caught up in. And then she tried to blow smoke up everybody's ass for 9 hours. Then she does another hour on Patreon where it's still nothing but
And they're laughing
bullshit.
and thinking they're stalkers, right? Yeah.
And then she had subs waiting. Like she told people, I have more proof. There's more. And people are like, okay, she's going to come out with it. Nope. What does she come out with? Dr. Babe. Excuse me. But, I just can't call him that. John comes on.
No babe.
Yeah, no babe there. And he gaslights people. He creates and concocts an entire story about teenage victims or teenagers, then escalates it to his thought experiment of sexual
Yeah.
assault. He includes that in there. And then he turns on the tears. They didn't show an ounce of proof, but he cried. He turned on the
He
tears.
threw his tantrum too.
Yeah, through his glasses.
Like Lori did.
Did you see the video I did?
No.
Oh man. I'm just watching from the
Be
outside.
bitchy. Be bitchy. I love it. I mean, it is what it is. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion and their own way to express it. Okay. You're not offending me. Trust me.
I use their words.
I do too.
I
That's
didn't
important.
even recognize how many times they had used the statement burning it down, burn our kingdom down in every one of their videos on it. So I just put the clips of all of that together and I was like, oof, here we are. Do you want to finish watching this Daybell or the Nate Eaton?
Yeah, because we're going to get right to that part and that way we can at least say we did it.
Sorry, we keep getting off, but that was a great question and I'm glad somebody mentioned that about Megan. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Here's
thanks, Carolina.
coming up the Hawaii part.
He said, I'm going to blame you, and Chad doesn't want me to, and he wants you to know that. And this is the kind of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that nobody sees, that nobody knows what's going on. There's so much stuff going on that you wouldn't even believe all the things that go on. The experts that are being paid, the things that are going on. We got this expert, we paid him $1 million to say the opposite of whatever your expert's going to say. Like, what do you mean they paid him? The state paid an expert $1 million retainer to say whatever the opposite of what our state, what our witness
Arizona or Idaho?
in Idaho was what our witness is going to say. And the attorneys told me this, and I'm like, "Are you kidding?" Like,
you didn't have any witnesses.
We did, in the buildup we did.
But then
we absolutely
didn't
did.
call them.
Well, there's reasons for that. That there's strategies involved. There's things going on, and you have no control when you have attorneys.
And that's
They're
why,
doing it how they want to.
And that's
do
why
it.
you wanted to be your own attorney.
There's several reasons. The number one reason was because they wanted me to sit here for 5 years while they got to know the case. And I wanted a speedy trial.
Can we go back to Hawaii? When I first met you and Chad.
And we didn't meet. You just put a microphone in my face.
Okay, when I put
Now we've met.
We have met, you're right. Why didn't you just tell me where the kids were?
Because I was not ready to talk about it at all at that point. I was just not ready. It was very traumatic and I was not ready for any of that.
Are you ready to talk now?
I have talked about it already, yeah.
The better question though, Nate, how did you know she was in Hawaii?
I mean, it was like a detective or something that tipped him off, but you know, he even sent Justin Lum said that he said in Hawaii and sent him some emojis of what are they called? Palm trees.
Oh, so it was a detective.
Yeah, I don't know which one. I don't remember if he reveals it, but
that's interesting.
But they do.
I feel like a lot of things have happened in these last 5.5 years to give me strength through that tragedy that happened with my children, and I've been a lot more open in being able to talk about it now, and through therapy also, like some post-traumatic stress therapy, because it's traumatic. And I'm living in here with some beautiful, intelligent, smart women. And had I never come to Arizona, and I know God put me here for a purpose, because I didn't think Arizona was going to come and get me. In fact, I think you and I had a talk about that, because there was an article that came out in Idaho saying that Arizona was not going to come and extradite me until all my appeals were finished. Do you remember that? And I think And then my
It's like
appeals
the next day that you were gone.
Yeah, the next day they came and got me. And so,
Yeah.
and my appeals attorney was supposed to come, he had an appointment that day when they came to get me to drive down from Boise to Pocatello for us to have a meeting. And they didn't even tell him I was gone. Like, I was just gone that day. They came the next day. So
Poor
I didn't think
thing.
they were coming.
You mentioned
Say that again.
Oh, I'm snarking. I'm like, poor thing, when she didn't
No,
get to
it's
talk to
okay.
her.
She just, I forgot how pompous she is in this.
Yeah. I know. I need to put like a cover over her so I don't see her because it's all too triggering, It's
Do you
just
want me to
overstimulating, and yeah. That's
do you
why
want
we
me to
have
put a
visceral
cover up over
reaction.
it?
No, I'm joking, but I mean, it does help. I've noticed. Like I paid more attention to the audio that came out during her trial than I did when Chad's trial came out and I could see the visuals barely. But you know
Very
what I'm saying? Like I focused in on what was being said versus how it made me feel. Yeah.
I'll put this one over her face. I don't even know.
I'm sorry.
Okay, here we
Sorry
go.
about that. Thank you.
a tragedy, and you said that this has all been a family tragedy.
Yes,
And it has been a huge tragedy. All of
absolutely.
this.
Absolutely.
4 juries have said you and Chad and Alex caused the tragedy.
Yeah. That's the judicial system.
But how do you argue with that if all of this evidence came out that showed, that you, Chad?
The only evidence that ever came out is the evidence state wanted to put forth.
Well,
They
you
put,
could-
they
you could put-
manipulate the evidence to make it look however they want.
Then you
And
could
guess who
present
helps them?
evidence.
The media helps them because from day one, when someone called you, okay, day one, whether it was Detective Hope or Detective Hermosillo, I'm not sure, called you and said, hey, Nate Eaton, this is going to be the biggest story of your life. And they got that information from Heather Daybell. And Heather Daybell and Detective Hoper are connected, right, because their kids got married. And they called and she said, oh, I have a story for you. These people killed their spouses so they could get married, which was totally a rumor,
I don't think that's
totally
true, Lori.
untrue. And then you ran with it and you got famous from it, and everybody knows what happened from there, right? So that's the way it goes. So the media put out their narrative. They kept on with it. The state went along with it. The state leaked stuff to the media
Okay, well,
to
what's
say what
false?
they wanted.
What's false about
Oh
the
my
narrative?
That's interesting, though, that an interesting point that she makes. The state was leaking stuff to the media.
Mm-hmm. Driving a narrative
Yep.
or
Yep.
trying to get them to talk. I don't know. I mean, you can look at it different ways or
wonder-
both. I don't know. Two things can be true.
Did he get permission? I mean, he's not a leader in the LDS church, but again, it goes back to asking about that article we played at the beginning of this. Did he get permission from the higher ups to
Oh,
be
yeah.
involved in this?
I believe so. I do. I believe Rob Wood even did.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, and I hate to say that, but John Thomas is Nate Eaton's neighbor. He was one of the death penalty certified, attorneys that was assigned to her case right after Mark Means was pushed out.
Interesting. There's just
Right after, like, that's the whole point. What I'm saying here is that Lori was in the mental institute. She had the therapist or whatever that, got her to watch that whole, court hearing of Chad that day. And then also gave her homework to call attorneys and get a new attorney. So she calls Daniel McConkey of Curtin and McConkey.
yeah.
And so, and then right after that, and this is in her appeal. So this is very fucking relevant. And I've been eyeballing this for years now. When I found out through Vice News, when they did that, that's the only other time I've ever had a video strike down. Okay. Oh yeah. Thank you, Ishis Robbie. And so
Right.
so whenever I learned that they were doing this with the sex abuse claims by the children and stuff that's staying, like you said, in house,
Yeah.
then it just makes me wonder if Daniel McConkey was waiting on that call. I mean, there's operators that do that volunteer at the center or whatever, to answer those calls. And I mean, they're going to intervene them anyways. If you think about it, that's what's been shown. Tim Kosnoff, the attorney that went after the Boy Scouts too. Legally, I wanted to talk to him so bad when I saw him on Mormon Stories. I was like, oh my God, he gets it, because he says he's an attorney that picked up and ended up suing, for all these Boy Scout claims. And he went after the church. Like he's standing up to him toe to toe, and he learned about Mormonism. He learned, the history of the church and why is that? You're studying your opposition. You're seeing how they tick. And I mean, there was an attorney of Joe Ryan's who interviewed on Justin Lum's channel, on Justin Lum's news reporting, and he talked about how when he represented Joe, there was this is how he said it. He said that there was a higher up that called and vouched for Lori. And I'm like, well, I don't know what he means by higher up. That could just be the local bishop. And he said, he kind of compared it to the Pope. If somebody is higher up and they're vouching for you, then, this is what Joe Ryan dealt with too. And other lawyers, because it's confusing with the Mormonism stuff. They have their own ecosystem. This is what they do. They help one another, and then they also hurt one another, with the fraud and all that stuff. They dupe each other, and they're all MLMs. And, just can you imagine what's going on here? And I mean, I'm sure everybody in Utah right now who has lived there, like yourself, you're like, oh my God, yeah.
It's such an ecosystem, like you said. It's mind-blowing to try and piece it apart, or some things you're like, wait, I can't. And then you're like, oh yeah, it does fit here, there, everywhere. And one other thing that I found interesting too, she says, I'm LDS just like you are. Like, she still proudly is like, yeah, I'm LDS.
Yeah. Oh, and listen to this. Now, after this interview, okay, and so it happened sometime after this, I don't know. There people were questioning, so is she still LDS? Because we don't know, because they didn't make it public. It's not public record, but unless they want it to be, you'll find it sometimes on Wikipedia, or Mormonpedia, or like what happened to Tim Ballard, and somewhat what happened to Chad, kind of, and so he must have got a lot of questions, because in a later courtroom insider or whatever, he said that he had received word that she had been excommunicated. And people run with that shit like it's fact. That I didn't see any receipts. I heard what I heard, just what he said, that he had got a phone call saying that, yeah, she had been. No. That's not how this works. That's I know you want desperately to not connect her to the church. It's apparent.
Right.
And it's so loud.
Can you explain who Rob Wood is for Autumn and the other people that might not have heard that name before?
Rob Wood is from Madison County in Idaho, where he became the special prosecutor in the case against Chad and Lori. And I mean, to learn that he was also a bishop, I don't know. I mean, I guess, is that the same ward even? Because if so, then that would put him and Chad in the same damn church house. So I don't know, because that it kind of stops there. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody has come forward and said anything otherwise. And then who am I to question? And now regular people just get mad at me for this, because then they're like, it's like a witch hunt in a sense. Like, everybody comes with their pitchforks, after like Lori and Chad. And I mean, I'm right there with you, but also I grieve the person that used to be in my, my aunt. I grieve that person. And I also have empathy and compassion, where I mean, it's just like, it didn't have to get here, like, how did we get here? You did all this, girl, just all these, it didn't have to end up this way. And I'm afraid that this is becoming more and more of a thing. I mean, we've had Ward Radio say that there's no such thing as Mormon true crime. And I need to start me a YouTube channel, another channel, and call it Mormon True Crime. Because it's got so much content, it's unreal. So denying it doesn't mean it's not true. Just like believing it also does not make it true. Just because it's there and you can think of it does not make it true. And that's actually in some alleged doctrine that is allegedly Chad and Lori's belief system that was, published by Ian.
Yeah, that's interesting. Was there one particular spot in here that you wanted to
I think that was about it.
That was about it. We wanted to talk about. Okay. And then you have one up that you wanted to do.
It was the Autumn says it was by special attorney or for the state or for Lori. It was for the state. Him and Lindsay, oh my God, Lindsay Blake, and then they actually pulled in a death penalty. I don't think she was certified, but from Missouri, Rachel Smith, who's not LDS, but she has a firm or something that kind of contract out this type of I don't know. I don't speak this kind of lingo, so I'm like, I don't know how to word it. And I don't have all this stuff pulled up, but
Oh, you're okay. You're okay.
they were
There's-
the three.
Do you want me to add your video to the stage?
I gotta remember. Oh, add this because my people. I want to share this before. I try to share things as I find them. That way, I know what the hell I'm doing. I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, you're good. Okay. Adding it to
Do you
the
see it? It's got Charlie Kirk and Trump. Well, hold on. I made sure there was no screenshots around it.
Oh, you're
Anyway, so this is them. They're coming out of this, and anyway, so I found it, and I took some screenshots. Why? Because I'm about to show you as soon as I find one that's clear. This. Oh my gosh, this takes a little bit. Okay, it says, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." I don't know where that comes from, but that was in Chad's blessing to Alex Cox, and that's how he ended it. Which makes me think it's a brotherhood thing.
You mean the last blessing he gave, the one that we heard in court?
Cringe, yep.
Wow.
This is what I'm saying. All these things happen all the time. And it's always just like, okay, let me make sure I share it. Okay, well, when I really need to pull it together, I don't have it, and I'm like, I can never make it connect. I just need help making it connect so it can make sense, so we can make it make sense.
So for those of you who don't know, Alex Cox, before he died, and we don't know exactly whether he was killed or committed self-unaliving or died naturally, it's all up for question, right? As far as I'm concerned. He was given a last blessing by Chad on the phone, and it was recorded, and it's fucking chilling.
I got it. I pulled it up. Actually.
Oh my God.
Good. I'm glad you did that. And so on East Idaho News, that's where I pulled up the video. And it says, listen, Chad Daybell gives patriarchal blessing to Alex Cox in Church of Firstborn. So that's where I believe people who are in the know, they blame it on this Church of the Firstborn when really it's just this elite secret society that they were initiated into. Okay. Because that's the church to come. Do you understand? Because the Church of the Firstborn is going to be ushered in with the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Got it.
So if you just take all these different names they have for it, and then I realized that, oh my God, they're accelerationalists. They're trying to bring it on, and they use these fear tactics, and they make money off of it. Oh, they've had a near-death experience, so now they have authority on it, and you're just supposed to, believe what they said because they couldn't even whole ass die. All right, these people.
And Alex Cox was the family muscle man. Okay,
I mean, yeah, he could have taken the fall as far as maybe he did all the work. I don't ever excuse Lori and Chad. I don't sit there and say, did she? I mean, she may as well have. Like she's convicted just like she was. So it is what it is.
But we know that he was the one who tried to kill Brandon, right?
Yep. And so because he didn't have a second anointing, maybe, I mean, just let's try this through, he didn't have a second anointing probably. And so did Lori and Chad, maybe they used them. And then, I mean, I have information from the FOIA docs that really points to the fact that, okay, now Alex is in the way too.
Yeah, exactly.
But, yeah.
So this is why I question this last blessing, this blessing that Chad gives is why I don't believe it was a natural death.
God dang it. Oh yeah, none of us do. Even though there's nothing nefarious in the God dang it, how did I close it out? That's weird.
Yeah, the autopsy shows nothing nefarious.
But I mean, we don't always know what to look for either, right?
Exactly. There some poisons can be hidden, right? He took a trip to Mexico the day before he died.
He went to Colombia right after shooting Uncle Charles.
Right.
Also, which also ties in my opinion, to Tim Ballard and the sex trade and all that shit.
Yeah.
Wild people. Some wild ones. What am I doing here? Do you have my screen shared? I don't know.
I do. Do you want me to take it off?
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Oh,
Well,
add it
oh my
back.
God, it's acting up again.
Is
This
it?
is weird.
Do you want
It's
to
just
drop the
spinning.
link in the back
Yep.
chat? I can pull it again.
Yep, because if you pull up, hold on, let me copy it and let me go over there. I'm sorry, my computer's being wonky today.
Yep,
Okay,
that's
let me
Lindsay Hendricks. Zulema said he said something about being the fall guy. That's right.
Mhm. But this is just interesting, and it makes me. It just, I don't know. All the time, I'm finding things. I sent it in the private chat, and I'll put it in the regular chat too for everybody.
Got it. Certain part.
Towards the end, I couldn't look at it in the transcript, so it kept messing up on me.
Okay, here we go.
9 angels assigned to you now.
Oh my God.
On, you'll be able to see into the past
Even
and
his
into
tone
the
of voice. Oh,
Let me see how
That's
far.
I actually cloned his voice so he could read his own prison letters, and it's just like that.
Oh,
It drones.
that creeps me out when I've listened to those.
It's towards the end though. If you don't want to listen to all
bless
that,
you at this time with strength.
Oh, back it up a little bit. I think we're
it'll
ready.
be the last thing he says to him, because he says something about my good and faithful servant.
Do you want to hear the whole thing, or just that
No.
part?
I never want to hear the whole thing.
Okay.
Never.
I figured as much. Here, I'll just go to the last minute.
To vitality and strength against them, and to use your priesthood to defend against them. I close this patriarchal blessing by assuring you that you will rise to an eternal glory, and that you will have an eternal family, and that your exaltation is assured through your faithfulness. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Okay, I'm wrong. It's Frank Vandersloot for the answer to this pinned comment. Okay, you might have to look it up in the transcript. I can't. It won't let me.
I gotcha.
I thought it was towards the end, like you're closing a blessing. Anyways, sorry y'all. Having a human problem.
What was one of the words again?
Let me grab
good
it.
and faithful servant, I think.
Well
Yeah.
done. Well done, my good and faithful servant. Type in servant. It's a good one.
Get it. I'll get it.
Go get it. No.
Faithful.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it so sounds like the last rites, like, okay, now you know what to do. Do what you do, boo. And the same thing with Lauren, like she kept saying as you wish. And so that was triggering me too. And I was texting her while she was live that for the 9 hours, and I was just like, oh my God, that's the 7 gatherers. That's what they did. They would say as you wish. Zalema was on another thing early on, like I don't know, a podcast, I guess, but another lady, and she shared her experience as I guess a cuddle. Remember the cuddles? You remember how Zalema is the cuddle buddy?
Yeah.
Straight up cringe, right?
Read that to me one more time. What does it fully say?
Well done, my good and faithful servant. Do you know? No, look, type Control F and then type the keyword in. Oh, okay.
That's what I'm doing, but it's not coming up.
Unless they misspell it. Yeah.
There's 3 times faithful is mentioned, and
Try done. I don't know.
that's what I'm like.
I hate that too.
Sometimes it doesn't pick it up though.
It's like the spelling is horrible in these transcripts.
Because Chad has marbles in his mouth.
That's true. This is true. And his chins, they hold him down.
Let's see.
Oh.
Here we go. We'll
I'm
just
sorry,
for
y'all.
a minute.
Just
No,
take,
you're
take my
okay.
word for it then. Take my word for it. No, I mean, I do. I like to bring proof because, you couldn't make this stuff up.
It's probably just because he does sound like he's got marbles in his mouth that the transcript didn't pick it up fully.
That could be true.
That's more than likely. It's probably in here, but it's just not picking up on the transcript. Here,
Mhm.
we'll play a little bit of it.
Let's see.
I just want you to know that at this time the Savior is saying unto me, well done.
That's it.
Thy soul is cleansed.
Nope.
All is well.
Hmm.
And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you'll now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and will be bestowed upon you. I bless you with the knowledge that through marriage, you'll be united with a partner who will match your powers and complement your strengths. You'll be known throughout the world for your good-heartedness, your willingness to save souls all over the world through portals.
Oh.
And you will begin to gather the souls that come unto Christ. I see you in New Jerusalem, but more importantly, I see you as a messenger of the Lord. Surrounding New Jerusalem will be many small communities.
Okay, can we not listen to him? Do you guys really want to listen to that? I believe you that it's likely in there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to listen to more of it?
I've listened to the whole thing a few times.
I mean, that's where all this lingo is, though.
That just gives me the
Creeps.
ugh.
Yeah, I usually listen to it sped up, but creepy when it's regular.
Yeah.
Teach this is, oh, you got your answer. Yeah, this is the day before he died.
No, this is November 24th, and he died December 12th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The day after Tammy was exhumed and then reinterred.
Oh, right. Okay. My bad. Sorry, guys.
And the tarp thing, like how Zalema said that on their wedding night, which they would have been in a hotel, it sounded like, because Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski got married the next day to Ian. I'm just saying. I'm like, have you ever worried about the damn hotel bed?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
You know what creeped me out about that hotel, where Zulema talked about how he put plastic down on the bed?
The tarp, yeah.
The tarp, yeah. What the
But
fuck?
then they found tarps in Lori's apartment too. The day I went to trial, I mean, I was like, oh my God. I thought it was a monkey mask when I first saw it, but it was an old person. They showed it at Chad's trial, but until from Lori's trial that I saw in person to Chad's trial, I thought it was a monkey mask, because that's what, and like everybody was just reporting that it was just a Halloween mask. Well, that's not what I was so bothered by that. I was thinking, and plus the Tyvek suits, the tarps, and the mask. Are you kidding me?
Crazy.
These kids, this is what happened, y'all. They were sacrificed. Tylee's. Oh my God. I don't even, it bothers me.
And then to hear that blessing, he's basically telling him all that shit you did, all that dark, creepy killing bullshit you did, you're exalted.
Mm-hmm.
You go into the next life and know that you are
righteous.
You're gonna lead. Yeah, you are righteous. You did, that it's fucking so fucking sick and demented. I cannot believe it.
And then they can't even admit their wrongs, it's just a conspiracy that I'm in here. I'm just being persecuted. No. And that's what's going to happen to Lauren too.
According to Lori, they were doing the right thing for the kids and for.
And she's still bragging about separating the wheats from the tares. That's what that means. Basically, wheat means righteous, like they think they are, and then the tares are zombies or dark spirits or children. I'm just saying, or like Tim Ballard spouting right now what his latest is, those who are lukewarm. Okay. That's just
God.
the new terminology. Stay on the up and up. That's what they do. And if y'all ever get a chance, if you go to my channel, I read the Jesuit Oath of Induction, and it will piss you off, but it'll also let you know exactly where you stand with people who are exalted. I'll just say exalted.
Ugh. This stuff is, there's just so much. And when you continue to tie all of the connections back,
Mm-hmm.
and there's two side pieces to it going on. We're trying to talk about the connecting pieces of how this all got here. And then you have the drama part with Lauren that she did on her own. And
then you have like what Salty Mamas is saying here. I'm sorry, I just wanted to share it before it passed up. But then you have people don't want to believe these religious cults sacrifice children and others, but they do. So you can't even get people to even believe that these things exist. And that you're looking dead at one. And it's just how the Lori is right, how the evidence is presented.
Cheraz is asking, did Chad convince Alex his life's mission was to murder Tammy, JJ, and Tylee? I believe so.
I mean, I don't know. Also, probably both of them. I mean, I would think.
Charles,
and he was conditioned his whole life. So,
And Charles.
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I think his mission has been since his birth. These are generational beliefs. This is generational abuse that happens. This is what's happening. And we have where Barry Cox, was saying the 95% thing, like where they're in the top 5%.
Yeah.
And all the ugly people, are basically the lower 95.
He also tried to murder Joe Ryan by tasing his balls.
Mm-hmm. And that they had a plan. And from Nancy Joe, she did an interview with Lauren and with Nate. Interesting, right? She's LDS. I mean, I appreciate her, but she didn't really.
And you were never
talk out about the church, huh?
You were never asked, but all these other people were. Isn't that interesting?
Well, I mean, again, I don't think I'm important, but it's one of those things. It's like, look for things that aren't there. Like, look for things that are missing too. That's evidence. That's what Trina K said. She's a prosecutor who won both cases. And I swear it's October 29th? And somebody had said that there's statute of limitations for when they could, if they could arrest or indict Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski. And somebody, I don't know, I've heard this from Web Sleuth, so I don't even know. I'm just saying, I've never looked into it myself to validate or whatever, confirm. And so it's like, they say that the end of this month or whatever, it'll be the statute of limitations. And I'm like, I thought there was no statute of limitations, but maybe there is on attempted murder or conspiracy to commit murder or like a Brandon, because that's what I picked up. And Mom said the same thing. She was like, that's what I got too, so I know I'm not crazy. That's what I picked up, even though,
it seems like it would be longer than 6 years.
Right. Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah.
So I need to dig into that because it's been bothering me up lately, because here we are at the end of October of this year. And so I'm like, is that even true? Like, and that's just the vibe I picked up off of what Trina K told us. And, after the sentencing hearing for Lori in July of 2025, the hot mic moment. Well, before we came out, it was just a family. So Lauren was not in there. But, it was like Megan was. Anyways, and some of like Tammy's Aunt Vicky, her husband, the Boudreaux, and all the Boudreaux, his whole family, and then the Vallow, my family, and I mean, Trina K came in there and she just thanked us all and was just so nice. And I mean, I was like, "You are my damn hero." Oh my god, he kicked ass and had to deal with that troll. And, I don't know, she just kinda pointed at Brandon, she was like, "Me, you, we need to have a meeting." And I'm like, "Oh," we were all like, "Oh, shit,"
Oh, good.
and that was basically nobody asked because we're not entitled, right? We
Yeah.
don't think we're all entitled. A lot of people think so, though. I'm just like, "Good lord." Um, and so I was like, "It's gotta be coming. It's gotta be coming." And I just don't want Melanie to ever think that she's gotten away with anything.
Yeah.
There was
I
too much name dropping and all that stuff in the trials, It I don't know.
It felt
I
to
hope
me
not.
like Trina K, the prosecutor, was really working
Oh,
in information about Melanie Boudreaux.
yes. And now that I sat back and you were saying that and how I was just saying, look at how sometimes no evidence, look at what's missing, and what's missing is Trina K doing any interview after the fact.
Right.
Usually they'll when they're done, they'll interview, which is why I was really disappointed to see everybody interview after Idaho, which we need those FOIA docs, please. FOIA file, please. It's been 800 years.
Have
Koberger
they been,
done went
have they
out,
been requested?
I mean, I've requested them. I'm sure other people have.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Well, I thought Trina did an amazing job.
Oh yeah, she did.
Too. Yeah.
I don't know how she did it. I don't
Me
know.
neither.
Lori was draining.
Yeah.
She held her composure too. There would have been a couple times that I would have.
Performative, right? Just kind of like
Oh,
Lauren.
the performances baffle you with
Mhm.
bullshit.
Just smile at the camera, Lori.
I loved how the
Mhm.
judge would snap back at her sometimes.
Yeah, he did at her hearing too. I mean, at her sentencing, where she was listing stats or whatever, and he was like, "That's not true. That's not true."
Yeah.
I love Judge Bresky, but I saw him throwing Mason signs too. So I've seen a
Oh,
lot of judges in these cases do it. I feel like people are gonna lash out at me if I ever share it. I'll be like, "Oh my god, whatever." If they're doing it, they're doing it. I want to be knowledgeable about it. I don't want to be in denial and just pretend that I don't see it. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I bet I have tons of Tim. I have tons of Julie doing these things, but I didn't learn all that till after the fact. And
yeah.
then I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, so much so that Julie, the day the kids were found, this hooker found it so important to post to Facebook about how sorry she was for the kids being found. And I mean, very, very nice post. But it had a picture of her, a selfie, if you will, in front of a pizza place. And I was like, what a bitch. In plain sight. And then another one, the day she tried to go into Chad's trial, and she got in her Jeep and started uploading all kinds of crazy TikToks where she's growling and stuff, saying she's the alpha, whatever, predator. And I was like, that's what the kids last saw right there. Something like that. Just crazy mother effers. And it's sad. I just want answers. That's all. I'm just like any other person who's found them, who's lost a loved one this way.
Yeah.
It's interesting how things are kind of catered around that to kind of keep, like us from asking questions, even
Well, of course. Yeah. They don't
keep
want
their
you.
head ringing.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Don't look too
And
far.
yeah, be a good little victim.
Ask the right questions.
Exactly. And
You want to laugh?
don't let anybody tell you.
Do you want a quick laugh? Because I know
Yes.
this has been a lot, but it's nice. For me, it's really nice to hear you processing some of this stuff and like talking about it. I think for so
Maybe
long you
maybe
haven't.
it'll help prepare. I'm sorry. I know me too. I'm trying to find I didn't mean to cut you off is what I'm saying.
No, you're good. I just think it's really nice to hear you processing, and sharing some of how this has affected you and impacted you, because for a long time, I think people even recognize like what this actually, I can't imagine. I really have I don't want to. I was one of those
No.
kids that got held down and said I had demons in me, and I've just gotten really comfortable with it.
Mm-mm.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
so sorry that you had that
Oh no, no.
experience, or anybody else in here, because I actually had another ex-Mormon. I found her on the way to Boise, to the kids' memorial, or Rexburg, and I mean, she had like a little oh my god, she had like, you remember those things back in school, the Velcro pictures or whatever, and they'd put them on the board, and just kind of interchange them, kind of like a diagram, but instead it's Velcro.
I know what
Where
what you're
I don't know
talking
what to call it, felt, and anyways, they would stick, and she would change them out, and I was like, "Oh my god, I love it." And the way she explains it, and she's actually related to Jason Mel, I mean, he ended up she told me that he used her laptop one time at one of the Preparing a People things because his went out or something, and her mom was there, and so her son, she shared that her son, that had also happened to him, and he had all kinds of, kind of like JJ,
Yeah.
and I mean, so this is happening, this happens, and I'm so sorry.
Well, there's mine isn't Mormon. That wasn't my upbringing, thankfully. But that's why I got
Lindsay.
really interested in cults, because of the extremist BS that I was
Yeah.
immersed, well, I
Lin-
grew up in it. And I had two
Lindsay, I'm
varying
sorry.
sides. I'm just glad I had two other, like there was other sides, but it was still a wild ride. But it is so interesting how more and more prevalent it is getting, that anytime you push back on somebody, oh, you're demonic, you're the demon, it's got to be
Yeah,
Satan.
yeah,
It's wild to me. It's like, what? Okay,
that's a good
whatever.
point.
Do you want to laugh though? I'll show you the video I made. It's really snarky. This is not Crush's fault. This is mine. I do.
Unless you like it, then it's my idea. No, I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
unless you like it, then you can blame it on Crusha. But I
I'm
figured I'd give
sorry,
you a
Lindsay,
laugh.
too. I want to just say that I want to acknowledge Lindsay, and
Yeah.
this reminds me of President Oaks too, where it's been said, that he is behind all that stuff at BYU about the electroshock treatment, which also is MK Ultra type shit. Okay, I'm just saying,
There's
and
a
I'm so sorry that you had that.
There's a lot of us though. There's a lot of us right here. Yeah. See, there's a
Somebody
lot.
else must ask you if it worked, because
Hey,
I was going to be sarcastic and say it.
obviously,
Oh,
it didn't
you go,
work
girl.
here. And to everybody, there's a lot. And I think a lot of people are fascinated by other religions because of our own experience to it. Yes, I got you. Janice in accounting. Let me ask those really quick. We've got some super chats and things that people had some questions. What the crock? I said I would come back to this, and then I'll play this funny one. Why do you have to be LDS to entertain or enter the temple if you know? So you have to be following the
Worthy.
doctrine and the covenants, and tithing. Like you have to follow the covenants. Basically, the magic underwear, their
You
undergarments.
have to give your life to the temple. Lori said it in a recording that Melanie Gibb did of her.
Yep.
She said you have to be worthy. You have to answer certain questions about your allegiance to. Basically, that's what I'm just that's my take on it. That's what it looked like to me. Certain temples, certain questions that basically you're testifying that it's a secret society is what it is.
You have to meet with your bishop every month or week or something like that, and he asks you questions, and you have to answer them in the right way in order to keep your temple recommend. If you don't answer the correct way, you lose your temple recommend.
Guess what? There was just I think was a returning missionary. John Dehlin put up a short of it. A young lady wanted her temple recommend. No, she was a BYU student, and she wanted it, and she was offered to pay 6 months in arrears of her tithing, and she'd always like kept up to everything, like everything was always good, but they offered her to pay her way out of it. They're like, either you can pay for the next 6 months and then get it at the end of that, or you can back pay 6 months right now. He put up a short about it, and I was just like, wow. So basically, if you throw enough money, you might be able to get one that way too. But usually it is meeting with the bishop and answering questions, making sure you're tithing, all your finances are in order, and you're, spending the majority of it at the church. Wearing the undergarments. There's the covenants are a lot to it. There's a lot to it. So, and thank you. What the crock? Next one. Has Crusha considered building a website to house all this data that you have collected?
Now, I know that it's just Robbie built something. I don't know quite what it's called though. I don't think it's a website, but I mean, I haven't, but I've thought about it. I just don't know how to. And then I get overwhelmed. So to answer your question in short, no, I haven't. But it's just Robbie says, yes, she has a website. So I don't know. But I mean, he did the work and I just don't know. I need to call him. I need to call you. I need to call you. I just can't do it today though.
Lawyer's daughter. Yes, and thank you to everybody who sent stuff. We're just going to read it really quick. I think they come on both sides. I think I'm getting them from both angles.
I can't pin anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through. I'm trying to do a little bit of.
You're doing great.
We're figuring it out. This was thrown together last minute, so none of us were prepared. And then we threw Lynn in, and I said, "You want to come up and join us?" And here we are. So we're winging it, but we're doing okay.
I think
Lawyer's daughter says, "Crusha, so happy you're doing you. Your work is so important and relevant. I was snowed by LC until Chud Dobo trial when I saw you behind LM's Virtue Veil. Keep going."
When I saw behind Lauren Matthias's Virtue Veil. That's interesting. Who is LC though? I was trying to read that earlier. I was like, but I know when you type these super chat things, I don't know what happens to the freaking autocorrect. It just goes berserk. So that's why all these always come in like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hate it. I don't know why they do that.
Katie H. 193 donated 5 difficult research memberships. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Katie. Potter, I think came a member of my channel. I'm not really sure which one goes to which. So
go back to the last one, then I'll see the difference again.
Oh wait, yep, that one has that. Okay, I see it now. It's on our side. Okay, I get it.
Welcome to the community, right?
Kimberly, thank you. Miss Leah, thank you for being a member over here for 33 months. This one's on your side. Did Lauren trash victims and others behind her Patreon wall or Discord? That's from Dean.
I had a problem. Like I never paid for the Patreon, like, cause I won't, like, I'm just like, I'm be damned, but like I said, I've also bought super chats to just make her acknowledge me. But I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it because I think that's what happened to my friend Jen, like where that kind of stuff was being talked about, but I don't know that for sure. Diagnosing people, like my friend allegedly. I wouldn't be surprised because it looked that way from the 9-hour live where she was just in fear of her damn life and didn't want to, she wanted to protect her son and all the stuff she says that he is enduring. Yet she did it. She shared it. And anyways, and then they went on the Patreon after that. I have not seen the whole episode of it. I'd love to. I would love to.
Hey.
But I bet you, it looked like they do. It looks like they're totally different. They feel more comfortable, they said.
I can send you a few things and tell you any.
I love what y'all did with that. That cracks me up.
Well, I might have edited a few little things there. I don't know what it is.
Informative
content. I was like, if you want that one or any of the ones I've got, I can grab whatever you want. So,
oh yeah. And my email too. Like we need an email.
Yeah. I sent you one the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need it. Okay.
Yeah. We can look at it later. Janice in accounting says, what is the percentage of the police and investigators are or were LDS on your family's case? Do you know?
I've tried to figure this out. Like Rachel Smith, she's a prosecutor from Missouri. No, she's not. You can tell. I don't know. They don't share this. They like Judge Boyce. I wondered if he was, but somebody from Annie Cushing's community said that he was, but he no longer is. But then I was kind of wondered, like, okay, well, he's still a prominent member in the community. and it's a 97, 98% saturation rate, you're still influenced by that community, especially if you were raised, like if he was raised that way. But I just try to factor all these things in. But for sure, Rob Wood, yes. I don't know about Lindsay Blake, probably. I remember It's Just Robbie sending me some stuff, but it was a long time ago about where Lindsay worked before here. It was like in California or something. I don't know. And then they appointed her here. So I don't know. I don't know all the thing. It's been a while, but I mean, I've looked into some of these things at different times. I just don't remember it right offhand to say who's who. I don't think Ray Hermosillo is. I believe Ron Ball is. Also, Frank Vandersloot was started out by, like, he was born and raised very poor. His dad worked on the railroad or something, and there were two brothers, and I want to say it, two brothers with the last name of Ball, so basically two Ball brothers. Okay, I'm just saying. And so from that very community, and so I'm like, well, there's Ron Ball. Okay, I'm just saying these can't be too far. These aren't too far degrees. There's something here where this guy who actually admitted to buying stations from the church to change the minds and influence people through these stations. He admits it. He says it. And I'm like, that's what he did when Adam Steed came out with all his whistleblowing stuff for the Boy Scouts. So if you have Frank admitting that that's the whole reason behind it, he didn't like what people were saying. He said whenever they were accusing Boy Scouts, and he said of their churches, and I'm like, of your church, okay, yep, that's what that means. So what does that mean for East Idaho News? It's not a far stretch when you put it like that, and you know what I'm saying. And it happened in that very community. So you're going to want to influence the minds of those who might talk against your belief system, your church that you are, you served a mission for, and you're devoted to. You even bought 5 stations from them because that's what Bonneville Communications is. The church,
Yeah.
it's wild. I mean, I meant to put that together a long time ago, but I just now did. Sorry. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it goes in with, it reminded me of Ron Ball whenever she asked me that, but, and I would say Dave Hope is, but I mean, he was kind of kept off the case. I met all these guys.
So
I appreciate them. I do, but I also am like, there's brotherhood that outranks me. So
it's a mix. Well, and you're working with multiple states too. That's the other thing. Idaho, Utah,
I always worried about Arizona being corrupt
Arizona.
and it's everywhere. It's everywhere, y'all. It's in my town. It made me look at some unsolved cases around here that involved the sheriff's son allegedly, and how when I went back not too long ago and looked at the KK's murders here, I see Wayne McKelvin's big old Mason ring. I'm like, oh shit, what's that? Like, okay. Cognitive dissonance, like you don't realize these things because you don't know they exist. You don't know they're a thing.
Have I ever told you about when we took the 6 Mormon missionaries on the tour of the science
Yes, I
building?
love the story though. Dude.
But I don't think I've ever showed you guys. I'll have to get them so I can show them. There's pictures. We have pictures of all of it. But Kyle intentionally wore a shirt that has like the Illuminati eye and the pyramid and everything.
Yeah.
Got that whole Masonic, like he intentionally wore that. Granted, they did follow us out and take pictures. I mean,
Oh
of
my
our
God.
license plate, but it's hysterical though because he was very intentional. It was somebody's merch that he was wearing, and so he was like, "Look at my sweatshirt." Jay, I sent it to Jay the other day because I was explaining stuff to her, or I was telling her stories, and I sent her that picture, and she's like, "Kyle's sweatshirt." And I'm like, Jay doesn't miss a beat. She will hone in and see the craziest thing, but it was spot on. But they were really thinking we were something crazy. It's fun though. I saw with Jackie sent you a $7.99 super sticker. And then, Kresha, this is your story to tell your way. Lauren doesn't own it. You and your family and still are living it. Keep sharing your story.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Y'all hear a bunch of beeping because my kids are getting home.
Oh, you're okay. I'm trying to hurry through this for you. Krisha, I've been with you for years, and I know you have tried to be nice. I saw the hurtfulness and the struggle you have been through. $10.
Oh, thanks for acknowledging that too. That feels good. It feels validating. Thank you, Cheyenne. I know you have. A lot of y'all have.
You have a good group of people that really care about you a lot, and
Yeah.
I'm glad to see them coming out and standing. I'm glad to see so many more people recognize.
Yeah. Even just learning and saying,
Yeah.
"Oh, I haven't seen you," because I've been. It's like being next to a big tall oak tree, taking all the damn sunshine and throwing me in the shade. I'm not a victim. I'm just. It sucks. It's crazy, and she actually just kind of threw me into the algorithm. So thank you.
Hey, it's about time though, because you do great work, you do great research, and you have great streams. You have a great perspective. Keep doing it. I
you.
enjoy it a lot. I just don't. I don't. You know that I don't comment a lot.
Good.
They're lurking
I
a lot.
found a nerd. Yeah, I found my other nerds. I'm just like, oh, I'm so glad this is such a specific, unique, niche. Like, what do you do with this information? It's weird.
It's like, where do you go with this? And then when you see it tied to like social media and the true crime sector, I mean, it's got a whole bunch of problems with it in itself, but there's just so many things that overlap here. And one more, Davis.
I'm glad to see you, Moonlight View. I'm sorry, I want to say that real quick.
Oh, you're good.
You. Go ahead. Oh, thank you, Davis. That's yours. But it's, thank you anyways.
No, that's yours. It's got the little thing.
Well, then thank them.
No matter who it's thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys. This was really last minute. Lynn, thank you for joining us. I'm going to show you guys the video. Just again, if you like it, you can blame it on Krisha. If you don't like it, blame it on me. This is why when Lauren was complaining about the TikToks, I'm like, do you even realize how much fun I could have with this? Do you like those TikToks were just blah. They were bland after a while of the ones that she claimed were stalking her. So I have a tendency of being an asshole. Sorry, it is what it is. That's what I'm an asshole. And I had to do a little video for them last night.
Oh,
okay.
So happy.
I know. Here we go.
But of course, Becky's posting all kinds of other.
And for anybody that doesn't know that just happens.
With the good hair.
That happens to be my name. So I had to insert a picture of myself. Like, you talking about me? It was part of on this whole Becky thing. He was doing it.
You might as well. They do. They compare themselves to freaking celebrities and Charlie Kirk and dead people and that they advocate for allegedly. You know what I'm saying? So, and Lori was comparing herself to the 7 effing knee fights or whatever the fuck she was saying. Come on now. It's everywhere.
Like, of all names you could pick for your thought experiment, Becky has to be the bad person in your story. Okay, whatever, John. So it just worked for this one. So I had to insert my little face in it. Like,
it was perfect.
Here I am.
Definitely a palate cleanser.
This is definitely a palate cleanser.
Saying, she says, I'm going to burn your flipping kingdom to the ground.
Oh, God.
She's saying she's going to expose her.
I appreciate it.
That because she was her best friend, she has all these private text messages and emails that she's going to put out there to harm her.
Hidden true lies is what they call me. Never showing anything substantial, just tormenting me.
Mac Arches.
Mocking me, criticizing me.
Mac Arches.
And what this is, it's coercive control and intimidation. That's exactly what this is.
It's called holding you accountable.
Don't know what started the fire back here in this duplex behind me, but we do know that it started in the kitchen.
Just tormenting me, mocking me, criticizing me. And what this is, it's coercive control and intimidation. That's exactly what this is. That is what this is. You can say whatever it is. This is a TikTok.
And all of this, none of this is like, these clips are their direct words pulled from multiple streams. So it was just repeated over multiple streams.
She's been saying it for years.
Yeah.
Coercive control she's at least been saying it since Chad Daybell's trial, for sure.
Now she's just using it for herself.
every other day, every few days, trying to expose me of something I've never done, trying to hurt me, trying to burn. This is a quote. We're gonna get to it. My faults, burn her fucking false kingdom to the ground. Every other day is painful. But I just kept going on, not doing a thing until this, and things changed for me. Because now it's escalating. A month later, it's escalating. Causes ongoing stress and fear for both myself and my family. On July 31st, the respondent posted a TikTok with an audio that talks about being the keeper of receipts and the inconvenient truth that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground.
How tragic. That's so threatening.
I was said. Receipts and the inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground. They just want to burn that fucking false kingdom down, don't they? Even though I have put my heart and soul.
This pouty shit right here. Ugh.
Into hidden true crime, and it is good. And it is worthy. And it deserves to be here. And I have worked so hard. But they want to just take me down in a heartbeat. My child's livelihood, my husband's livelihood, and my livelihood. I have worked so hard to build. Thank you to my friend.
Oh, God.
Destroy me, to burn my false kingdom down, which I don't even, why is it false? I don't even know.
That's a good
Even
one
though
right
that
there.
one that said
Why is it
burn
false?
your false kingdom down in like
This is horrible though. When you actually like see the clips, all I did was go through and transcript all of the times they said burning our false kingdom down and put them. And I was like, oh, this is gross.
It's good though. I mean, it's so good. And it reminds me of Melanie Gibb, Nate Eaton interview where she says that he was the match and she was the gasoline or whatever. And I'm just like, oh, whatever. Drama queen.
saying that this is an account to expose my ex-friend. Okay.
Are you buffering or is it me?
I don't know.
Okay.
Respondents' own statements confirm this is purely personal vendetta. A 1-year friendship. August 29th post, quote, I'm talking about this toxic person.
Pop-Tart. That's just me becking nonsense over here. Again, you don't like the video, so it's not blamed on Crushy. You can blame it on me, though. You're right. I am no different. I'm an asshole, and I completely own that. I don't like creators who exploit victims, their tragedies, silence victims, their tragedies, and use religious manipulation, emotional manipulation. So I'm definitely nothing like, none of us are like them. But my petty level is exceptional. Just
kind of like when Dr. John does that Gypsy Rose thing with his tongue. I haven't shared that yet. Yep. But I do like Pop-Tarts. I do. I really love Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, your comment's not, well, it's over there. So, I mean, I don't
That's
know.
That's on my side?
I pinned it for you. I've got no shade. None.
Met and knew for a year, end quote. The attempting to burn her kingdom. On a July 31st post with audio about, quote, inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground, end quote. The August 23rd comment from Lori, again, Grayson's dentist wife, quote, burn that false kingdom down, for exclamation points.
Not this group. Like, this group is vindictive and they're vengeful and there's going to be some type of retaliation. We know that. Right? Like, they've trained us for that. It's threat after threat. We're going to ruin you. We're going to take your kingdom down, right? Like, we've got all this stuff on you.
No, not even in their declarations did they bring it.
Yeah.
What do you have on me? They just hate me.
Well, they have private texts, but yeah.
That her goal is to burn the kingdom down, right? It's clear that her goal is not only harm, reputational harm, emotional harm, psychological harm, but the harm that she really wants to affect is to ruin you and ruin your life and burn the whole kingdom down. Right? The goal. So what that's implying is that she won't stop until that harm is executed and complete. So if she burns the kingdom down, then she feels morally vindicated. Or if there's a death, if someone harms themselves or someone harms you, then the game's over. She's morally vindicated. Here's the problem. Here's the risk. This is why this is so risky and so important. When someone says that they want to burn your kingdom down, when they want to expose you, when they want to harm you, they feel justified in doing it. They feel, as virtuous violence theory would predict, implying harm. So it can be something as simple as implying harm. Is there implicit threats and implicit harm throughout this? Absolutely.
Yes.
How about ruining your kingdom, burning your kingdom to the ground? Is that harm?
Yeah.
It also can include reputational harm.
Physical, well, multiple. I mean, the song lyrics that she was posting were very frightening. Crying about what I lose. What am I going to lose? Burning my fucking kingdom to the ground.
For all of you in here, whether you're on my side or Crush's, making negative comments, again, you don't have to like the video. This is their own statements, their own words in timeline fashion. Not only are they their own words, but these are the things that they tried to convince an audience with, that she was being stalked. That is, again, misusing our court systems. And then she takes it up a notch and attempts to silence victims' families by striking Crusha. I want you to put into, when you are sitting here idolizing or, oh, Lauren hasn't done anything wrong. Why don't you take a look and go back and see her coverage of all these victims that she cared so much about all along? Why don't you ask the victim's family? Because she's been sent C&Ds from other people. She acknowledged that the other day. What exactly is a kingdom? She's talking about her YouTube channel. The dramatics, the escalating this while silencing a victim who has lost people to horrific murders, horrific, brutal murders. You are justifying her behavior. Oh, it's petty little drama. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. And it's about time these people, she's not in a, I hate to tell you this, but she's not alone in this little exploitation of victims and their families either. Her victims. She calls them my victims. They're called tragedy vultures. Wake up, people. People have been profiting off the backs of victims while trying to silence them forever because they're profiting off of pain. It is what it is.
Accomplices constantly egging her on and inciting this, saying, yes, burn that kingdom to the ground, calling workplaces, other people coming forward and saying, I'm getting strange calls from
And I'm sorry, I got to say one more thing. I do things way differently. Crusha is way kinder than I am because I have such an issue with the fact that anybody is sitting there praising Lauren Matthias for telling these family stories. Yes, it is an important piece of it. But when you try to silence and isolate them, and then you try to make yourself a victim and use the things that you know that they have gone through, you use the acknowledgement of them in your chat trying to support you while they're watching to see what really is happening, and you're attempting to harm them further by involving them in your games. She intentionally pinned every person that she pinned during that 9 hours. Nancy Joe, Colby, Brandy Neal, Crusha. Like, stop excusing the bad behavior. You can be a fangirl, but it's looking a little weird because I don't want to hear any of this. I'm for the victims. I care about the victims. When you're justifying her misusing,
prove it.
Like, stop. Exactly. Prove it.
I hear that all the time.
There's a comment in chat, moments in trading. If you are here trying to defend one side. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that the wrong way. Keep going. Move on. Sorry.
You're okay.
I do that too. I try to read them. I'm like, well, I could be taken out of context. So
I just can't stand when people, I've seen it a lot over the last couple of days of people coming for Crusha, and I'm really sick of it because what did you do? You didn't ask for this. You didn't ask for any of this. You didn't ask to be treated this way. You didn't ask for your family to be in this situation.
oh, it's my fault. It's mom's fault too. Just know that. And we've been blamed, both of us.
And it's not, I
My
will say
source.
in our chats, it's not the majority. The majority is here supporting, but there's the shitty ones that come in and say such stupid things like, Lauren hasn't done anything. You guys are just being petty, mean girls. No, she's exposed herself. I'm sorry. None of us are exposing Lauren. Lauren exposed herself. Lauren and Dr. exposed themselves.
Yep. This is her. They're doing because he's supporting it.
Yeah.
And he's not seeing it apparently through his credentials, you know?
Right.
And this is exactly what happened with Lori. I'm telling you. I mean, it hurts to watch. It's scary and it's concerning. Also, I don't like her, but I also don't want her to end up with, hurt and pain,
Right.
more hurt, more pain, death, murder. I don't know. Self-harm. I mean, there's so many things that can go. It can go from here. Or she could just say, I might be wrong. And it's okay. Instead of thinking that she's exalted and or perfect. That's scary. Oof.
It's dangerous. It's extremely dangerous to have this.
Yeah. We don't need any more victims on this side. Okay. So I just want it to stop. I just want her to say, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. And mean it, like a genuine sorry, and not have all this sideshow, this freak sideshow. Who said it earlier that everybody gawks at, like my mom said to Lori too in her victim impact statement. She's like, people don't go to see you. They if they do to go gawk at the freak show,
Yeah, that's
Yeah, like the other day I heard another very problematic creator say, I'm gonna contact Lori Vallow and have a little conversation with her about, how you got intel about how
because it's a fucking game to everybody. It's a game.
Exactly.
It's a popularity contest, and it really
it's horrible. And that one, I don't think that would have happened if Lauren hadn't come out and done this shit.
Mm-hmm.
It was so unnecessary,
Sorry, Donna. I do end up, she's on your side commenting, but if you catch to this, I did cuss a few times. I've tried to cut my mouth back some because I'm just blunt. But this is what
no swearing, no vitriol. I'm liking it. Okay.
Yeah, she's like, no, and I'm like, oh well, we did say a few things.
We cuss.
And when people realize, like, and this isn't
Lauren cuss.
It's from me. Crusha's family, the multiple different families off of this case, there are families attached to each and every one of these tragedies that your favorite social media creator is detailing. These are somebody else's stories, somebody else's most intimate moments. And a lot of these people say that they are victim centered until it's a situation like this. And then it's about, but she's not in the business alone. This is why they're called tragedy vultures. A lot of people call it different things. I mean, they really package up people's worst time, and then they paint pictures of these families in a certain direction, and that will forever be out there. And Lauren is sitting here complaining over her phone being silent. People weren't even reaching out to her. I want to remind people of that too. Like,
yeah, that's interesting, right? Yeah. I'm so stalked, but my phone's not ringing.
Right.
Stalked means she was shunned. And then I watched on Every Day with Jay yesterday how she was replaying Lauren's coverage of the sentencing after the sentencing at in Arizona under that tent, the hot mic moment. And here she is zooming in on everybody coming out, the family, the jurors, for Charles's trial or whatever. And she's zooming in, doing like a roll call, saying, that's our moderator. She's right there with, and I mean, just zooming in, it's a little voyeuristic. It's a little sadistic, actually.
There are a lot of very, very sadistic creators in true crime, unfortunately. They came onto the platform and they were just criminals themselves who needed an income stream. And it's really sad.
They saw an opportunity. Yeah.
Yep. And they know crime, so like, hey, why don't I do true crime and pretend I'm a good guy?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm sitting here thinking of Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and how they just look so fake. I'm just like, what is even going on right now? And I'm thinking back to how Lauren has said that her and John met through true crime, and they talked about it. And I'm thinking, oh my God, was it a psyop? Like, oh my God, it's just crazy. It's a whole nother level of crazy. Nothing's been normal ever since before the murders. It's been crazy ever since.
I wish there was like a massive advertising campaign for true crime victims' families that said, "Don't talk to YouTubers." Just be careful, or what I mean. Like,
yeah, that's also. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Or here's how to watch out for, what I mean? It's not like I don't want to block all true crime families from all YouTubers, because not all YouTubers are bad. It's not true. No. But you know what I mean? Like, I wish there was a way to warn people off of, at least in the very early days.
Yeah, there should be some kind of foundation or something. I had thought about that too, because it's, you don't, there's no playbook,
Yeah.
Not like the grift book. And I'll repeat what Rombo Hedril said earlier, and it just reminded me of it. Merry Christmas. We're getting into the Christmas season. Griftmas season. I can't talk.
Yeah.
I mean, Merry Christmas. And just like Tim, you can't spell victim without Tim. That's how I've said that before.
And social media does play, like, there are good aspects of it. So I'm not saying like we need transparency in the judicial system. There's so many things that we do need. So there is a good part of this. Unfortunately, there is a playbook that a lot of these creators, whether you want to see it or not, they might be polished a different way, because we can give you comparisons of people that you would instantly be able to point it out. But if you listen to them, they're saying the same things. They're behaving the same way. They just might be more polished about how they go about it with their interaction, but it's the same thing over and over again. And they collect on these families. Here's the reality that people don't want.
East Idaho News merch. Monetized YouTube channel, monetized family YouTube channel that also got more views than even mine, and that's my family. And I'm just like, whatever, his daughter, I believe, in my opinion, looks very exploited. Okay. Doing interviews of other, it's cute. I get it. I am right there too. It sucks, but this is the nature of the beast. This is what is going on, and what they're doing, and what they okay and say, oh, yes, man, the echo chamber. Right. And so when you see the Johnsons doing it, then the Smiths are doing it too. And so you got to keep up with both of those. And then it's like a competition thing. And it's just it's gross.
It is.
And it's a train wreck. And you want to help, but then, we can't even get past if Lauren's a shitty person or not, or if I'm just jealous, I mean, I'm just saying we can't even get past that.
If I could get one message out, really the most important role social media plays in a true crime case in the immediate aftermath is awareness, right?
Yeah.
And then the only real utility a true crime YouTube channel can play is if they do have a legitimate expertise, right? You know, they are a licensed private investigator. They do have legitimate, you know, experience, you know, a legitimate degree in something. But you also have to vet that as well, because they could be scamming. But which true crime family who's going through their tragedy has the time to be sitting there vetting that shit for them, you know? So it's really best for just awareness sake. But it's just so easy for vulnerable true crime families to get sucked in by the, you know, scammers of the world who come off so genuine and so nice and so helpful, and they'll come to them with these turnkey solutions. Oh, I'll be able to do everything for you. I'll do your PR, I'll do your investigations, I'll do your, you know, social media, I'll do everything for you. And then it turns out into an entire scam, and it's really, really sad to watch.
Yeah. I'm glad that y'all show so much interest in this too. Obviously, it is an issue, and it's not just this one time. It's all over. That's what y'all do. That's what right? I mean,
Yeah. This is what I built my channel talking about, was another creator who was same thing, 80,000 subs, attached herself to, it was actually a Marine veteran who had attempted to unalive himself. They exploited the family. They got in close with the family. They did GoFundMes. They made a bunch of lies, showed fake court documents. They did all these things, well, including the families and targeting certain pieces of the family. And like, it was horrific. And by
tearing
proxy,
them apart, causing rifts, probably.
oh, there,
and I
and
mean,
existing
they lose
ones.
no sleep, huh?
There was already existing ones in this family, so they found an easy opportunity. That divide already existed, so they just played on that, and it was horrific.
That's
Yeah.
nasty. And
And
never lose any sleep. But I mean, I don't expect her to lose sleep. Anybody that's okay with a mother of somebody, you know, just somebody that used to is your frenemy now, you know, like I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not taking up for the other lady. I don't think that what she did was very righteous. You know, maybe she should have went about it a little differently. But I mean, haven't we all made choices like that? I also don't see her. I just, the whole thing about it's okay for somebody she just doesn't like, because I did not see any goddamn evidence of any kind of threatening nature except for the one that was presenting. And then
None.
I was like, oh my God, she's like somebody said earlier, she's sitting there saying that somebody videoing her is a threat, but yet she's videoing her. So it's like, hello, pot, I'm kettle. And I mean, I can't get over it. I really can't. I'm glad it came out though. And it came out on somebody else. Like, it was her, and Lauren came forward. Lauren put her shit out there. And I'm very glad, because once I figured out what the hell she was doing, and that, you know, she was just playing a victim, and yet there's some text messages that have come out that say, you know, it's really stupid what she said. She could have come out at least with something witty, you know, or more snarky that would, anyways, it was stupid. But she's also talking about Jordan and McKay as well, you know, in that same text message. And Jen, my friend, you know, that got hacked. But then Lauren claimed they got hacked. And then, but yet, yeah, everybody kind of looked at me and Jen too. And I was like, oh, don't look at me. I don't even know what the hell. I don't even know how to do shit. You know, I don't even know what that is.
Right.
I've heard about it. You know, I don't know how it happens. Anyways, what else?
This
Shit.
right here, what Lindsay says, this is another point I would have. The most offensive part to me is her equating this to real trauma or harm, and on the backs of actual victims. That's a huge. But that's such a common thing, Lindsay, that we see. We see that the one good thing that I have said, and unfortunately, we are watching you process some of this now over the course of time. But the one thing I'm glad about is it's not an ongoing, like, justice for this part right here. The trial is over. So I am kind of glad that she didn't do this in the midst of all of that, and bring more pain and suffering to you guys at that time. And
it's already been done though. And I mean, me and Mom kind of shared this the other day. I don't know if we shared it live or if it was in private, but I was like, Mom, Like, come at me, bitch. You know, like, you can't hurt me. The worst is over. Like, the worst is done. You're just adding to it. That's all. You know, and I feel sorry for you, kind of thing. You know, it's just like, you've already been betrayed in the worst manner possible. And then this, you know, like, you cannot, nothing worse can come of this. I understand it's like, I don't like to challenge the universe and, like, say rhetorical questions like, you know, I don't know, I can't think of it right now, but it's like done. All she's doing is just adding. It doesn't really get worse. It just adds to the bullshit that you have to, like, kind of comb through. But it also, I'm glad she did this too, because everybody got to see what she is doing. I tried doing this half-ass a little bit whenever Lori Hillis showed her ass, you know, and it's a 1-2 punch. It's like, Lori Hillis was part 1 when she showed her ass, you know, in front of everybody. And then this is part 2. Both exposed themselves. And, you know, it is relieving. And you're right. When you were saying, unpacking all of this, it's cathartic too. And I mean, yes, talking like this right now is helping me process this, that I've buried this shit so deep. I have not even got to the top of it yet. You know, I'm still just kind of hungover, I guess you could say, like a hangover, you know, residual. But other people are picking this up.
Yeah.
And because it's interesting. It is. And you're like, whoa, what is this? You know, and I hated that I kind of I pounced when I could. And it's whenever she outed herself, though, about this other situation. But when I figured it out, I was like, I felt duped again because I tried dismissing my gut. After all these years,
offer support. You were over there offering support, and my heart was in my shoes.
Yeah,
as I was listening to it.
think about that. And other family members from other cases, you know, were there, and that our comments got pinned.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was so intentional. That was one of the first things. And I sat there for 9 hours. Like, I've not been a hater. I don't engage in much true crime. That's just not my thing. I don't like the gory details. I don't need to know all that stuff. Like, I want to know that the families, you know, what's remaining is safe, justice is served. Like, I'm more concerned about the trial process and things of that nature. Like, that's more interesting to me. I don't want to know all the gory things or that part of it. And the cult side of this for me is what really intrigued me. I'm not a true crime buff, but I did watch Lauren a few times, and never in my I sat there for 9 hours. I watched the entire thing. One of
never a bathroom break.
I did go, thankfully, but
but she did not. That's a concern. You need to drink more water, ma'am.
Well, Dr. John actually kind of called her out in the Patreon.
Yeah.
They made it seem like she might have been wearing Depends.
Depends. Oh my God, it depends on the day.
He makes it, and then she's like, I wasn't wearing one. I had one bathroom break, and it's like, okay, whatever. But I mean, to each their own. I don't, whatever.
No difference to me, you know.
But I think most of us were sitting there thinking, okay, this is a true crime creator who a lot of us had seen as ethical before, or not as problematic as the people I normally cover. Let me say that. Not as problematic. 9 hours and not a single bit of just like anything that was factual or would show that she is being stalked to the point where she is comparing herself to these victims. She was comfortable using the victims, but there's no proof to show that there is anything even remotely close. In fact, in my opinion, she was actually the aggressor in this situation. She said her phone was going silent, so they started reaching out to people. There is actually another video, like I said, that explains more of CrimeCon was fine when they returned. I'm going to play that today. It's mind-blowing to see how, and I think all of us were sitting there like, yeah, she's going to come through with proof. There's going to be proof of here. Like, she's not going to make these claims.
Yeah, I kept waiting on it.
Yeah.
You're just like waiting.
The other night, hearing her say that she didn't feel exploited. That really took me back for a minute. And I was like, and
I don't know if she's looked at it
well
in all the way. But I mean, I'm glad that,
I was really glad to hear her say that. but I still had to think about it. But everything that was I'm sure she doesn't even remember some of the people that were contacting them, following,
Nope.
trying to get pictures. I can't even imagine at that point in time. So Lauren probably did seem very genuine in comparison to some of the other craziness.
And then Dr. John offered help.
Yes. Yeah.
Of the mental kind, of grief. And I actually, I just pulled up, because I've been wanting to look, but I've been busy on these things. But I wanted to look at the 18 minutes she struck. And it's from content found in 1 hour, 29 minutes and 41 seconds to 1 hour, 47:29. And I just played that part, and it's I just don't want to share it because I'm not even trying to get us in trouble again or anything. Give them any memo. But it's mom. It's of mom.
Is it when she was on there?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Yep.
And I was sharing other pictures and stuff too. So there you go. Like of mom, of just her at CrimeCon with all the Delphi people. The stuff I had dug up on about Othram. And actually, no, that was Everyday with Jay, who dug that up with Othram owning Web Sleuths now.
Oh, and while we were doing this, I stumbled across some stuff from the Red Seat guys and the sponsorship with that. There's a whole video, I think, done by East Idaho News when they were CrimeCon. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to it because I can't stand it, in the first place. And then I found out that Joe and Megan were going, and I was like, okay, whatever. I ain't lost nothing nowhere. I've not lost anything. I mean, I understand the sentiment for people who go, but I don't think there's been much talk about this, the exploitative aspect of it, who owns it, who runs it, who do you want to support, that kind of thing. Awareness is okay. I don't want my parents, they were invited by Navy in the first year, since all this stuff splattered. I mean, it was like 2021. And if you think about it, it was Mom and Larry, then it was Summer, and then it was Colby. Okay. Made his name, okay, when he found Lori and Chad and caught him. I appreciate it. I do. But I also look at other things that are beneficial to connections. So who created Nadine? Was it really his journalistic skills, or was it being at the right place at the right time to do something and catch a moment and be aggressive, be that reporter that goes and says, hey, Chad, hey, Lori, I can say that's more than I can say for Lauren. She just zooms in on everybody's face. She don't really, put a microphone in their face. She's just kind of a Timu. Just figuring. I don't know why that popped out, but I'm just saying.
They're going to say, see, they're bad influences on Krisha.
They tried making up a thing for why this was recent, but it was right before all this meltdown shit when they were burning their fucking false kingdom. They said that talking about her eyebrows, they talked about it, so everybody can go F themselves. If y'all can't, just because y'all can't figure it out, don't come out and lash out at us. That's all I'm saying. They've said that the reason why she did that, like John mentioned something about it, so it was one with them two, and then she said, well, yeah, it's just because I was making a facial expression, and I was like, nope, that's not it, honey. That ain't it at all. But thank you.
Nate does show a lot more journalistic skill than Lauren. I will say that.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
a lot.
We agree on that though, and maybe that's it. I mean, as far, I just I know people. I had one. I was it was the day Summer. I want to say it was Lori's sentencing in Idaho. Summer didn't show up, even though she was appointed as advocate for Tylee. She shows up though on Nate Eaton's interview, and I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? And I mean, there's already animosity. That's no secret here. Okay. They have supporters, trust me. There's always somebody that's on the other coin of this, supporting the bad behavior. Say, oh, you did nothing wrong, honey. They just want to be close. They just want to be close. I don't know. It makes them feel relevant or something. I really don't know. But so he's on there with her. He's got her on there. And so I pull it up. And this is after I sat in this chair and watched that entire, the victim impact statements are read and all that stuff. And Lori said, no one was murdered here, that whole thing. And then Summer, but she couldn't show up for her niece or her nephew. And I say that, or her nephew, like that, because I always felt like JJ, they, just like Lori, he was like an accessory.
Yeah.
Whatever, it can get us to the front of the lines at Disneyland, it can get us the good parking spots with the handicap thing. It gains sympathy. I can manipulate people by using my adopted sons, but being a tragedy pimp. Okay.
Yeah.
And I noticed another alarming thing too. This just reminded me of Lauren expecting like her son to protect her. Same thing Lori does with Tylee and JJ. You did nothing wrong, Mom. They're there to protect her. There's a reversal here. People should be concerned. If not for maybe you think she's innocent and telling the truth and whatever. It don't even matter what you think about me. But do you not see the red flags, the mental health concerns going on here? Are you not concerned about the welfare of her child? Is nobody, because like John apparently does not see anything wrong here, and I'm concerned. Nobody did this for Tylee and JJ. Nobody except for Charles, and then he was murdered, and then they were sitting ducks, because that's their mom. The child does not have the choice to just, it's your child. He's 8, So if what they said was true, which I wonder, I mean, she also said in another interview you shared with Bill Real and RFM that they were planning a Pokemon party and he was doing good, and I just kind of found that interesting. I think it was on that one.
There's been contradictions of doing well and then extremely struggling, which, all I can say is I hope, because people will justify it 9 ways to Sunday about why everything's fine. There's nothing wrong. We're being the assholes. She's having these perfect things. Of course, an 8-year-old should not know all this stuff, period, point
No.
story.
That's enmeshment.
Well, it's developing insecurities, but this is also a form of indoctrination, fear mongering by using the children. And it is a way of
using it for sympathy. Yes.
Yeah. And
I need to share this. We can just play it in the background. But this is what we don't want, because this was so scary to me. I don't know if you're sharing it yet. Are you?
Yep, gotcha.
Okay. All right. I have it muted. So this is, I'll play a little bit so you can hear it. This was the craziest. I hope it plays. What the hell is going on here?
That site does not like you today.
Oh goddamn! I just tripped. Let me back this down. Maybe I have it. Oh no, it's a 360. Damn. Internet issues, I guess. I'm sorry, but you don't want this. You don't want this dude jumping up in a helicopter, and then just just the things that happened this day. They found the kids buried in Chad Daybell's backyard.
Oh yeah.
Well, Tammy was still alive. Tammy was still alive when they were buried there.
Yep.
And I mean, it's so, I don't want this to happen to their little boy.
Chad
I don't want this to happen to anybody.
Chad goes to his wife and says, your dead grandmother just told me that she wants you to go visit your family in Springville. And Tammy, his wife, never went away. Didn't like driving alone. And Springville was something like 3 hours or 4 hours away, something like that. I don't know. But But Chad says, yeah, your grandma just told me she wants you to go see your family. So Tammy dutifully goes and takes a trip. And that's when the children are buried in the backyard.
Yep.
Or at least
Yeah, he
that's,
also
when one
did-
of, that's when one of the murders one of the murders happens.
Tylee.
Yes.
Actually, no, she was already gone. That was October 4th. So they were gone, but they were planning the murder for Brandon.
Right.
And then he got shot at. Well, I lied. No, Tammy was not dead yet. You're right. She got shot at October 9th and then murdered
And then he
October
sends her,
19th.
and then when she's away, he sends her a text and says, "Oh my lamb," and I'm not quoting him, but I'm mocking him. "Oh my lamb, guess what? There was a raccoon in the backyard, and I shot the raccoon." And this is during the day.
Yep. It's a racial slur to mark her dark. I'm from the South. You know, when I'm a coon ass, that's what we say here. It's not a racial slur. It's just Cajun people, you know, the Cajun French. And so we always were taught I'm a coon ass. And so the other side of that is the coon part, okay? And that's the racial slur. Do you understand? That's marking her dark
Okay.
in plain sight. And that's what that is.
So he says that he shot this raccoon in the daylight and buried the raccoon in the pet cemetery. So the implication is that that he was just making sure that she knew why he was shooting a gun during the day if any of the neighbors report it when she
Exactly.
comes.
Yeah. But I mean, I think this is generational. Like I said, I feel like this happened to Chad, and I don't know what Tammy was into. I'm not trying to. I don't want to victim blame. I don't. That's never my intention. But I question whether or not my Uncle Charles was a Freemason, and maybe this has something more to do with that. Okay, because people who are connected, he was in a fraternity. Kappa Sig, and it's kind of starts there. Well, actually, it can start. Boy Scouts is the early indicator of that kind of conditioning, but you stay connected, and people, it's like a word of mouth. It's like, oh, they're in the club, so you know what I'm saying. It's they get business, anyways, and so I just want to kind of state the facts that there was testimony in Chad's trial of Tammy also being a body code emotion, what do you call it, practitioner, just like Julie Rowe had went through the program. So did Zalema, so did Chad. Energy healing. They were doing this whole, she didn't feel connected to her body. It's hard to push a spirit out. I actually have Chad kind of admitting that he knew that pushing a spirit out of his wife's body was equal to death. I can, if once I pull it together, but I mean, once I find all the things, but you can draw the conclusion. You can go from A to B to C to D, and you're like, oh yeah, he had to have known just by what he said. And I mean, we know he did, but it's just to like, just, I don't know. I just like to show it. I don't know. I'm visual.
Wink,
visual
wink,
evidence,
Lauren. But also to fit the other part of that, what I just said is that they did find Tylee in the pets in that place where that they buried the record.
The other part of that, the generational part I was saying, is while the kids were missing, Emma was lashing out. Okay.
Yes.
Right? Being a little shit. And she
Emma is Chad's daughter.
Emma's
Chad's daughter.
And she posted on her Facebook cover, her new Facebook cover photo was 2 raccoons in it looked like a canoe. So don't tell me that they're not gloating and rubbing it in our face and communicating to their other partners. I don't know. I'm not in their heads, but that's so vile. It's just deplorable.
Oh yeah, his family was mocking it, and then they tore down the big memorial that was put up around his house where they were buried.
I'm sorry, 1993 paper. Oh, I'm sorry. I know it is heavy. Everybody knows Everybody knows their triggers, and I'm not ever trying to trigger. We're not trying to trigger people, but
not at all.
it's just these are their stories, and they didn't make it out to tell them, and it sucks. But it's at the core of this. They're at the core of this, and they were silenced by this kind of extreme belief and behavior, and just everybody allowing it and excusing it and not holding these people accountable, and they can't even hold themselves accountable. So it's just tragic all the way around.
It's extremely tragic.
Well, that is a wet blanket, huh? I know. Oh, it just got heavy.
Great. There's a lot of comments about how we can't expect everybody to think the same way. That's not what we're asking. You can't expect people to all agree. No. But here's an example, and this is I don't know how it would be controversial to anybody, but it's where we are. Take the Epstein files, for example. Massive amount of victims and still being covered. And some people are okay with that, but yet they'll tell you they want victims to receive justice. But then they will justify that. You're never going to get people to all agree that on anything. But that's a huge example of
you have people excusing it, even though some are convicted of it. I mean, this is what's happening. I don't need to see a list.
Right.
I saw a part of a temporary, whatever, the redacted list. I saw John Huntsman's name. I saw the Marriotts. I saw all I needed to know. I know that it leads there. I know that they're all friends. I know that they're elites, and this is what they do. I don't need, they can shove their list up their ass. I know everything I need to know from all the other things that I've researched and the things that I've witnessed. And I'm just like, I'm not dumb. They treat us as if we're dumb, just like we do to kids. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, kids are sponges, and they're smart, they're intelligent. And they also try to get us to stop using our senses. Okay. Don't listen with your, mute your gut instinct. Don't use that. Oh my God. No, I mean, use all those things. They're checks and balances for ourselves. That's how we were born. And we weren't born to live in a modern society. I mean, that's who we are. We survive. We try to survive. We're human. And I just, I just want to tell people, don't discount yourself. Don't discount that little voice. Okay. Don't discount unless it's telling you to go gather people for the 144,000. Let me check myself real quick. Just kidding. But don't discard your own intuition. Follow your gut. It's usually right. I spent so much of my life before this dismissing my gut. And then just like with Lauren here, I tried dismissing it because it must be me. I'm too sensitive. I'm too critical, I guess, too. You start to kind of doubt yourself. And it's okay to admit flaws too. I mean, to me, I can connect with that. When Lauren, a couple times, she made fun of herself, or like when she showed up at the freaking barbecue at the prosecutor's thing in Boise. I mean, Jason and I died laughing, but I could connect with her, and because I saw her as human, and not just somebody that caused a lot of pain. Or her cussing, I mean, it just so they're not so they're wrapped so tight, they're combustible.
Yeah.
And then it's a big mess.
That pursuit of perfectionism too is so harmful. It's there's so many.
They have a lot of good qualities too. I've never seen people be so organized and just come together as a community. Like I said, they can get some shit done that.
That's what they're taught is service. And that's one thing I will say.
The busy bee.
Yeah.
Beehive.
And a lot of them are like, again, we're not painting a broad brush. Like if you're Mormon, you're a bad person. That's not what we're saying.
You know where you are.
It's harmful. Some of the people that might believe that are still genuinely good, well-intentioned, amazing souls. Like a lot of my friends are still Jack Mormon. Like it's just what it is. They're great humans, wonderful people. They would never do this, but this is what the fundamental doctrine and belief systems and a lot of this can lead to. And it's just the reality, whether you want to see, like whether people want to see it or not, that's open.
Up to you.
That's on you. Like you have to come to reality of not everything we see is that simple. There's a lot of complex situations, and this is so overlapping in so many different areas. It's very complex.
Bad. It's scary. You can't make this shit up. You cannot.
No,
Yeah.
and once you start to see it, you cannot unsee it, and you try so hard. I've always worked with the theory of working against. So if I have a theory on something, just like the Ballard stuff, at first I was like, yeah, no, everybody else has to be right. You know, there's no way that they'd be promoting this movie about this man. He's got to be a hero. Everybody's like,
yeah, that's a great analogy, you know. And I mean, then you start digging, right?
Yeah, and then you start looking and you're trying to like disprove it, and all you find is more and more connections and more things that actually cause these. It's just, and then you watch people get caught up in the machine too, a cog in the machine, and they are they're formulated to be. So we don't even realize. It's a lot. There's a lot to it. Back to the MK Ultra stuff. I still believe that there's likely things like that happening. I mean,
And I do believe I have proof of that, of Tim Ballard getting this from, oh my gosh, from Thom Harrison, because I ran it through. There was a transcript that was included in a lawsuit filed against Tim Ballard a couple years ago, and I ran across it again, and it was a transcript, but like it looks like maybe Thom Harrison might have been recording, you know, writing things down, and the things he was saying. At first, I didn't catch it the first time because I watched like Nuance Cara Burrell cover it. And so the fact that she pointed out that Tim was like, it's God, the angels, or something like that, then it's Thom Harrison. It was something like that. I remember the angel part, and Thom Harrison, but I don't remember the other thing. But it was like a priority, you know, like it's this, and then Thom Harrison, you know, so that's pretty big, right? But then, so I quit thinking past that point. And I didn't really, and I hadn't I haven't researched into the MK Ultra type experiments that I had since then. So I ran across it about 2 weeks ago, I guess, and it caught me. And I was like, oh my God, this sounds just like MK Ultra shit. You know, I'm just dubbing it that because I don't have any other words. And so I took it, I've removed I have a program or whatever where you can take all the text off the page. And so I did that. And then I transferred it, I copied and pasted it into my AI chat GPT. And I asked the question, you know, like, is this similar? And I was like, hypothetically, you know, because I have to like try and trick it to get it to even say it's not against the guidelines or whatever, you know, to talk about all the things I talk about are against the guidelines. So it's always a challenge. But I just kind of wanted to run it through that filter and see if it had any similarities to MK Ultra, and it was like, yes, I pegged it. You know, it's very much reminiscent of building like a Manchurian candidate. And I mean, that's how they put it. They put Thom Harrison put senator, president, prophet. And so this is going on. Ketamine treatment was involved as well. So if Chad, so let's just say that is an MK Ultra. Let's just hypothesize here. So take that happened to Tim. Okay. So then when you find out the information that Chad and Julie Rowe were meeting Thom Harrison in his office, it doesn't take me too much reaching to say, huh? And then all these murders happen. Do you understand? That's what I'm trying to say. Is it's programmed to kill. Have you ever read that book from Dave McGowan? Eye opener. There's a lot of these kind of things that we have watched and witnessed with our own eyes, and these people are in prison, and they're some of them are framed. I know. Calm down. It's not a witch hunt. It does no justice for the victims, and it does no justice for the community still living and walking amongst the murderers, if they're not the right people that are in jail. Richard Allen. They MK Ultra'd him, and the fact who mentioned the other day the fact that Dr. John didn't even recognize the torture of holding him in that prison instead of just a county jail with the Odinism and all that bullshit. That and that doctor that testified, the mental health lady, or I don't know all the names. Okay, I don't really know the case that well. I watched Lauren's coverage of it. How can we come to separate? I'm just like, I watched her coverage. I mean, I listened to her. I followed her, and I followed a little bit with Lawyer Lee. So it's like, how can I listen to her information but come up with a whole different thing? Jason too. I mean, I cried. It's heartbreaking because it's like sometimes things just need to look a certain way, and it does no good for the family, the victims' family members. The victims who are no longer here. What justice is that? If you just to show that you have somebody put away and they're convicted of that? Okay, it's to give a false sense of security. They're okay with letting someone go to prison, just like Lauren's apparently okay with letting somebody go to jail for something I don't think she did. And that's disturbing on so many levels. But it also tracks for what happened and how Lauren got an award for that specific case, the Delphi case, and was at CrimeCon with all the Delphi people. But there's no corruption. There was no botched, lost, damaged evidence or, oh yeah, we found this in the bottom of the filing cabinet. Didn't she get like a reward or something? The word, I don't know, reward money. I don't even know the people's names, but it ain't right. And so everybody's okay with that. I don't know. My brother was also in prison. So it's like, hey, and this could happen to any of us. Just somebody get framed, just for something you didn't do, but it's your word against theirs. And then you have to go through the court system. And it doesn't seem like you just get to say what you need to say because they kind of frame it the way they need to, or influence you to where you do, or break your whole spirit, just break you down. It's alarming what that Richard Allen was doing in prison. I mean, it's red flag city, and the fact that Dr. John didn't even see that shit. What is that? And you don't see Lauren, melting down. It's crazy. All right. Enough heavy shit.
No, that I'm sure it's just nice to talk. It's just,
yeah.
I mean, you do talk on your channel and stuff. It's not the first time I've heard you talk, but you're like really processing things, and people in the comment section, I think, are following along, and you
are probably agreeing. I know we're not going to agree on everything. I don't expect us to, but I think a lot of people do care, and
I do too.
I honestly have nothing to add on the Delphi case because I didn't follow it at all, but
yeah.
So I just let you vent.
I don't know enough either to add anything of value to that.
I don't either. So it's just what it looks like from here, and from researching into these ritualistic cases, because I believe is exactly what happened to Tylee and JJ. And I mean, there's just all kinds of things that go into it. The September 22nd significance, the Rosh Hashanah, the fact that Lauren just came back from Delphi, and then she is that where the real big change happened? She doesn't look, let me see, how do I say this? It looks like, you're home, but the lights aren't on. She's stark different. Like that same.
Nobody's home.
Yeah, just like Lori, a carcass, like just
a shell.
Right. Her demeanor. I mean, I'm not. She treated me shitty before that. Okay, so I'm just saying it has nothing to do with that. It's just something changed. like she's so cold. She's everything that she says, looking at it again, with a critical mind, even for the first time after that, it's glaring in your face, and it's so different. At least she tried before. She faked it.
I've
feel.
never ever had any personal interaction with her, so I don't know. But what I did notice is that her demeanor on camera definitely has changed gradually over time, from somebody who's a little bit more natural to somebody who's much more performative, and not as connected and more guarded. And from somebody who's more, kind of looking at the camera so that she can connect with her audience, to somebody who's, on camera but looking around more.
That's me all the time. I hate looking at the camera because I feel like everybody watching, I don't know who they are, so it makes me uncomfortable. Like they can look into my soul, right? I don't know what it is.
It's, more like when she's like in a public place and she's, there's one thing about looking around for people to pull over. There's another thing about looking around and being distracted. You know what I mean? And I used to go to when I was in the tech industry, I'd go to parties and there were those people who, you would stand there and talk to them and you knew they weren't paying attention to you because they were standing there looking for the next person to talk to, and it was so uncomfortable, and it's kind of like that's the feeling I would get, watching her in the most recent lunch lives, is that she's just really not paying that much attention to what she's saying on the camera.
And she's tired. It's I actually look, and this is just my personal opinion, just from having experience with, I used to be addicted to substances or whatever. And I mean, so from experience, right? And I'm looking at, and I'm just like, she looks like she's having an issue with, I don't even know if I'm not saying this. I feel like people are gonna be like, crazy hand, but it does. It looks like she's having ADHD medicine, Adderall, and then like a downer. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. She's tired.
You're talking to two people who are witnessing someone not off on camera every night, and we're battling with whether to accuse her of being on drugs.
Well, it's not, and not really just accusations, but it just really reminds me of that time where I was using and lying, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't do the best things you're proud about. You're not proud of those times, but it's coping with something. It's your way of trying to cope with something. And then somebody had mentioned earlier, yes, it's like her mask fell all the way off, like that. Like, it took Lori a time, for me at least. It didn't come off until these last two trials when she represented herself. In the last one, I was like, whoa, oh God. It's just super. Well, I mean, she showed it, but it was kind of a slow thing. But with Lauren, it was pretty quick. It was like I'm like, whoa, this is crazy.
Well, and it came all the way off with that 9-hour live. I mean, it was like it was reaching a cliff with the 9-hour live, and then when all the court docs came out, it was,
and the other channels,
it was gone. Yeah,
other people. And so if she knows that what she did was not right, if it matches the evidence of no evidence,
right,
then that's even freakier, because like, let's say that Joe and Megan had no idea, and then maybe we're kind of orchestrated or nudged or influenced, to do what they did, and to just buy into it, just like in a cult, just like how you don't question the authority. You don't question because of maybe the backlash that you might receive. The alliance, that's kind of the conditioning, right? He was a Latter-day Saint too. And then it just is interesting to me, I question these things now. It's so close, and it's so reminiscent of Lori and Chad, their stuff.
Yeah. Well, I hate to do this, but I'm going to. This has been a wonderful conversation. I really appreciate you inviting me up for it. I feel honored to be part of this conversation.
Yeah.
And, sorry that you're going through this, Kresha.
Mm.
But I know that you've obviously been through a lot worse, right?
Yeah, and just talking about it is helpful, and just this conversation is essential. Like, I think we need more of these, and so basically, opening the invitation, for anytime y'all want to, just let me know. I'm there.
I
think it's helpful for the community too.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, and I think it helps explain some more perspectives of like why everybody is reacting to different pieces of it and what affects different people.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I mean, you don't see this kind of conversation on Mormon Stories. Just saying. I mean, I'm just saying. So this is very unique and specific and interesting because it's got all kinds of things.
And I have tailored down my responses a whole, like I've been good today.
Oh yeah. It used to be busy. Oh my God. Damn.
I've seen some comments that I would have been like, I'm sorry, I am not an apologist for this person, that person. Like, keep your Christian nationalism way the fuck away from me. Like, I would have been all on it, but I kept it to the end here. So
I love that you stand up for family members of victims, though. That you stand up for victims and just doing things you see wrong. You don't. If you see something, say something. Well, she does, and so
I wish
there was more like you.
But I wish
in do more.
Well, I proxy to, unfortunately, I end up talking a lot about the cases or like certain things that we've covered, and so it feels
relatable.
Hard. It's hard because that each and every family, when they get into the social media spin, there's nothing we can do. There's absolutely nothing we can do to protect them, prevent things from happening, and it feels helpless at times too.
I even warned my mom. So I'm her daughter, and she discounted that. But I mean, but the other thing is that really helped me heal, and that just made I've been waiting for this for a long time. And I've also I've tried to hide it as best I can, but also have tried to be honest as best I can without outing it, it's because I'm still navigating this behind the scenes, and growing through the motions, trying to figure out the best way to find myself, first off, but then to take care of my family, and then still try to keep a relationship with my mom because it was strained because of all that shit with Lauren.
Yeah.
And Lori, just all that stuff. It really, it didn't help for sure. It did not help.
100%.
And I mean, we're already mother-daughter, and she was 16 when she got pregnant, 17 when she had me. I've kind of used to coddle her. You understand? When I was growing up, when I was a little kid, I remember her crying and I would just go cry. I remember crawling on the bed with her and I just would tata her. We say tata. And I mean, I didn't want her to cry, And I mean, I kind of feel like there was resentment because of, maybe I held her back from things, from being born, just that kind of thing. And so these are things that Lori complicated with all her evil shit. And then all these other people have complicated too, or that have gotten in the way, for whatever reasons, And I mean, this is just kind of how it happened. And I tried to, because in order to tell my story, it would make my mom not look so she would actually look human. You know what I'm saying? So don't praise none of us. Don't worship, don't idolize. I appreciate the sentiments, but our issues and trauma and pain and case is no different than yours. Your pain is just as relevant. Your life is just as relevant. It's not a trauma, competition. That's not at all, and that it's okay to grieve. And we don't get to tell other people how to grieve. Okay. But because we don't want people to tell us how to grieve, except for Erica Kirk. I'm kidding. Anyway, I just thought that. But it's just been a challenge. But when my mom, I told her, I sent her a text. I tried to kind of set the stage a little bit to kind of let her know why I was going to do what I was going to do Sunday. And I just kind of wanted to explain a little bit, but it got to be a lot. And I was like, good Lord, let me wrap this up, you know? And so I did. And I just kind of wanted to gently tell her. And that way she could, whatever, you know, I'm just letting you know I'm going to go live Sunday and I plan on just unburdening myself about Lauren. And then she called me the next night and she was like, okay, what are you doing? And I was like, oh Lord. And she was like, I want to just tell you, I'm so sorry. And I was like, what is happening right now? You know, like, is she really fucking apologizing to me? Because, oh my God, I've been waiting for this forever. I just wanted her to acknowledge it. That's it. Like, I've already forgiven and done all the things, but I just needed it to be, I needed my pain in this, my experience to be validated. And she was like, I was wrong. And I was like, I don't, that's not it. You know, just like what we're doing here. Like, I don't want to be right. And I didn't want to be right about that. And I am sorry that she got hurt like that by that, you know, by Lauren and them. It's not a win thing. It's not a loser, right or wrong. It's a, oh my God, you know?
Right.
But it's like breaking the cycle for the next generation, for our posterity, is essential. I never realized all that until all this happened in my family. Then it's like everything prioritized, and as I've learned, at least it kinked up that chain and broke that cycle a little bit because my daughter's aware. We talk openly. I'm aware, and I'm, you know, now we can start, now that it's acknowledged, now we can start healing our relationship. And just to know that my grandma, Uncle Charles's mom, and my mom's mom, okay, so my grandma, she went to her grave without ever breaking that cycle. So it's good. We're making way, and I'm glad. That's progress to me.
Yeah.
That's huge. Yeah.
It's huge. That makes me want to cry.
Yeah.
It's so huge, and it impacts everyone in our future, you know, in our generation, in our bloodline from here on out. So it's like unchecked childhood trauma, and that's what this is. And you know, these people and all of us are walking around, we're all hurt, and we're dealing with it by masking it, and you know, with substance abuse, with work. I think that these things, you just kind of transfer from one bad habit to another, but you also, you know, it's constructive or destructive, you know, it depends. But anything in excess is bad. It's not good for you. If you're like my bonus son, my oldest one, he packs his schedule. Okay. And I'm like, dude, whenever that happens and you're, you know, succeeding in all these other areas that I know you love and enjoy, there's always something in that is not getting nurtured. It's not getting sunlight. It's not getting any attention. So you're basically, you know, you're ignoring something. You're, I can't think of the word. You know, anyways, it's not as balanced as you think it is. You know, you still have to face all these things. You can't just escape them.
We repeat what we don't repair.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep.
But I hope everybody got some healing from this. I did. I mean, just that little bit right there helped.
It just felt good getting to know you better and talking to you and hearing you out. So I really appreciated being here with you all. Thank you so much, Nonsense.
Of course. Thank you for coming up. I was like, wait, if Lynn's free, this would be perfect. I enjoyed this. So if you guys are up for it again sometime, I am here for it.
Yeah, let's do it. And I don't care. We can do it anytime or all the time. I don't care. I don't care. Because it's healing, and it's I like to strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah. All right. We'll see y'all later. I'm dropping
Bye,
down.
Lynn.
Bye.
Bye. Still not as long as Lauren's live. I'm just saying. They're long, but they're not that long.
Hey, get me in a zone and I can go for 12 hours on my own.
I've seen you do it.
if I've got clips lined up and a story to walk back, I can do it. And I all by myself too. Just doop, 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 and
Marathon.
talk
A
to a wall.
marathon.
Guess what? Do you
What?
remember the other day when Lauren said that her business relationships had been damaged?
Yeah, probably because you damaged them.
Well, she
Go ahead.
was a speaker at Thrive in Lehigh on
Oh, yeah.
this Saturday.
This past Saturday?
No, coming up on the 1st.
Oh, Lord.
It must not be harming her too bad, which is really crazy. Listen to who she's with.
And that's ex-Mormon.
Yeah, that's what's so
Mhm.
confusing to me because she's still current Mormon. So Noah, who is secular Buddhism, Shalise from Cults to Consciousness, Kyle from Latter Gay Stories, Alan Mont, event MC, he's doing and Lauren
Is Megan
Matthias.
going to this one too? I wonder if Megan's going to go to this one too. She went to
don't
the
know.
last one. Or something that just, oh, wait, that was Sunstone. Never mind. That makes me wonder. I'm just curious now.
I guess they
I'm
weren't
just trying to figure out the allegiance, like why.
That's just weird that she is
Not scared.
Well, and it's not harming her business. Like, obviously, this didn't harm her business. She's still being asked to be a guest speaker at events.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it calls into question why she went on all these, like, this tour during the scariest time of her life to proudly announce that she's still proud Mormon, and then she's at this convention. It's confusing.
You brought that out for me. Your coverage of this has brought that out for me. That's why I like watching all kinds of creators on this, because there's so many different aspects and a lot of people won't touch this aspect. And it's tragic because it's like, it is what it is, y'all. You can polish a turd, but it's still a turd. You're still gonna get your hands dirty if you pick it up.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you do that. I'm glad you're not scared to do it. It's intimidating. It is. It's hard. But it's also necessary. So I remember somebody not long ago, they were like, don't talk about politics. And I was like, I thought about that like a couple days. And then the next time I was on, I was like, and I'm gonna talk about politics. I don't know all the things, and I don't know the first thing about what believes in what or what, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I live here. I'm a resident. I'm an American citizen. And I mean, I'm watching it. Not only that, but Tim Ballard, all this shit leads up to that, and that's where it brought me. So it's like, I thought about that too. Well, no,
that's
not
valid.
that.
Oh, sorry.
I was talking about maybe this has created chaos to bring, because it made me think about if Grayson is the snark, Reddit snark for Annie Elise, what do you call it, moderator or whatever, or what do you call that?
I don't know what that Reddit thing is.
Okay, it's like Reddit snark pages, and she's like the I don't know. She created them. And so if that's true, then why would Grayson be over Reddit snark pages out to snark about Annie Elise? And then I was like, well, I thought about this. I was like, what if that means that now that she works for Lauren, I mean, is she planning this chaos too?
Yeah, I've thought about that.
Is she a chaos creator? What's going on here? And then she came from Delphi. Was there chaos there too?
Well, and I don't know. And again, it goes back to controlled opposition because,
I
mean, the names of snark pages so people can't snark you is basically controlling the opposition.
Yep, they're keeping it right there contained.
Yeah, it's so
they can run till that. Mm-hmm.
It's but then again,
yeah. I wonder when Lauren's going to start doing tours. Just saying.
I don't know. And whoever said that, Debbie, I think Debbie said that about it could have been scheduled before. Yes, but it still goes to if this problem was that big and looming and people were canceling her and she was canceled, they would have canceled her as a speaker, and she's still on the flyers and things of that.
As she preaches that she doesn't endorse cancel culture, she literally was canceling my video of my mom talking. It was my mom. the part where my mom talked. And I mean, I was showing other pictures of my own. So that's interesting.
Yeah, she confirmed
She
that it
wanted
was-
cancel K. I'm sorry, I talked at the same time.
No, you're okay. She did confirm that it was to get the Reddit names. It's still controlled opposition, which is really freaking thin skins of somebody to go grab. I mean, and it's a business move. Kind of weird, but again, people like this don't like pushback on the shitty things they do to victims and their families. So,
yep. I mean, it just, hey, there's nothing wrong with like questioning these things, because I never thought about that till, you just kind of things strike you. And so I just tend to ask the things that people just think. I don't know. And are you okay? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading comments, but
oh no, you're good.
girl, I enjoyed this and I needed it.
I appreciate you coming up. I'm sorry that I can just hear it. You are exhausted. Something I
Yeah, my
know.
butt hurt too.
Yeah. Well, something I'm just glad that this didn't, I'm glad it didn't destroy you and your mom's relationship. And I hope that there is grieving and healing and everything for you guys, because this last 6 years has been a lot for, I can't even imagine. So I'm not even gonna, like, I have no idea. I don't ever want to know. And I am incredibly sorry for what you guys have gone through. I'm incredibly sorry that people that did try to push back and stop some of this stuff also were silenced, we're finding out.
It just shows it shows a pattern of behavior. So Christina was snarking, right? And then here I was unburdening myself too, but directly. And my mom was there, and so was Awen, and that's what she did, and that's the part she trimmed out. So please, anybody or everybody here, that when you run across other people who are just saying it's just because of the screenshot of her phone number or whatever, again, mention phone books and how they used to be a thing. Okay. And then mention that, no, 18 minutes. No. And she could have done a privacy strike. Yeah. That's the normal go-to thing that they do. They always rebrand.
Well, and she could have reached out to you and said, hey, like, can you take that down and take that out? Like, she has access. She could have done that, and she opted to not. I mean,
I don't know copyright either. I know what I've learned along the way, and so I did appeal it. But I mean, I don't know if I think she can take it even further. I can lose my channel just over this one thing, which is scary, especially dealing with that.
So to Jay for Justice or Burnt Toast, they're really good, both of them, and they both offered help. Yeah. I would help, but I don't know a single thing about it. So I can just give you the attorney that handles these DMCA things. I can give you that information, but yeah.
And I thank them for that. In Groovy Tuesday, I think you're right. That's exactly what it feels like. That's exactly what it looks like. And if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a damn duck.
Quacking.
Mm-hmm.
It's a quack.
Quack kills.
Kills, that was a good one. Is she trying to rebrand herself as a cult opponent? Is she trying to do what you do and just getting it completely wrong? Bree, I think you're talking about Lauren in that. And no, if she was trying to be a cult opponent, she wouldn't have done a tour on multiple ex-Mormon shows that talk about the Mormon church. They're not.
She's doing both. It's very confusing because she's, again, that one thing she did in the very beginning where she cried on a video crying about her church and her faith, and it's just being torn apart. She's persecuted, and the church actually did this too. That on Fox 13, or no, Salt Lake Tribune, I want to say there was a time after Lori's competent and incompetent stuff and all that shit went down, and then they did like a whole thing where I just think they did a bunch of interviews of Latter-day Saints saying stuff like, I just think that people have the wrong image of us, and the persecution thing. It was really gross to see that too.
Yeah.
Like they had to guilt trip everybody into, oh, they just hate us because they ain't us, that shit.
That happens a lot.
It's disgusting.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think she would be going around saying that she's proud Mormon on all of these if she was trying. I don't know it's to be seen. Thank you for the support. And one more, curious about the timing. Were the snark pages controlled to keep the Gannon Stout Zav girl fallout
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I don't know. I don't know when they did.
Because I'm sitting there thinking, how are they going to bitch about her and just basically use Zav Girl as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, for the public? You know, oh, just shame her. And I was on there too, but there's other people who do this, including Lauren. Not maybe not. I mean, that I know because I don't subscribe to that part, but the FOIA docs. There became a point in the case when everybody stopped sharing information, and it was weird. I was like, what is going on right now? Why is everybody hoarding the information and being very possessive, you know? And so because it was given to me, I didn't want to offend the person that gave it to me if I shared it, you know? So I got to a point where I was like, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. So if anybody wants the case file, the FOIA files, it's free. Email me. I will email you the link. It's that easy. I don't have it right here on hand to share, or I would, but it's like, okay, so she puts it behind a paywall. That's a lot of what her Patreon was built on. Again, so you can't shame other people for what you're doing.
Right.
Too. You just didn't get caught.
Can I play this with you restreaming on your channel? And it's her. Can I? Well, no, it's not. It's Mormon Stories. But never mind. It's Mormon Stories. Strike this. Okay. There's a lot of questions that keep asking. She's still Mormon. Here's her own words.
That's
and the date on this is July 16th. It was filmed on July 2nd, dropped on the 14th was the first part. This is the second part on the 16th. But she even went on to confirm it as of August 13th, 2025 on Mormon Discussion with them too. But here's her response.
A good place to be. So I think, I am, where am I? What is my Mormon story? I am Mormon, and I'm actually a proud Mormon. I'm proud to be LDS. This is my heritage. I just can't wake up tomorrow and not be Mormon. It's an identity. It's a culture. It's something that has been really good in my life. So, I mean, I don't know what the future looks like. Everything changes. I don't know where my life will lead or what will happen, but yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm LDS. I'm agnostic. I want to be able to realize that the complexity of life outstrips any illusions I may have had.
Yeah, there's her answer. So you tell me.
It can go both ways. That's that double speak shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is why it's all super confusing, and I think we've just touched the tip of this iceberg, though. I think there's so much more behind it.
Yeah, if she didn't like criticism, she sure in the hell don't like what's happening right now. They can't even keep up right now. Their heads are spinning.
Yeah. And
she did it to herself. She burned that fucking false kingdom to the ground. She was like, why is it false? What? That cracked me up.
Dee Dee, that was filmed July 2nd, 2025. It dropped 16th.
I'm glad you found that. I didn't watch. I know there were 2 parts. I only watched the one, and that's weird of me because usually I watch all the things, right? But here I've been laxing a little bit, because I've just crammed for 6 years, and it's had nowhere to go. So they say the body keeps the score, right? Well, it's evident.
Oh,
unlike Lauren's evidence,
it's a lot.
It is.
I don't think I thanked you either about that. Thank you for the support. Well, is there anything else? We've been here for 5 hours and 17 minutes, all on a whim. This all just started randomly. Thank you guys for bearing with us through it all today. We just flew by the seat of our pants and we ended up here for 5 hours. So get us together and we can start talking.
Right? I mean, there's a lot to talk about. So I mean, imagine when we do I'm gonna say when we do it again, not if, but I feel like it's gonna be like that for the first at least 3. I'm just saying.
Next time,
maybe
I'm gonna have
taper down
videos lined out to make our points. We'll have a point and videos to back it up. So these people stop with the conspiracy stuff, because it's not conspiracy when you can just factually here to here to here to here to here. So
And if y'all have anything to add too, don't
Yeah.
hesitate reaching out or maybe again, if you already have, just we need to connect these dots. I think it's important. It's a community effort. It does take a village. It
It
takes a
does.
damn village.
It's a lot.
Mm.
There's just so much to this. So, and I've learned so much from people in the comment section. A lot of your
Mhm.
subs. I mean, they've been teaching me stuff for a long time about things. It's
It's
a lot.
fascinating.
It's fascinating, but it's also got kind of and not to like instill fear in anybody, because that's not it. This is just what we are seeing right now. And by the way,
preparedness, knowledge is power. It really is. It frees you, because once you figure out where this goes, then you can point things out, and prepare better.
Yeah. And a warning to anybody that's from Crush This Page that might venture over, or vice versa. I do talk politics. I do go there. And I'm very raw and real, because a lot of the commentators that I speak on cross over into political antagonists. They use
Oh,
political
a mix of church
propaganda.
and state, a theocratic society?
Imagine
What? A new world order? I'm just saying.
in their true crime cases too. It's quite disgusting, and they show their bigotry and their grossness on a full display, and then they use talking points right from the top all the way down.
That, and you were talking about the Heritage Foundation, which, I mean, Thom Harrison and Tim Ballard both. I mean, Tim talked at one of those before, Heritage Foundation. I remember talking about that in Project 2025, and I was like, I don't understand I just didn't understand it. I wasn't there yet, and I'm starting to understand. I had to sit next to my teacher in civics because I was bad. Anyways, but I mean, I'm getting it now. I just never had to use that mindset, like it just wasn't a big deal in my life, and when I was living in a bubble. Okay.
Yeah.
So
No, I get that, because I was raised in a bubble. And when you get out of that bubble and you start realizing, oh wait, this isn't what it really is. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, they're all working towards this. Oh, they make money off of fear and doomsday, the end time prophecies. Oh, they have special knowledge and special intelligence. Yeah. I'm like, oh my God, this is not Lori saying we're going to usher in the second coming of Jesus Christ. This is in New Jerusalem and New Zion, like Zion, and all these code words or whatever that they use in lieu of a new world order. And so that's what her and Chad got tickets to. That's their down payment were the children. And I believe Melanie Boudreaux was going to down payment with hers too.
We got to talk behind the scenes, because there's some stuff I won't share publicly, but that I can tell you that,
okay.
Yeah.
Ready for the public. Yeah. I mean, or figure out how to do it. Yeah.
It's just interesting factors that, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys have been amazing today. Cash, however, is hiding out in your chat thinking he's going to get away with talking shit about me. Cash, I see you.
Don't be in bed in my shit. Don't be a shit.
I can come over there and block you too. Haha, sir.
Yeah, she does have a wrench.
He just told me yesterday in your chat, he's like, okay, you can give me my wrench back now. And I was like, all right. He's got to come over here to give it back to him, though.
Oh, my Lord.
My pet. He just likes
it was this chat that your mods talk shit, right?
Oh, yeah, they talk shit back and forth to each other.
When you said that, I was like, oh, my God. And I had a wrench, too. I was like, oh, okay. I can throw in on this, too.
Yeah. Oh, no. Let's go. Yeah, they will. They just give each other so much shit about being the favorite, or who's got the most comments, or who said hi. Like, they just give each other shit all the time. I have you blocked? No, you're not blocked. You're not blocked. Not that I know of. Let me check my block list. I don't block.
Hey, my mods, they always accidentally block people. Not bad, but we kind of get on a roll sometimes, especially during the trials on accident.
Oh, yeah, that can happen.
Yeah.
She might have got on accident. I didn't know that, though. I was going to, that's weird, but I will fix it. I will do it right after this. Donna, I'm sorry. They probably didn't even realize. people change their names too, and they're like, "Who is that?"
Yeah, I don't even know how to do that. I mean, I'm not fast, so I'm just like, dude, I'm a boomer over here.
Hey,
It's like I've slowed down, and I hate it. It bothers me. My mom says the same thing too, like a mental sluggishness or something, and I'm just it's because all the information and all the stuff, and I have this is good though. This means that if we're talking about this part of it, then that's my part. That's what I've been all up to my eyeballs in. So it feels freeing to be able to talk about this stuff. Why? I don't know. I just didn't have this opportunity before. We just never were able to make it happen.
Right.
Or it could have. I mean, it just feels like this air got lighter and the sun came out, and it's like other people in the chat, even commenters, not even just other creators or other people that have crossed Lauren, but just she was blocking and maybe causing so much division in this community for sure. I can say that for sure. But it's like people have come out and they're just like, oh, thank God, like ding dong, the witch is gone kind of thing. Like maybe publicly denounced herself in a way. And now people are seeing what we've been seeing. So I'm glad for all those out there who feel like what I just said, I'm glad that you're validated too. It's important. Bye, sweet Melissa.
It's sis. You're not on here. You're not in my list. I'm looking right now.
I haven't watched the entire Grayson interview, so I caught the very tail end of it. And I just never went back because I don't really, that's when I kind of started figuring everything out. And I was like, oh no. And then I kind of felt sorry for her. And then I'm like, oh no, nope. This is a whole weird situation. If they would somebody would just be honest, that'd be great. We can start there.
Yeah.
Till then, that means if she combed through Lauren's phone, wouldn't there be text messages then that she would have found if other people have them?
I think so. I think the reason why these messages they have not been released yet is because it implicates a lot of other people. I think there will be a lot of creators involved in this that people possibly have on a platform of like, oh, they're such amazing people. They, are so good to. There's a lot of connections to a lot of people, and I think there's a lot of exposing that will be done in those, and I think there's a reason why they're not being released because of the connections just to other creators on this platform too. She was comfortable talking shit about these people to someone, and they were comfortable doing this. You got to remember, that's why I'm like, I have no side in this. As far as I can say that the person at this point in time, we have no indication that she was stalking Lauren, but is she my cup of tea or somebody?
Just being snarky, just being a bitch. A two-faced bitch is what we call them, like
petty. She can be an asshole, but it doesn't mean she's necessarily stalking, but it doesn't mean that her hands are clean either. It doesn't mean that a lot of them, I think there's a lot of saving face from a lot of people right now going on.
Wow, y'all. So I just opened my phone because I wanted to go find Lindsay contacted me. Because I had been saying I was going to contact her, but I just have not gotten to it yet. Like I just was going to contact her. And I'm just going to say that she does not want to be public right now. That just, wait, let me grab it. Hold on. Because I don't want to sit here and just try to remember.
No, you're okay.
But I had also gotten contacted by another lady who wants to share her story with me finally now that this is kind of done. And so, holy crap. And it's going to be she said, I think I can tie the beliefs together about all this. So that's interesting. That just, I'm smiling from ear to ear, y'all. It's where it's at. That's where it's at. Okay. Where is it? Let me shut up. So I
I'm
can pay
glad
attention.
people are reaching out and,
Yes.
you know, offering support and, hey, like, I've got this piece of it, or like,
I'm glad they trust me. You know, that's a very weird thing, and it made me look at things a lot differently. Like, who can I trust? Who's not just going to make money and exploit me and my story?
right.
You know, like who? You know, so yeah, it's just a lot of things. Where did it go? Oh, it was a number I didn't have programmed.
Sis, I've checked both sides, like anywhere that you could be blocked on my side. Nothing. There's nothing that you're blocked over here.
Basically, and I'm just gonna kind of say it, not quote her directly, but just kind of. She basically doesn't want to get involved in any of this mess. Not speaking publicly on anything right now. Things are going to be handled legally, and that's all that she really wants to say. And that she says that I don't owe her anything, obviously, but yeah, that's where it's at. So just trust the process, y'all. Unlike some people.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Just be wary. Which
Because
you
I
are.
haven't heard anything from the other camp at all. That's crazy. But the public, you know, basically what I believe is Lauren weaponized her chat too. Everybody that watched that video, she weaponized. She lied to us.
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
She pinned my comments, said, "I love you, Kresha."
Yes, she did.
As she's sitting there spilling it, I'm just not registering it because I'm tied up with the trauma with Janice, you know, and she's naming her too. So I'm thinking, oh hell, you know, this is finally coming out too, you know, or I say too, but I mean as well that it turned out to be also, you know, yeah, this has been going on. It's been going on.
It's a lot.
Fuck them. Put a dick in your ear and fuck what you hear. There you go. Okay.
There you go.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. It was good to actually do this. You have I sent you an email when you no rush. I do not need. I need you to go. Whenever you get around to it. I know you've got a lot of things going on, but you have that there, and I put more information so it's easier to. Anyways, this way you can reach me.
She's talking to me in code. No, big.
If there's anything you need, though, if there's anything we can do to support you guys, I don't. We're here. I
have
don't.
no doubt, and I've seen you do this. You're a woman of your word, and I appreciate that. That's something my mama taught me. You know, just to be a woman, my word is my bond. You know, like, and I just want that to continue on. Like, I've been a person that I've not been proud of. I've remember being like, oh my God, I'm such an asshole. And then I was like, I don't want to be an asshole anymore, you know?
I've just embraced it.
Huh?
I've embraced the asshole side.
I'm talking about an asshole. Just screw people over before they screw you, you know?
No, I'm not that asshole.
I mean, I was at one point, and then I looked in the mirror pretty much, that's figuratively, but and I'm just like, ew, I don't like what I'm seeing, you know, and that needs to happen. Nobody's above it.
I think everybody comes to that point in life, though, and if they haven't, it's coming sooner or later. I think some of us just come to it at a younger age because of life circumstances, and life humbles the shit out of you. That's one thing. Life will humble you for sure. And
that reminds me of humble pie from The Help. We need some humble pie around here.
Yes. Yeah. There's a lot of them.
Oh yeah. Everybody. I mean, that's like if everybody would just check themselves sometimes.
Yeah, I gotta do it too.
Yeah.
There's times.
So.
All right. Go get some rest. I'm sure you've been going for hours on end with Granny. That's what I've been talking about for like a year. What they did to Granny with lawfare, that was absolutely insane, and it's still ongoing. It's in appeals, but they tried doing RICO and racketeering by using lawfare.
Okay, I remember that now.
Yeah,
but I just didn't know all the names.
Yeah, that's Granny. 1 and 2 of the defendants that the 10, including Dog the Bounty Hunter, piled onto.
Yeah, it's a No, I'm trying to put one together for the 7, the actual people that were trying to cast out demons out of my family, but then they ended up dying, and they still contributed, in my opinion.
Kelly, whose video are you talking about? Who's got a new video? Please tell me that.
Oh, I know it's not. No, she's talking about Lauren, I think, where she's saying, if I did something wrong, I'm sorry. And so Lauren, Megan was, because I remember hearing that. I did watch one thing that Megan did, and I was like, okay, I'll just hear her out, which I think is more than I can say that she's doing for me. It's like, she's not even trying to hear me out, I don't think. But she said, Lauren apologized. And I'm like, I don't know. I think you're high, basically, because she did not apologize. And that's the slippery language that I've noticed with other people in our case, like Summer Shiflett, it's like they say the right things, but they don't say them in the right order. So it's inverted. And I'm looking into this. I did start looking into it, actually, and learning more about it. It goes back to like how Aleister Crowley learned to do everything in life backwards, in reverse order. And then, not to mention, David Hamblin's dad, Robert Hamblin, I think that's his name. He was okay, let me get my thoughts. He was a sociologist, which is, anyways, and he was paid by our government to perform or do these conduct these experiments on low income children, which is scary. Well, actually, David Hamblin's parents, really, his mom June did too, and they were funded by the government, and they did this. And I hope this clicks. I hope you know enough about David Levitt to kind of have this click. But they would do the reward experiment to basically, they would reward the families, these low income families, if they would do certain things, like, I don't know, they would just kind of check the boxes, and so they would be rewarded for the behavior. Do you understand? I know I'm not explaining it very well, but
No, I
there's
understand
this
where you're going.
video. Okay. There's this video out there of David Levitt, and he's saying, he's being asked by a documentarian or whatever. It's a documentary that is now part of an investigation, allegedly. That he was asked if he believes in satanic ritual abuse, and he said, yeah, I'm aware of it. And then he says, well, I knew someone, and that's when he's talking about David Hamblin. I knew someone that was a victim of it, and she's actually accusing him too, him and his wife Shalom, as well, of being part of that ring. And he says, it's just like he said, it's just by reward and repetition. It's just like you tell a dog to roll over. You train a dog to roll over, he's like, it's just repetition and reward. And I was like, what?
That's true.
But David Hamblin's dad actually started, and I got to find where I put it in my Adobe account, but I found his, like a dissertation paper from University of Arizona. Just saying.
Of course.
Oh yeah, girl. You know it. Jody Hildebrandt too in Tucson. And I'm like, I feel like in Tucson, Arizona at the same time, I feel like Jody Hildebrandt's family was there because that's where she's from. And then David Hamblin's family, they went through there. Actually, David Hamblin is from Jacob Hamblin. Jacob Hamblin is who founded, oh shit, what's the name? I'm not that fast at typing things, but let me try. Jacob Hamblin.
I just want
to
I live like 6 minutes from the temple here in Arizona, the huge one, and I'm a ward apart from where your uncle lives.
I didn't see one damn temple or nothing from the church while I was there.
I'll take you guys over there one of these nights.
No, I was like, thank God. I was like,
this one's beautiful because of all the palm trees and stuff, but I'll take you guys over there sometime and just show you the outside of, because a lot of people are confused between the church buildings, like an actual church versus a temple.
So they are different, by the way. Just know that. But the temple going Mormons, that's where Lori basically she turned her life over to the temple is what she said. And it was worth killing over a temple recommend. And she's not the only one that basically said it. She was like, she threatened her bishop, she says, and I'm like, is that Gabe Bonilla? Okay. The one that took a picture with Andy Biggs and Jason Mel.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying? The one that Uncle Charles called to help him while she was being psycho. And anyway, so she says, I told my bishop, either give me a temple recommend or I'm gonna commit murder. And I'm like, and so she did both.
wow.
But there's other, like Hector Sosa Jr., he was warning his community, Pathway to Zion, by the way, Pathway to the New World Order, preparing a people. Okay. That's what these are doing to kind of converting people, getting
Yeah.
people to sacrifice maybe their children or something, blood atonement. I don't know, for their ticket into paradise. Wink, wink. And that's why they have special knowledge of the second coming. Wink, wink. And that's why the church is saving money for the second coming. Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm.
You just change that term with a New World Order, which is I know it's a old ass conspiracy been going on. I heard about it a long time ago, and it dawned on me. It hit me one day, and I was just like, oh my God. And then Ryan, the one on what's his last name? Fisher, on Cara Burrell. But when he first came out, like she hadn't even talked about him yet, because it came out like an hour on his own channel, telling his story about Tim Ballard. And I was like, I knew it. Oh my God, it was so validating. And I don't know why they won't reach out to me. But the alleged victims of Tim Ballard have reached out to me, which I was very honored, like, wow, good. I'm glad they're seeing this.
I've
And
talked to a couple of them too. They've reached
isn't it
out.
nice? It's nice. Like, you feel not so alone. I don't feel alone.
Well, and a few of them that I've talked to are not ones that are
Mormon.
publicly known.
Oh, that's even right. And I mean, I wish they could say something, but I understand
Yeah.
the
So,
reality of it.
Yeah. And
I respect that,
I hope they get justice. But yeah, I've got a couple from a couple of years ago that it's like, whoa, when I first started covering, it's a lot. And young Black economist, I originally was born in North Dakota. So the Midwest goodbye has been a problem for me forever. We're talkers, obviously. So I'm sorry. Sorry.
What'd you say?
She was giving a shit about the Midwest goodbye 20 minutes later.
my ex or whatever, he's from England, and his grandma, she would fucking stand at the end of the driveway even. She'd be like, bye, dear. Bye, bye-bye. I'm like, oh my God.
That's right.
Here we are doing the same damn thing. You're right. I'll admit when I'm wrong.
Hound Lover 870 says, I'm sorry you feel that way is never going to be a proper apology. That's a narcissistic way of putting the blame back on the victim.
That Lori did that to Melanie Gibb on her recording. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mel. Oh my God.
That's to you. And then Cash said, for your time today, and sent a super sticker. He's just buttering up over there.
You're a nice little troll, huh? Now I'm figuring.
I always have called him my personal troll. He's not a troll at all, but I've always called him that. That's what he's always been, is my personal troll. Because he goes like he did today. He went right over there and started
starting shit.
Me on my toes. Bye, Cash.
I like the people like that, that just can be real. I appreciate that. I like the snark. I like just real. I don't know. Down to earth.
Yeah. Broken people who have been through life and are just figuring it out. And here it is.
And I mean, same people Jesus hung around with too. So not trying to deify anything, but just it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
While they're all judgmental and looking down their noses at us, it's like, whatever, bitches.
Well, I've got to be honest, because I do listen, but I will judge. I will. If you're kicking families at their worst moment, I'm going to judge you and very publicly judge you. So.
Oh yeah. I like respect your outspokenness, I admire it a little bit.
I am very outspoken about some of this stuff because it's just, I can't even imagine. It's like calling an ambulance for help and them getting there, you're on the floor and these people saying, yeah, I'm here to help you, and kicking you. And then ribs.
Oh, yeah.
Over.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like,
Put your teeth on the curb. Might as well. American History X type stuff.
yeah,
Yeah. Here, let me help you. Let me help you, while they're stabbing you in the back.
yeah, collecting
Good.
on you so they can expose parts of your family horror.
Yeah. And then blame you for it.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you have the cojones to come out here on this app, call yourself a professional or a true crime creator, and you're victim centered, expect some backlash, because this is becoming, and it has been. I mean, Geraldo Rivera had a mock trial of the John Benet Ramsey. This has been here forever. It's just social media we're headed in a whole different direction now, and people are making huge careers out of this. So,
Yep. I mean, especially after Rona, like
Oh.
it allowed, but it also allowed the court to be on my TV, and I didn't have to be there
yeah, true.
in person. So it also, I try to, there's also these small little pockets of bringing on change, basically now to where we were streaming it and could talk about it in our community instead of sitting in a uncomfortable ass courtroom.
Yeah.
I'm too like in touch with I don't know. It just, I can feel all the things, I'm so tense. I've had panic anxiety attacks and panic disorders since I was 15. And obviously, right, there's probably some unresolved there. And it's like, I'm so hypersensitive to my environment, I can feel the energy, and I'm not trying to be weird or gobbledygook or anything, but I'm very sensitive to that stuff. Like, people drain me or I get refilled, I just, I don't know. I try not to
Surround
leave
yourself with people who
drain.
refill your cup.
Yeah. Yes.
From it. Yeah. Yeah. And we all go through that too. Sometimes it's a shedding process, and you've got to, we're human. We're going to continue to make mistakes, and that's what, one foot in front of the other.
Hound Lover 870. That is the best freaking thing I've heard. And I love hearing these kind of things. This is my favorite thing to do. And I just want to say, I'm proud of you. Keep on keeping on. Just, you got this. And the best thing you've ever done is just leave that in the damn rear view mirror and just know that the trash takes itself out sometimes. I know I said it, but I'm proud of you.
Sure.
Thank you.
That is amazing.
I'm just proud, and I'm glad. It makes me so honored.
Yeah, you're empowering people by taking your power back too, and doing it in such a public fashion. It's helping people.
It's just the best thing ever. It's like change behavior, is the best apology.
Yeah.
And just seeing people be freed from the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what it is. It's just nothing but coercive control. We'll use our phrase. It's just gross. It's gross. And then it's learned. It's a learned behavior. All these things, that just hate, all these labels, I mean, I think the Nazis kind of came up with the label thing, the classification of things. Yeah. Right. And now you're like, yep. Well, that makes sense.
There's so much with all. Yeah. What you just. Yeah. No.
I don't know that much history on that. I just know what I know. I know what I've learned a little bit. I'm no expert on it, but that's where this spawns from.
Thought control, mind control.
Yeah. Janet Jackson. Control. Okay. All right. Long goodbyes. All right. I'm going to cut some damn grass, young black economist. Okay. Now, bye.
Thank you all.
Farewell.
Till we meet again. This could be a bad combo, but
I know. I do.
Thank you again so much. I am incredibly proud of you. It's been really amazing to watch you over the last week, and
thank you.
I am so proud of you, and I'm glad that you're finally getting the recognition you deserve as far as your voice being heard, your channel's growing some, which is just because you already built it now they're finally coming.
Organically, I ain't bought one damn sub ever. You can't find that over here. I'm telling you, she's gonna print up a damn YouTube button on a 3D printer. I'll be waiting for it.
Jay found it. She actually got it. Jay sent it to me the other day.
She did. Where I can't believe she didn't show it.
I know. I gotta
Or
go.
maybe
watch
she did.
today.
Yeah. All
See what
right.
she did.
All right.
All
Do I
right.
meet you backstage or just stay on or no? What am I
It's up
doing?
to you. Whatever you do. Okay, you
Yeah, I
guys,
usually-
we're out of here. I
Yeah,
think
allegedly.
it kicks you. Does it
What?
just kick you when it ends?
What?
I don't know what it's going to do with both of us dual streaming. It might kick
I've
you. so-
never hung out. I usually just bail out.
Okay,
But
you can bail.
I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna hit it.
Okay, I'm going to hit end stream. We don't know what we're doing, you guys, so just bear with us. But I'm going to end it now. So hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your night. What did you say?
I'm like, she's just saying that as we're still sitting here live. Anyway, hit the button.
Bye.